Hello, everyone. Welcome to Open House Worldwide Festival 2022. Taipei is among the first 3 open house cities in Asia. It's a pleasure to be the first session of the festival. I am Richard Xu, co-founder of Open House Taipei. Let me introduce our co-host, Jeannie Lee.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Lee, Open House Taipei General Consultant, Head of Architecture Department and Associate Dean of Ming Chuan University. Hi, everyone. So Taipei city government has developed several social housing in the recent years, but the one we are going to introduce today is one of the examples of co-living housing in Taipei.
9th floor is a special case in which a public building is operated by the private sector and supported by a real estate developer. It's also a cross-generational example of co-living housing. Let's welcome 9th floor.
Hello, thanks Jenny for introduction, and thanks for Open House Taipei for having me. So I think it's our time to give everyone a short film for 15 minutes to talking about what we are doing in Taipei. So yes, please.
长辈开放自己的房子，让年轻人可以用比较低的房租住进来。跨世代的共居是一个 community。台北的高龄化、少子化是非常明显的。空巢长辈，他的小孩都已经在外面了，家里有5个房间，只要留1个房间就好，剩下4个房间找室友。在外面租屋的人，他其实都是外食。可是我们进来发现，大家都是透过煮饭在疗愈自己。 下班回来就会一起煮饭、聊聊天、办 party， 跟朋友一起玩乐。室友的是会特别挑选，最多的还是一般的上班族，蛮多的艺术家、创业者、公务员、医生跟律师，职业蛮多元的。每个人的生活习惯都不一样，会遇到一些冲突，我们就把规则定一定。 跨世代没有血缘的人，然后同住在一个屋檐下，可以分享你以前的智慧，传承给一些年轻人。
比较难忘的一次跟长辈们互动的经验，在一开始住进来的时候，那时候我们有做一个算是生活方面的一个讨论。对，那一次的经验就是，长辈室友在，然后年轻的室友都在这样。那 我们在讨论过程中就会发现到说，共居这件事情，它是一件很重要的，是共识的一件事情。对，那就会发现到说，青年的生活作息跟老人家的生活作息其实是差蛮多的这样子。对，所以在很多就是在协调那个共识方面，需要经过一些摩擦。对，那你就会感觉得到说，原来经营共居 感觉是一个很和平的一个印象，但是其实中间也是有经过很多的摩擦也好，它才会变得是比较圆滑一点。
以前的胡同啊、巷弄里面一起买菜，一起照顾小孩。
远远的有一个小小的点，朝着他走过来。你们这是谁？
那我今年已经快要接近30岁了，从高中开始就是租房子，在找房的过程之中，看到一些很奇怪的房子，不好看的旧家具堆在那边，就想说是不是可以让客厅成为一个大家交流的一个地方，去提升一个租房的体验。14年开始做，凑了一些钱，改造了几间公寓。以前有一个室友很会木工，有一些室友油漆屋主的旧家具。 沙发、椅子、桌子、书柜，能用的我们都尽量去使用，一起把它整理好啊。那开始找了室友之后，就发现这个需求非常的强烈。我们能做的就是相互支持的社群。你可能要找一个产品经理，今天你想要做一些什么，那这个社群永远都在这边。你住到的不是一个房间，而是一个 community。
先，这里是9楼共居与浦原建筑团队打造的全新共居环境。这栋原本是荣民住宅社区的大楼，在2年半的改造下，让原本空着的这栋老宿舍有了新的生命力。而来到9楼浦原居住的我们，被称为村民。进出的感应门槛，还有着亲切的科技问候。
Hello。
大厅会成为对外也开放的咖啡厅。这边是瑜伽教室，也欢迎村民或对外租借使用。不过村民享有免费使用的时段。这里是我们的鞋柜区。有对应的门号摆放自己的鞋。这里是我们自己私人的投币式洗衣店。这边还有设置了一个立囤区，可以提供村民在这边领取外送，不用走出大门就可以在这边立即拿到你的外送，也可以立即在这边吃的那种。这边是美丽的厨房，有3个双口感应炉可以使用。不过这么好看的厨房，就算没有使用，也是赏心悦目。Can I call you tonight? I'm dying to see your smile。你还提供了各式各样高级的电子产品，好看又不失质感跟功能性的那种，有烤箱啊、电锅啊、饭锅，想做什么料理都可以。这边插下去，可以在这里跟村民交流感情、聊天，或是自己享用一个人的时光。旁边还有可以提供每个房间的人使用的置物柜来放置个人的食材、干粮或是其他用品之类的。Can I call you tonight? I'm dying to see your smile。 每层楼都有自己的厕所跟淋浴区，是有电梯的。住4、5楼的可能会比较需要，不过因为我住3楼，所以我基本上还是走楼梯居多。这边是录音室，感谢9楼让我每个月可以使用1次这间录音室。我的 podcast 几乎都在这边录制的哦。床垫附的是棉豆腐的，2张单人床并在一起，够大也非常好躺。房间里面大概有一台小冰箱，很美很够放，而且还超级省电。房间冷气也是1级省电，安静无声，最爱这种颜值高又好用又省电的电器。书桌跟床头柜也是蛮不错的，中规中矩，全白也非常保险又不失质感。最后让大家看看全台北最 chill 的天空，我们的露台有够美，有够绿，有够写我的名字，想要裸晒也可以的那种。为了这个顶楼真的是超级值得。旁边就是一大座的公园，视野非常好之外，也是被满满的分多机围绕。在这座城市生活的我们，能享有这片宁静，是日常里最简单的美好。
跟大家介绍一下，就是我们9楼浦原这个计划是以前是台北市政府在出租给荣民的那个荣民的宿舍。那因为这些闲置空间宿舍，就公有建设就是有闲置的状况，就是可能很久没有人住啊，所以他们就决定说能够看公开招标，看民间的业者能够重新活化这些室友的资产。那就运气蛮好的，我们团队在2年前就是在这个公开的标案上有得标，跟浦原建设花了2年的时间，就把这个闲置的整个700多坪的这个眷舍，那重新翻新，那一样就用这样co-living的概念来活化来经营。
当初你在看到这个房子的时候，你觉得它有什么样的优点或缺点？
优点部分特色其实它在台北市文山区，然后面对一个很大的公园，然后在这个周遭就是说就是面对一个山，然后但是又离捷运站不远，所以在台北市我觉得很多人来看就觉得它是一个很难得，就是步调很轻松，空气很好，晚上超级无敌安静，不像是市区可能晚上会有摩托车的声音或者是嘈杂的声音，又非常安静。但同时它又是在交通步行到捷运站大概7分钟的距离，那也在台北算是在台北市。所以其实我觉得它结合了一个好的生活环境，但是又可以让
在台北工作的人，他不至于说还要花很多时间通勤这样子的感觉。所以我觉得它在区位上的特色，以及它本来就是一个宿舍嘛。那宿舍其实它原本就是所谓共居的状态。那我觉得我们在现代来讲，只是说要如何去优化以前可能在宿舍共居上可能体验不够好的地方，比如说共同洗澡也好啊，厨房区啊，那这些东西要如何透过好的服务或好的设计，让这些共同机能够不会说很脏乱，然后觉得大家变成说生活品质很差这样子。过去可能因为租房子可能比较一方面比较麻烦，他可能要准备家具，然后签约要签1年。然后，所以你就不太有特别诱因的话，可能不会想说还要特别去租房子。那一来是我们租约弹性，就是几个月也可以租，然后再来是以卡皮箱入住嘛，然后再来是说你住进来之后可以连接到很多人，所以就变成说它就变成一个诱因，让其实原本可能没有想过要租房子的台北人，他们也觉得说，可以出来住看。
而且我觉得最重要的就是这个co-living 的 space 里面一定要有一个很美的厨房。刚看到后面就是有一个非常漂亮的厨房，当初你们在这个设计上面应该花蛮多心思的。
对，就是厨房一直都是算是人际交流的一个节点吧。就是不论你煮不煮饭，你可能有室友煮饭，你就可以来蹭个饭。对，让一些很日常事情让它很 routine 的能够发生。所以我们未来也会每一周都会有聚餐。那这聚餐就是可能前一天就是登记一下，那就可以一起吃饭。我们这边的话，基本上有5个主题，像是有煮饭的，然后有瑜伽的，有打篮球的、体育的，然后也有音乐 DJ， 就是会做音乐这样的表演。还有一个是彩绘艺术，那它就是会在我们的公共空间还有我们的一些空间上，那去有不同的主题的定调。
说这里面其实有些空间可以满足一个人的工作跟生活是同时可以结合在这边的。
对，就是有居住有房间，然后我们有工作室，让一些 freelance 如果他有一些工作室的需求，那甚至是我们还有录音的话，也可以租借。
那回归到就是房间内部的话，也是跟过去一样，酒楼就是里面当然第一个美是不用讲，那但是进去的话也是一个皮箱进去就可以入住的概念。
对啊。那我们这一次在新增就是每个房间虽然是雅房，但每个房间都有自己的个人的独立冰箱，然后像是冷暖气机等等，然后这次也升级使用是智慧门卡，就是说从卡片或者是密码都可以使用，所以在门禁上的管制，不论是说我们管理方能够更清楚、更能够去管控这些进出的安全之外，在使用上，瑜伽它就是使用登记制的，那就是已经包含在房租里面，所以它就只要进行预约登记，就可以在特定的时段免费来使用。包含1楼的外侧，我们就会有一些户外的座椅，让附近的民众啊经过啊，可以比较轻松的能够来消费，然后来体验什么叫做 co-living space
这样子跟建设业这样子的合作，其实对等于说建设这个产业，他们有什么样的好处呢？
我们自己这样子互动下来，我自己觉得是2点。那对于一些建设公司来讲，他们会在思考说，尤其像台北市这样高房价的地方，他们要如何让品牌更能够往下扎根。就虽然说现在可能20几岁、30几岁可能还不见得买得起房子，但总要租房子。那如果再透过租房子，他能够去认识一个建设公司的品牌，哇，原来知道说他们可以提供这样子好的品质，住房品质，然后这样的服务。那当他们不论是未来要不要买房子了，那如果未来有买房子的话，他们就可以更去了解到这样子，建设公司他们也有在做这样子的事情。我觉得这是一点。那另外一点是，其实 co-living 或者是包租代管，其实它就是一种模式，那它不一定是给年轻人，像现在很多银发住宅，那或者是乐龄这种的，它其实也都是包租代管的一种。也就是说，在房地产业里面，其实就是在讲求空间的服务这一块。所以如果这个商业模式是能够被验证的话，其实对建设公司来讲，他们也其实可以在刚刚是往年轻的发展，其实在往上发展，就是说在银发这一块，其实银发我觉得它就更重要的是就是服务了，因为你从好的空间，其实长辈他可能需要有更细微的照顾也好，或者说所谓他们长辈的这种孤单的这种社群，如何让他们能够有更有活力的生活。所以其实 co-living 或包租代，它其实就是一个模式，它可以服务年轻人，也可以服务长辈。那我觉得这都对我来讲都是我们一直在跟房地产业或建设业去不论是说服或者是去沟通的当下。这些物件之后，我们就会去找投资方 可能建设公司或者投资方来投资之后，那我们来做一个整个营运。当初就是会去做一个简报，说，整栋80个房间，然后包含商空、办活动，那整栋的营业额可能会多少？那扣掉我们的管理费，我们公司管理费之后，每个月大概会有多少的钱？这样收入来跟对方进行分润。在这个案子会有个9年的合作。
Okay, thanks Night Floor for the video sharing. It's a very interesting case. Now let me introduce Open House Hsinchu. Hsinchu just joined the Open House Worldwide family last year. Let's welcome the co-founder, Mr. Zheng Honghui.
Hello, I'm Zheng Honghui.
An urban regeneration center. They will share with us about their social housing projects in Open House Hsinchu. Let's welcome them.
Hello, 大家好，我是 Architect 刘世伟。Thank you.
Okay, so let's see the pre-recorded video of Zhongya housing. Let's welcome.
Hello， 大家好，我是打开新竹的创办人，也是活动策展的总召集人。我是郑宏辉，那今天非常开心哦，我们邀请到国家住宅及都市更新中心的董事刘世伟建筑师来跟我们一起分享。
大家好，大家好。
好的，那我想先跟世伟建筑师来分享我们新竹来承接这个打开新竹的这个活动 Open House 的活动，我们觉得非常有意义哦，希望能够作为一个平台，那么让我们的市民共同来参与。那在1年当中有48小时的时间打开这些空间，那希望透过这样的行动，让市民更加认识这个城市平时不为人知的地方或者秘境。那特别我们新竹市是科技城市嘛，而且是北台湾最早开发的城市，所以我们已经有300多年的文化的厚度所以我们希望这个科技力、文化力还有创造力能够让世界都看见新竹。那所以我想今天我们想要介绍一下，在新竹这个特别的城市，同时也是一个年轻的城市未来我们有很多包括自然的出生率的，那同时也有很多社会移民。就是新竹这个城市是目前少数维持人口正成长的一个城市。那当然年轻朋友们或者是说很多长辈高龄化社会的来临，其实都需要政府部门对于这个住宅政策上面更多的努力。所以我们想要来探讨这个社会住宅的发展，所以是不是也可以帮我们介绍一下我们住都中心在社会住宅上面的这个努力？
OK， 好，谢谢我的好朋友那个打开新竹的总召集人郑宏辉先生那我今天在这边还是首先简介一下国家那个住都中心那我们是一个非常新的一个单位，也就是在那个蔡英文总统上任以来一个他最重要的政策之一，包括公办都更、社会住宅，那这样需要有个单位来执行为了要创造这个单位，我们修了都更3法，然后修了这个中心的一个设施条例，所以我们就得到了一个叫做行政法人的单位。那我们将会做整个国家的公办都更跟社会住宅的政策。那也就是说，这是所有营建的国家队。当然，我们会跟各地方的地方政府、地方上的一些有识的团队来共同组合，在各地新建社会住宅。 刚才那个召集人有说，新竹是一个有300年丰富底蕴的城市，但是我们要知道，这300年来，当然有一些建筑物也是有老化，都市也需要更新，所以在这个需求之下，中央跟地方就有一个很好的合作的机会，所以我们在新竹要推动一些适当符合新竹需求的社会住宅，也符合新竹现在整个未来城市的发展，我们推很多的公办部分。
新竹的需求可能除了各个城市都正在发生，比如说是高龄的人口或者说高龄的房屋，那当然也包括高额的房价。
所以原来召集人就很清楚的点出新竹未来面对3高的问题。其实这3高也是有3个对策来去面对。首先我刚刚有说明过，就是我们做了一个叫做住宅补贴。政府用公共的预算，让年轻人跟实际那个市价之间的一个差距可以得到一些弥补。好，第二个当然就是我们推的社会住宅的特性是只租不卖，跟过去的国宅政策是完全不同的，它是以租为主要的一个使用的方式。那第三个，新竹这样一个城市最需要的就是都跟围绕建筑的改善，因为才刚又发生地震，那这些老旧建筑怎么样去做围绕，需要公权力来协助来帮助。
过去大家对于这个所谓的国宅有一种觉得说它好像是比较，也不能说它是贫民窟啦，但是就是好像比较经济弱势的朋友才有资格去购买，所以过去的国宅好像都是出售所以就会形成一个好像大家觉得这个区域好像就发展不是那么好，但是现在的社会住宅好像已经不一样了
对，那个赵员讲的非常正确，因为过去的国宅政策它用买卖的方式，那常常造成说在转售中它会产生更高的价值，反而是觉得说我花很多的钱，那买到一个国宅，那它品质又不是很好，所以社会上对国宅的印象觉得有检讨的必要。那因此，小英总统那时候就想说，以后推的社会住宅，它的特色我刚刚说过，只租不卖，让年轻人的负担可以降低。然后大家可以发现，我们现在在推动的社会住宅，它的设计甚至请来全世界最好的建筑师来设计，它已经超乎周边，甚至是在豪宅区的豪宅的设计水准。我们搭配了绿建筑、智慧建筑，还有各种新的工法，然后开创出更好的开放空间。加上各种社会福利措施在里面，所以将来社会住宅会是社区中的很大的亮点。
那像我们一般人可以去承租这个社会住宅吗？
当然我们有定下一个所得的标准，当然我们现在的年轻朋友都是在这个所得标准的范围内，所以我们非常欢迎年轻朋友来使用社会住宅。另外，对于经济弱势或生活弱势，我们有一个相关的补贴跟辅助的一些方式，让大家这边可以安居。
所以可能就是说，一般朋友都可以去申请这个社会住宅，但是如果有特别的经济的弱势或者生活的弱势，那会额外的给予他们补贴。
当然是。
所以我看到好像现在社会住宅的设计上都是知名的建筑师，而且在整体的建筑设计上面，其实都已经是豪宅等级的，跟过去那种老旧的国宅的概念已经都完全不一样了。
是的，是的。
而且有一些是内部的设施，好像提供了很多服务，比如说对于长辈的照顾，那可能会有类似这个社会福利的机构，或者说应该说老人的照顾的机构。那包括对于像是我们新竹最欠缺的是公托、公幼照顾小朋友。那如果在社区里面很方便，让家长就放心的去照顾，不管他是这个公托，或者甚至是临托，也就是临时的托育，我相信都能够很大一部分解决这个社会的需求问题的。
是的，是的。因为年轻人常常是要照顾老长辈，要照顾小朋友，然后生活上又有很多要忙碌的工作要考虑，所以我们是希望能够让年轻人有个没有后顾之忧的一个生活环境，实现居住正义。
但是这个是不是会有机会也让这个社会住宅成为这个青年创业的空间的一部分？也就是说，部分空间让新创的朋友能够在里面去实现他们创业的梦想。
那在很多案子里面，我们确实有安排了青创跟新创的一些空间，然后也提供一些友善的一些商业场所给他们作为开店， 啊，或者是做一些其他的一些公共的使用。
那所以对长辈的照顾也有，对小朋友的照顾的需求服务都有，还有青年创业的需求也提供服务。但是其实我们新竹市还是全台湾阅读率最高的这个城市，就是根据国家图书馆的这个调查发现，我们新竹人很爱读书，所以很爱去图书馆借书。所以是不是未来在新竹的这个社会住宅，我们可不可以也放一座图书馆？
待会在详细案子里面解说里面我们可以看得到。
那我们新竹市的社会住宅好像陆续在今年开始要动工了。我们从媒体有看到，像是中雅安居，那之外好像也有金城安居计划，也有这个建工安居计划。我们媒体当中我们看到报道，那个建筑的设计超新颖的，确实是好歹等级啦，而且也重视绿化，智慧建筑的这个内容。所以是不是我们介绍一下新竹市即将要动工的这个中雅安居社会住宅
？OK， 那以中雅安居来讲，当然因为大家看到这些模拟的图在事实上因为在新竹市政府就会经过非常严格的都市计划、都市设计和一些相关的委员会共同来审查，因为它是一个公益性非常高的一个建筑物。那我们的特色，当然我们会在生活上，我们考虑到1房型、2房型、3房型，那不同的生活组成的住户都可以在里面可以适合的使用。然后我们在每个案子也都是用甄选的，用最有意标，让最好的团队可以得到这次的一个设计权跟一个施工的一个后续的服务。所以以中雅安居来讲，它的基地位置也是在市区里面，非常适合大家，交通非常方便。那更重要的是，它将来会在社区里面它提供周边居民的一个生活的使用。你看到所有的社会住宅都会提供比较多的开放空间，然后他们在低楼层里面也会让一些附近社区的活动可以引入，让社会住宅跟附近的社区可以互相的流通。
好，那新竹市看起来就是也开始展开了这个社会住宅的推动的工作。那我想我们很期待的中雅安居就在我们新竹市的经国路，其实它距离火车站好像只有1.6公里而已。那总共有640户，看起来是过去好像是眷村改建的中央留下来的土地嘛所以谢谢住都中心能够赶紧的来推动。那640户当中好像也有1房、2房、3房的方式都有那其实如果能够完成后，我相信可以提供一些，就是说建户广盟嘛，爱苗乡嘛，就比如说我们来弄个新竹市美术馆，所以我觉得这个是对新竹而言是需要的。那创造一个不同的境界，
一个地标性。
新竹的境界要再提升，能够升级新竹，我觉得就是国际化，然后这些公共艺术，比如说怎么样把这个奈良美智加进去，比如说把这个什么安迪沃荷加进去，对啊。
你讲那些4大运的社会住宅林口也好，那个光是公共艺术2亿多，公共艺术有5%，它2亿1-2亿，后来花信云把它弄成公共艺术，但是它是一个艺术推广、教育展览，整套的，那钱就够用，他就弄得环境参与，先给弄来，学社区的居民，每次下来，一方有艺术学习，又可以那个做社区营造，
对，你可以做艺术教育中心，
是啊，
环境教育中心，把它怎么样去引进这些艺术相关的活动，我觉得都很有意义。
对，要到他那个层级的，他那个学历以后要想，做这个，
有啊，
就后悔
是啊，所以我觉得我们新竹要能够有一些突破性的发展，可能就是这个。对啊，所以我想社会住宅政策真的是对新竹这座城市来说是有急迫性的，而且需要赶紧的来推动，解决年轻朋友居住的问题。好，那今天就非常感谢 我们由思伟建筑师带来给我们的分享。谢谢。
Okay, thank you, Open House Hsinchu, for a great video. It's very inspiring. So next is the session for discussion. We will welcome all the three speakers from 2 cities to discuss and share our ideas. At the moment,
and Richard and I,
yeah.
And Richard and I will ask some questions for the Q&A.
Yes, and at the moment there is one question coming in from the YouTube chat. Let me say the question. Okay, there's a question from Jennifer Lai. Could you speak about the demand since the 80-unit project opened? I think this question is for 9th floor. So here, Mr. Pan, can you share with us?
Okay. The demand about the 80 units, I think it's talking about our pure co-living building. And we opened this building last year from January. And since then, I think the average occupancy rate is above 80% to 90%. And I always think about the demand of the rental housing, especially for the average price. I mean, it's not for the, like a high level, like a commercial building. It's like the normal housing, the rental housing is always in a high demand. So that's why we still looking into for many buildings that we are still expanding to our business about co-living, no matter you call co-living or the rental housing. Yeah, so I think we look forward to this business.
Okay, it's good news that the demand is high. Then let me go on with our the questions we prepared. And if any audience on the YouTube has any questions, feel free to ask us. Okay, so I've got a question for both cities. When it comes to urban housing issues for general people, what is a key word or core value for you? And so, Mr. Pan, can you still share with us?
Okay, from our perspective, our keywords would be fulfill or satisfy, which means we view the housing or the house as not only just physical surroundings, and rather it's more like mental things, which means if we can, it's not just like we are staying in a room. It's more like if we are looking for a better career, better relationship, that's the housing can bring to us. So that's why we always think about what we can do for the house. It's not just for a product or for the physical things. That's why we do co-living things for the housing, and we think housing is more like a service. It's not just we build and sell. That's our core value.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So how about Mr. Chen? Would you like to share with us your thoughts?
Yes, I think there are 3 keywords. Acquire the lands, how to acquire, and how to increase the housing supply, and reverse the negative impression with high quality.
So it seems like recently the public's impressions of social housing has gradually improved. They have better impression, but due to the pandemic situation, I think you're facing problems of increasing construction costs and all that. So maybe I have a question for both of you as well about this. We can tell the 2 cases discussed about co-living housing and social housing in different generation and cross ethnic. So So now we are in the post-pandemic period, and have the architectural styles and lifestyles of these two cases changed? Would you like to share with us?
I think
maybe.
yeah, I think especially after the pandemic or the so-called post-pandemic, I will answer this question from our housemate. They gave us a lot of feedbacks, especially last year during the very serious situation in Taiwan. They said that if they were stay in a common like a room, the rental, the 套房 studio, the individual studio, rather than co-living, they will feel very lonely or fear that nobody will know if they just got COVID or die in the house alone. But the ones they stay together, even we still cannot go out, but they are kind of still a community, and we still have like an online yoga class every week, once a week. So that I think that helps a lot for people, especially during the pandemic. So I think the value of community will be enhanced even after pandemic, because if people can stay together, no matter in co-living or social housing, they can help each other. So I think this kind of value can be will keep its value and think what we can do more in the future.
Oh wow! So what happened when people need to quarantine in the co-living situation?
We still quarantine in last year, but our staff, our community manager will help them to deliver some daily stuff instead of like Uber Eats, just Uber Eats or something else. Yeah.
So it's just like a big family.
Yeah,
Very
and
nice.
so that's also what I mentioned. What we regard housing as more like a service.
Wow, I want to live there too. So how about Mr. Zheng? Would you like to share with us with some few words? Sorry. Actually, I think it's
question goes to architect Liu.
Architect Liu.
OK，那个我们这个社会住宅叫做中雅安居。那我要特别介绍一个中文字，这个安可以看到就是上面是一个房子，那里面我们放了一个女生，好，就是一个女性为一个优先的一个设计概念。就是说，在这个地方我们会特别注重的是两性平等、性别友善跟女性的培力。另外一个在居这个字里面啊，大家对中文字有兴趣的话，这里面一个古，其实就是我们对于年长银发族的特别的照顾，它成为一个全龄无障碍、一个健康的住宅。
Okay, architect Liu share with us the Chinese character of the Zhongya housing. Housing means 安居. That is like a house, and there's a female person inside, and it has a meaning of peaceful. Yeah, okay, you can see the Chinese character. There's a women in the house, and so it means the female empowerment and sex equality and gender friendly. That's the core value. I think after the COVID-19, it's a critical value that the Zhongya housing want to share with us. And the second word is 居, means housing, and it also has a meaning for culture and aged people. So this housing is share the value with all ages and cross-generation cooperation. And it has a design of accessibility and healthcare. It hopes to provide the residents with better well-being for the people.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then we have another question. Okay, when it comes to the communication and social bonding among housing residents, what are the spatial design ideas that can be applied? Can you share with us, Mr. Pan?
Okay, I think we keep a very important design concept is that we will divide the big open space into different groups, which means I think the normal, especially for a big project, the community space is always like just a very big lounge or a library or something. But I think for housing, the homey feeling, it will be more important to make it more comfort to be like you just like a 3 or 5 people. They can very easily to stay. Like you can just have a cup of coffee, you can use laptop, you can just read in, but you won't feel like you stay in a very big lounge or something. So I think it's no matter in what kind of house, especially in a very normal standard buildings in Taiwan. I think the most of type of the common area is almost the same. So I think we will think about how to divide into the different small groups that will make people feel more comfortable when they stay outside of their rooms, because I think you have to make um, more chill, more comfortable, and they will feel more easy to go out. Otherwise, they will always stay in the room. And the second, I think we can think about like different kinds of usage, like open kitchen or laundry or something. This kind of utilities they can also share outside their rooms. So once they cook or once they wash their clothes, they can have a kind of informal network or connection to each other. Yes, so I will share this kind of two concept of our design. Thank you.
Interesting. So how about Mr. Chen? Would you like to share with us a few words?
Yes, it's social housing. So I think it's very important issue, how to enhance social interest and social meaning. So public interest will be the most important. So I think there will be some public spaces such as libraries, shops, and youth startup hub on the first floor and second floors. I think they will have some social welfare facilities to promote communication between residents to enhance the social housing public interest.
Okay, wow.
There's
So
another question coming from YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Miss Alicia Kiesel have a question. How you see creating community with short-term renting? I think this question goes for both people. And 短期的租赁怎么样去创造一个社区的邻里关系这样子。But I think for social housing is 3 to 6 years, but for night floor is several months. Can you share with us, Mr. Pan?
Oh, that's a very professional question, which means that that's a core question we are deal with. Yeah, and actually that's the things. The thing is that the community today is much different than before. That from last generation or my grandma's generation, they always stay in a place for decades. But nowadays, people are always moving around. So that is really crucial. How to build up a community in such a um, such a how to say a moving society. Yeah. So I think we are building up a system that is no matter what kind of people, they can get in more quickly into the community. they have a way to meet each other, and we have a kind of no matter it's activities or some we call member systems, they can know what kind of people they can meet here and what kind of activity they can attend here. So I think it's more like to build out a system, not just a house. So once the people move away, but if they just stay in the same system from like A social housing to B social housing or A co-living to B co-living, but under the same system, they will feel more comfortable to stay. So I think it's more about a system.
Is it like a membership of a working
If we
class?
regard it as more like a commercial way, we will say it's more like a membership system. But it's not only in a commercial; it can be a social housing project. So, but it's always about a system, a guideline. They can join a new community more faster.
Okay, great. So, can you share with us from Hsinchu, maybe from architect Liu?
Okay. 就短租的部分嘛。
对，短租怎么样去创造一个社区邻里关系这样子？社宅其实也没那么短，是3年以上。
目前我们的群组，例如说在群组里面，基本上非常的活络，尤其是我刚刚提到的女力培力这部分，其中你看到女性的发言超过80%，这是一个很特别的现象，几乎都是女性在里面发言。然后例如说，我们把原本的公共艺术，变成社区参与，这也是一种新的发展方向。
Okay, great. For social housing, the renting term is at least 3 years, and it can be extended to 6 years. And at the moment, what we observe is that there are line groups for the residents, and most of them, 80% of the line group chats are from female. So you can see that, So we can see female residents chat with each other very often. So it's much easier to create a sense of community. And see, the next thing is the social housing also promotes public arts and art education. So art participation. I think through these classes or activities, residents will have a way to meet each other and we attend classes with each other. Yeah.
Okay. So is there any more other questions from YouTube, Richard? No. Okay. So do we still have time for our final question?
We have almost 2 minutes.
Oh, all right. So we have the final question for both sides. And it's a very easy questions, but it's something we would like to know more about it. So what was the biggest challenge in the process of advancing this 2 cases? Or is there any interesting stories you would like to share with us? And that's something we want to know. So maybe we can start with Mr. Pan for the co-living.
I would say that's always it's a lot of frustration, struggle during the process. But the most impressive thing for pure co-living project is that we rent this building from government, but the house is originally the illegal housing, which means it's not a lack of license. Like even I don't know if everyone catch me, is that even we rent a house from government, but the house is lack of license, which means it's kind of illegal. So it takes a lot of time than we expect to remodel, to renovate, to renovate it. Yeah, because if if you know some parts about renovation, interior innovation, and architectural innovation, you have to be a legal building, so you have that you can renovate it. So we took a lot of time for to different sector of government office to deal with this kind of problem. But it's a normal problem for the old housing in Taiwan, because decades before, it's not that strict for the housing plan. So yeah, that's the most impressive thing for me.
I don't think we have another 1 minute for Architect Liu or Mr. Zheng. Do we have time? Okay, great. Okay, so Mr. Zheng Mr. Liu, would you like to share with us?
OK，我想最大的危机还是疫情，但是危机也是转机，因为这样子我们让原本缺工缺料的状态，我们转变成了预铸式的工法，让房子在像积木一样的在工厂里做出来，让现场再把它做起来。第二个转机是我们的社宅从人们认为的邻避设施不受欢迎的，到现在反而非常的受欢迎。好，就是这样。
So during this pandemic period of time, I think from lack of materials to prefabricate construction methods you're using right now, or to get more involved in the community, seems like you have faced all various problems and difficulties like for both cases. Yet you can still overcome them to the end, so which is really impressive. And I think time really flies, and today's 15 minutes Q&A are coming to the end. So Richard, do you want to have a conclusion for everybody?
Okay, so thank you all for Ninth Floor and for Zhongya Housing from Open House Hsinchu. It's a very unusual opportunity for us to invite you together to share your experience about co-living and social housing. And also thanks Open House Worldwide Festival to provide us this platform to share with the audience from all over the world. Thank you.
I'm Richard Rogers. I'm an architect. I run a practice, Rogers Stirk and Harbour and Partners. The Wimbledon house was designed for my parents. I guess we started in '67, and it has been through a whole series of different clients and users. Now we've given the house to Harvard, and they're using it to house graduate students. We've been strongly influenced by people like Soriano, Craig Elmwood, Prouvé, Eames, and so on. We were looking at a prefabricated system, process construction. The idea was that we could put up the house fast. It could be all built in a factory, so you didn't have to have all the weather problems. It could be programmed. And really, the final idea, you could buy it from your local shop because you could have those standard components. We ended up with this simple rectangular plan, 2 parts, courtyard in the middle, the house on the north side, and then what we call the lodge. So we decided to use a very simple steel frame, upside down C's, and you could have as many as you like in a line, and the house could be as long as you wanted. And then you bought bus doors and bus windows and put those on the sides. And at the ends of this long tube was just glass, so you looked out to the common or looked out to the garden. So it was an absolute visual continuity. This wasn't going to be a one-off like our previous buildings. This is going to be a standardized system. to solve the whole of the British housing problem. Didn't, but it did certainly lead to most of the work which I still do some 50 years later and more. And in a sense, it's a prototype also towards the Pompidou Centre. Now, Lorenzo Piano had obviously added his technological knowledge, which was absolutely brilliant. So if you put the Wimbledon House and you put Renzo's work together, you sort of get the Pompidou Centre. Now, it's a much bigger thing. It has escalators across the facade. The actual open spaces in the floors are the size of 2 football fields. You can't say that about Wimbledon, and so on. But the concepts were there, and the bright colours are there. So again, we wanted somewhere which could be fun, which could be enjoyable, which you could participate with, which wasn't just a brick house with windows cut into it.
A great home, I think, for me has flexibility.
A place that has some outside space, so either a garden or a balcony.
I think it needs to be really green, lots of plants.
A flexible open space, not too many windows.
Somewhere that's not too hot in summer and somewhere that's not too cold in winter.
A good sunlight, good daylight.
Nice open place, open spaces.
Relaxing to be in.
It has to have good acoustics.
Ideally kitchens with windows and good ventilation.
It's always nice to have like a space in your house. Mine's probably my balcony where I can just sit and reflect.
The arrival was really important, so having your own front door.
Having access to a private outdoor space, whether it's a balcony or terrace, and having lots of good natural light.
Feel of the home inside as well, that it doesn't feel oppressive.
Balconies is a good one because there's not a lot of places with gardens anymore.
A big kitchen where you can cook and talk to people at the same time.
Generous sized rooms, but also enough space to do everything.
Having separate spaces so you can do different activities in your house at the same time.
A terrace that has a great view but isn't overlooked.
Good living space, and then the bedrooms are kind of how they relate to that space, how they work off that space.
Daylight, like natural light coming into a room.
Kind of windows that open, windows in the bathroom. I think
you want the right amount of density, don't you? You want people's homes to be close to where they shop, to where they drop the kids off.
Having an understanding of kind of what colours help add to your mood.
You can adapt and change over time, so your needs might change, and a good home is somewhere that allows that to sort of evolve as you stay there.
Parliament House in Ouagadougou, the capital city of Burkina Faso, is a big and a very important project. In 2014, there was a revolt which led to kick out the president who wanted to change the constitution and make himself president for life. So during this revolt, people burned down the existing Parliament House. So I was lucky to be called to join a group of thinkers and activists, artists, musicians, to think about how to build a new one that responds to the need of Burkina Faso and his people. So I started to think, what can it be today to build a Parliament House for Ouagadougou, for people that now has access to information and want more. We designed first a huge structure, which is a pyramid. I wanted to create a transparent building. If a parliament building is transparent and open, if people can go on top of it at any time, during the day, during night, symbolically, it is transparent, it is open. Another idea was to combine in this pyramid field where you could do agriculture, because Burkina's economy is based mainly on agriculture. So I wanted to create this public space with everything. We have a garden around it, and then we have the pyramid which is elevated. We have a cornfield on the top. So it is more than just a simple parliament building.
Well, welcome everyone to this fantastic event called Keeping House, Secure Homes for Women. It's a really vital discussion tonight presented by Open House Melbourne with the Women's Property Initiatives as part of the Open House Worldwide Festival. And we're very thankful for the support of the Melbourne School of Design here at Melbourne University. Keeping House, Secure Homes for Women explores the complex web of economic, political and cultural forces in Victoria as they impact access to affordable, secure and safe housing for women and women-led households. Women over 55 are the fastest growing cohort of homelessness in Australia, and current research estimates that more than 400,000 women over the age of 45 are at risk. The presentations tonight will interrogate these conditions that have placed so many women at this risk and explores the opportunity for new typologies of housing through the lens of design that support long-term homes for women and ageing in place. Importantly, tonight's presentations are being recorded and they will be broadcast live across the world as part of the Open House Worldwide Festival program, which is themed Housing and People, and it runs this Saturday. You can all watch it via openhouseworldwide.org, and of course you're here tonight, so you can revisit it on Saturday. Additionally, I'm really pleased that the conversation will live on past the festival and past tonight's event. And it will sit in our on-demand section on the Open House Worldwide website and also our own website here at Open House Melbourne. And that will ensure that our community, whether they're here tonight or they watch it on Saturday or into the future, can continue to engage with this really important conversation, and we can continue to evolve it. Now, tonight, to keep things moving quickly and so we can get right into the panel discussion, bear with me, I'm going to do a very short introduction to each of the panellists in advance. And then it will be over to the panel and then to you in the audience to ask some questions. So our first presenter tonight is Jeanette Large, the CEO of Women's Property Initiatives, or WPI. WPI creates new beginnings for women facing homelessness by providing affordable permanent homes. Jeanette has extensive experience across the housing sector, from running refuges and local housing groups to management roles in government departments. Our second presenter tonight is Mel Bright, the founding director of award-winning design practice Studio Bright. Many of you will know this incredible work, and Studio Bright is well known for its innovative and beautifully designed houses. However, more recently, the practice is currently working on a number of city-making projects across a variety of scales and types, including civic, educational and multi-residential projects, and we'll be hearing about one of these projects tonight specifically for WPI or with WPI. Our third speaker is Sophie Dyring, Director of Shored Projects, and Sophie, as many of you will be aware, is a passionate and very important affordable housing advocate in our city and across Australia. As an architect and landscape architect, her practice largely designs and delivers social and affordable housing for those most in need, and we're so pleased that Sophie can be with us tonight. Without further delay, it's my pleasure to hand over to Jeanette Large for the first of tonight's presentations. Thanks, Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Fleur, and I'm delighted to be presenting tonight, to be partnering with Open House for this event. To start with, however, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. So, women's property initiatives. Also very excited to say that we're actually celebrating 25 years this year, and we intend to have some great events to facilitate those celebrations. But this organisation was developed by a group of women 25 years ago who had determined through research that had been undertaken, but also because of work that they were involved in, that there was a need for long-term secure housing for disadvantaged women-headed households, vulnerable women-headed households. So the organisation was established that long ago. It took quite some time for them to actually get any housing on the ground. That group of voluntary women who set up a board, at that stage it was called Victorian Women's Housing Association, and we rebranded to Women's Property Initiatives in about 2013. When I joined the organisation, they had delivered 11 homes. I'm pleased to say now that we actually own 101 homes, housing about over 240 women and children. We also manage an additional 150 homes where we're housing about another 250 people in those homes. The important thing about the homes and the affordability of that is that we never charge more than 30% of household income or 75% of market rate, whichever is least. The homes we see, as Fleur said in the introduction, are permanent housing. So the women and children can stay in those homes as long as they need to, as long as they want to. We focus on women-headed households because women are more disadvantaged, continually more financially disadvantaged in our society. Yes, there is still that pay gap. Yes, women are still predominantly the carers in our society, and that's the carers, whether that be in the paid force or out of the paid force. So we have many women who are in the paid force in those caring professions. Those caring professions are the professions that earn less. So we're talking about the childcare, the aged care, community sector, nurses, teachers. Women make up about 70% of that workforce, and about 40% of those positions are part-time or casual. So throughout the whole life cycle, many, many women are disadvantaged financially. The impact of that then, as they age, is that they've had less money to put into savings, they've had less money to put into superannuation, and so the cumulative effect of that as women get older is that we're finding, and we'll be focusing on this a bit later, that there's many older women who are really being disadvantaged in our society, and the impact for us is in relation to their housing. Women are also still predominantly the single parents who are caring for the children. And this, as we know, if women are caring for children, often they need to take the time out of the workforce or work part-time. But women are also still predominantly the carers for the aged and for the disabled in our community, unpaid work. So when it comes to homelessness, and that's what our organisation has been established to do, is really to prevent homelessness. With the 101 homes, we're not going to be doing that completely, absolutely, but our mission is to continue to grow and have many more houses. The financial disadvantage I've talked about, the housing affordability crisis, and many in this room might relate to that as far as home ownership goes. But that housing affordability crisis really hits people who need to rent. The private rental market is totally unaffordable for many people out there, for your low-income earners, but particularly for those people who are on Centrelink benefits. So if you're on a Centrelink benefit of job seeker allowance, you're earning about just over $300 a week. There's a report that's undertaken by Anglicare about every 12 months, and that is determined that there is not one affordable private rental in any major capital city in Australia that a person on the job seeker allowance can afford. Not one. The Department of, well, it was called the Department of Housing, now it's called Homes Victoria. In their research in relation to private rental, they've determined that a single woman, a single parent, can afford about 1 in every 100 properties in Victoria. Now, I'd suggest that that one property is probably not particularly well located near public transport or schools or childcare. So housing affordability is a real issue, and the private rental market cannot cope with that, and we have a crisis. Unfortunately, family violence is also something that has been major impact in creating homelessness. So, as you can see on that slide, a huge number of people who have approached homelessness services over the last 12 months. The majority, 60%, are female. 50% of those are women who have escaped family violence. And the number of accompanying children, so the impact on the children, accompanying their parents to homelessness services, and unfortunately the number of people that are turned away from those homelessness services with nothing. So, and again, many more women are turned away than men from those homelessness services. So for the women who are escaping family violence, that means that they're returning often to homes that, well, they're not homes, they're houses, they're a roof over their head, that are unsafe. It's not a home. And also, I'd suggest that the numbers that we're seeing are probably much higher than are reported. Many women wouldn't report themselves as being homeless. They see it as a real stigma, and particularly that's the case for older women. So to get on to maybe the more positive side of things, the homes that we do provide, we've had independent research undertaken to determine the impact of the homes that we provide. And we want to do that so that we can have that and know that ourselves as an organisation, but also that the supporters of our organisation will know that. We have many people that fund our organisation, support our organisation, and it's great that we can get it out there. And also, hopefully, that government will hear this. So the impact is immense, as you can see on the slide. There are actually improved educational outcomes for the children. Those permanent homes make a really big difference. For some of the children in the homes, they're actually doing tertiary education, they're going to university. These homes are breaking the generational cycle of poverty. It is so important. The other part of our work is we need to partner very closely with support organisations. So our organisation develops, provides the housing, we provide the tenancy and property management. But we need to partner with our support organisations for the needs that many of the women have. We want the women to move into independence rather than dependence, and many do, but along the way they might need that additional support to get into work. Yes, many of them still might require counselling, or assistance to get into employment. Some do move on to independence, some don't. Some move on to independence and still need support if an event happens in their life. So partnering with our support organisations is really vital. And because we want the tenancies to be sustained, because we know the outcome from the permanent long-term housing is what provides the best outcomes, that support is really important. The other thing too that the research showed was that it's not just the women and children who benefit, it's actually the whole community that benefits. And society benefits just, overall. So there are absolutely savings in so many ways to our government in particular. The provision of crisis accommodation and transitional accommodation is incredibly expensive. The women are not returning to prison. Some of the women we have housed have been in prison. The women are working and paying taxes. The fact that they are getting on with their lives, they're not needing to use the health services so much, counselling services. Children no longer need teachers' aides. All of these are savings to the community. The women are contributing to the community. They're getting involved in their children's school. They're getting involved in the local neighbourhood house, becoming really terrific contributing members to their community. All of this was verified by the research that we had undertaken. So as far as the homes that we provide, we want to make sure that they look part of the community, that they're beautiful homes, and I think Bahati's story can confirm that the homes that we provide are. So when we develop them ourselves, we want to make sure that they fit in with the neighbourhood of the character, so that will differ from whether it's in inner urban or whether it's out in the outer suburbs. We want to make sure that they can't be really identified as social housing. We think that's good for the neighbourhood, but it's also very important for the women that we're housing, because we want to make sure that they're not identifiable in the community. Many of them are still vulnerable, and it's so important that you can't come along and say, well, that's the social housing, and possibly, you know, the perpetrator can say, well, maybe the woman that used to live with me is living in that property. So it's really important, and these beautiful properties were actually designed by someone that you're going to hear from later, from School Architects, and so were these ones. And you can tell that, you know, the importance that we see in creating these homes in these different communities. So yes, we still face many challenges. COVID absolutely brought more challenges that many of you know. The women that we were housing, many of them were in casual jobs, so yes, they were the first ones to be losing their work, as was shown across the whole of Australia, that yes, many of the women were the ones who lost their jobs. Family violence skyrocketed. And older women's housing continues to be a real challenge for our organisation and for the community as a whole, I believe. We were approached, it was back in 2013, we noticed that many more older women were coming to our organisation. So we decided to do a bit of research around that, and we absolutely confirmed the statement that is on this slide. From the research that we did, the recommendations that came out of that were that absolutely we needed more investment in social housing for those who are most disadvantaged in our society. That there should be mandatory inclusionary zoning, that developers should be, when they're doing new developments, making sure that a certain portion of their development is allocated, it has to be allocated to social housing. That the private rental, the insecurity of private rental that the older women were reporting on was just devastating to many of them. That the fact that they were thinking, as they were going to be ageing, that they were going to have to continue to move, that the unaffordability of it, the fact that many of them were really choosing between good food, whether they'd pay their utility costs, keep the heating on or not keep the heating on, did they have enough money for their medication? The unaffordability, as well as the security of the private rental, was absolutely a crucial issue for many of them. We also, however, identified a group of women who actually had some money behind them, older women. Yes, absolutely the private rental was an issue for them, and they were depleting the money that they'd saved over their lifetime in that private rental, and feeling, well, that wasn't particularly fair, but also feeling that that was eventually going to be pushing them in to either being eligible for social housing, which we know there isn't enough of, so potentially becoming homeless. So while we continue, as I said, earlier in the earlier slides, we continue to advocate absolutely for social housing, and we need it. We identified another group of women, older women, who we thought we needed to look at what we could do. And these were women over 55 years of age who actually had some assets. Those assets meant they were not eligible for social housing. They had no option other than to be living in the private rental market. They couldn't achieve home ownership because the amount of money we're talking about was somewhere between, say, 100,000, 250,000, maybe even up to 300,000. They were not in the position that they were able to access a mortgage. The banks would not give them enough mortgage so that they could get enough to get into home ownership. And they were, as I said, depleting their savings pretty rapidly for some of them in that private rental market. So we looked at what models might have been out there. The government's shared equity models weren't for them. They were really focused on younger people who had less money up front to put into the shared equity, but it was the expectation that that equity would be contributed to in the future. That was not the case. These women were at the end of their working life and not going to be earning enough money to contribute more equity to their property. So it seemed that there had to be some way that we could get the women to be able to invest that money into their housing to provide them with safe, secure, affordable, well-located housing. It just seemed criminal to me that they were depleting those savings and, yes, as I said, maybe becoming eventually eligible for social housing or homeless. So the model, the importance for us for the model was the ongoing affordability, and that affordability was the rent, but also the utility costs, that they could stay in that home for as long as they needed to, as long as they wanted to, that they weren't, as in the private rental market, thinking they might have to move from, every 12 months potentially, that the home could be adapted, that they could age in place, that it was built to God-livable standards, that the maintenance would be fairly low maintenance. And most importantly, that it was going to be removing that housing stress that so many of them that were presenting to us were saying was causing them emotional health and physical health issues. So the first option that we looked at actually was shared ownership. That was not, ended up not being a possible option for women's property initiatives because the financial modelling for us, as we would be putting in quite a bit of money towards it, required the women to be able to pay an affordable rent as well as Commonwealth rental assistance on top of that, which is what we charge for our social housing. If you have any sort of interest in a home, in a property, you're actually not eligible for Commonwealth rental assistance. So we needed to go back and look at another model. And the model that we came up for the women to be able to invest their money into this project, this pilot, was that they would lend the money to women's property initiatives. So the money that the amount that we came up with was $150,000, that the women would lend $150,000 to women's property initiatives. We would own the property, we would do the maintenance, we would pay the rates and so forth. And the women would enter into a residential tenancy lease. They would pay an affordable rent of no more than 30% of household income and plus the Commonwealth rental assistance. So the equity that went into the properties was, yes, the money that the women provided through their loan, the wonderful philanthropic, for this pilot, philanthropic contributions that we received, and also a small amount of debt that WPI had to take out. It was really important for us that the property was well located. We ended up buying some land in Beaconsfield. It's close to public transport, shops, medical facilities, as required for any housing that we provide. That's really important, that location. The brief that we gave the architects to provide was that we wanted them to be 2 bedrooms so that there was some flexibility there for the older women to have grandchildren stay over, or a carer that might need to stay over. That they did have to be built to gold livable standards, and they did have to be beautiful and wonderful. And at this stage, I hand over to Mel Bright from Studio Bright, who will continue to tell you about that. These people on this slide are the wonderful contributors to women's property initiatives, not just for our older women's housing project, but for all of our projects. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone. So I'm going to talk about the Women's Property Initiative's Older Women's Housing Project in Beaconsfield that Jeanette's just introduced to you. It's a very humble architectural project, but one that we hope will have big ambitions beyond this site. I suppose I first wanted to put it in the context of my practice, Studio Bright. This is the first affordable housing project that we've completed, and so I thought it would be nice to just give you a little bit of background first. I've really spent the last 15 years primarily designing private houses in inner city Melbourne, and while they are highly considered houses and the family unit is still the most dominant housing type, we were aware that the fastest growing household type is single women, as Jeanette's talked to you about. And we were really keen to apply our design thinking to this important issue. And just because our work has previously been for primarily higher end housing, we think many of the fundamental design principles in our work remain the same. and that it's even more important that they are applied at a community and affordable housing level. The women going into these properties and these kinds of projects deserve our best designed thinking and efforts. So before I talk about the project at Beaconsfield, I thought I would talk about some of our design principles and what they are for us. Context responsive. All of our work is context responsive, and we believe that architecture is richer for the layers and history of a place. Our work is sensitive to context and heritage, but never apologetic. Opportunities for community connection. We look for these and try to think about ways that our projects might give something back and connect, I keep forgetting to switch the slide, and connect with the broader community. We think about our houses as houses with civic ambitions. Landscape is hugely important to us and to the success, I think, of a project. Gardens and connection to nature are so essential to our well-being. We don't see landscape as an afterthought, but as important as the architecture itself, and often doesn't require as much space as you might think. Light and air, such a fundamental and I suppose obvious design criteria, but easily forgotten when we spend so much time talking in terms of real estate and statistics, square meterage and number of rooms. We would always choose a smaller space with better light quality and generous outlook over expansive spaces. Design quality and thinking about material and texture and durability. So I think so important in affordable housing. We use materials that are built to last in terms of maintenance and ongoing affordability, and it doesn't have to be expensive. Small things can make a big difference. Seats and edges, so important in our work. Sustainability, another obvious one, I suppose, but also important in the context of affordable housing, as solar-powered homes support ongoing affordability and running costs. Flexibility and adaptability. I dug this old project out from 2009 when I was obsessed with granny flats in front yards as a way to activate our streets and make useful a suburban space that was so often just used for decorative gardens. We considered issues around ageing in place and thought about multi-generational design. Importantly, we thought about how the space could be designed to be loose fit and to change over time. Empathy and kindness. We try to design with empathy and kindness always and see homes as our refuge. They should support us in life and they should allow us to feel safe and secure. Orientation, simple things. There's no excuse for a building that doesn't respond to orientation. Catch the sun, provide shade, feel the breeze, warm your bones. Always thinking about the next generation of women, and I'll take any excuse to put a picture in of my girls when they were cute and little. So now back to the project in Beaconsfield. I have some stats in here as well. I think Jeanette's already talked about older women as the fastest growing cohort of people experiencing homelessness, and I know Sophie's going to talk about some really important research that she's been doing. So I won't go into it too much, but obvious things: persistent wage gaps, unpaid caregiving, domestic violence, underpayment in female-dominated industries, gender and age discrimination in the workplace, and inequity of superannuation. This is an ongoing issue and it's only been exacerbated by the effects of the pandemic. So to the project. It's located in Bunurong country and we acknowledge the Bunurong people as the traditional owners of this land. In Beaconsfield, you can see its location in relationship to Melbourne. And while it is a long way out, the site was selected for its affordability and its connection and access to services and amenity, with a train station nearby and activity centres within walking distance. The brief was, as Jeanette said, for 2-bedroom houses, 4 of them single storey on a suburban-sized site, each with their own car space, and they've been designed to NDIS improved livability standards and in line with Gold Livable Housing Guidelines. The key drivers for the project are more about the life impacts for these women than the architecture: secure, affordable, stable housing that provides a safe haven and encourages growth and independence. And so this is the site context: largely low-density suburban houses. And here's our site, a typical suburban size block. So just a few little diagrams on the site context and our approach. With north off to the side, the built form is offset from the boundary to ensure more affordable construction, and so that the design of the units is more easily adaptable to other sites and orientations. We've aligned the built form with the adjacent houses on the street, and we're keen to ensure the frontage was not dominated by cars. The car access is aligned down the south of the site, and by doing this we were able to wrap open space around the northeast, giving solar access to private open space and all of the units' living spaces. The units are designed, we tried to think of the units as a repeatable module that can share some party walls. One of the key considerations was where to locate the necessary car parks and entries and access to the units. We wanted to provide opportunity for neighbourly connections and thought that if we located some of the car parks together, they could be more flexible and useful than just for cars. The car spaces create an opportunity for small shared courtyard spaces with the unit entries nearby. Small seats, paving and planting elevate the nature of these spaces and turn a car space into a potential covered veranda, essentially doubling the amount of open space for each unit. The shared access areas also provide some increased security. Small pop-up elements to each unit provide an opportunity to catch some sunlight into the living spaces and also to break up the large combined single-storey volume. Solar panels, oh there you can see the sun coming in. Solar panels and water tanks ensure ongoing affordability and sustainability. There's the water tanks. And we see the front yard as another shared communal space that provides opportunity to connect with other residents and the larger community. Small things make a difference, and a seat is provided on the street as a spot to stop and wait for a lift. Here's that seat in the shared front yard garden. We've provided raised planter beds for each dwelling. We hope this space will provide not only some herbs and veggies, but also a sense of community and connection to the street. The raised beds being easy for the older ladies' access. And while only one of the units addresses the front, we like how the roof form identifies each unit and breaks down the singular mass. The scale sitting well in the neighbourhood. We've invested quality in the details while still being affordable. Bricks but no steel lintels, standard window sizes, eaves gutters, timber cladding at high levels, and a simple roof pitch. Here's that was that northeast elevation, and you can see how it translates into the roof form internally, into generous interior spaces that have a view of the sky. And the site plan. You can see here the arrangement of the 4 units on the site, essentially a repeated L-shaped design that mirrors. Zooming in, you can see the layout. So that's 2 of the units there, flipped with them sort of mirrored down the middle. We've located the second bedroom adjacent to the living spaces with an operable wall to provide more flexibility in its use. It can be used as a study for a guest, a grandchild, even a carer, but also as an expanded living space. You can also see here the car park space as we imagine it becoming an outdoor covered space. While it was important for each unit to have privacy and clear ownership divisions, we hope that these spaces can engender neighbourly connections and the opportunity for incidental interactions. We also liked that there's a sense of security and support in the view of each other's front doors. We have photographed the project the day after planting, so we'll look forward to returning one day to see the wisteria as prolific as we imagine it. And here you can see that car park space in both modes. Internally, you can see that internal space with the high pop-up volume, catching the sunlight, with the second bedroom through the operable wall. And there you can see it opened up in the mode of expanded living space. Here's one of the small courtyard gardens, and while small, each unit has its own shed and a specially selected fruit tree with a spot to sit in the sun. Beyond this site, we have designed the units to be able to adapt to other sites and adjust their orientation. You can see here that the pop-up can be rotated to ensure sunlight can be brought into living spaces no matter what the site condition, facing to the front or the side as needed. This is an early render we did of the project, and in many ways one of the huge successes of this project is that with limited involvement from us on site and a targeted documentation package, it looks a lot like what we hoped. We're pleased that the design is durable enough to stand up to a typical outer suburban home builder. Poor Rob the builder, I think he was happy to see the back of us. We hope this durability is something that talks to the potential for scalability and hopefully expands the opportunity this project has to make a difference to older women's lives. Lastly, while our role in some ways was totally limited, in others it was expanded beyond the role of the architect. We became the advocate for the project. In doing so, we have lent on favours from consultants and suppliers to ensure design and material quality is embedded in the project, sometimes even doing a few things ourselves. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mel, and what a beautiful project. You should be congratulated, you and your team. So today, or this evening I should say, I'm going to talk about how Scored Projects addresses secure housing for women in 3 ways, and that's through the research that we do, the advocacy that we pursue, and the built work or the practice. So 2 weeks ago, we launched a design guide for older women's housing. It's a research project that Scored Projects have done in conjunction with XYX Lab at Monash University, and it was partially funded by the Lord Mayor Charitable Foundation. We've produced the design guide, which is an open resource downloadable from our website and also XYX. And there's an accompanying report that talks about the context of why this research was needed and the design of our post-occupancy evaluation. We wanted to look at different housing types and older women living within those and how they played out, or how their needs played out, or were met or were not met in some cases. We looked at townhouses, tiny houses, rooming houses, apartment buildings. Sadly, we couldn't get women over 45 in family houses or the refuges. So the research took part in over 3 stages. First, we identified the projects and interviewed the community housing providers about them. We designed our post-occupancy evaluation instrument and collected all the architectural documentation for review. We also did an extensive literature review which identified the need for this research into design. There's lots of research out there about the need, but not much research about the design outcomes. And secondly, we interviewed women over 45 in their homes. We'd also designed an exercise with prompt cards that they took photographs of different elements that we wanted them to consider for a longer period of time than the hour interview. And we did our evaluation of the interviews and those photographs. And finally, our draft report and design guide was presented to an expert panel of people in our sector, the community housing sector, also in the health sector, and we've now finished the final design guide and report. There's 9 chapters in the report. They look at particular spaces and places, so urban location, outdoor space, different rooms within the house. One of the interesting parts of the research that came out from the research, I should say, speaking to women, was this request for additional space. So single women will be offered just a 1-bedroom social housing property. But we did find that women over 45 are incredibly active. 45% were studying to improve their employment opportunities. They also babysat grandchildren, were makers. So this sort of half space or a half bedroom would have really improved their well-being in their housing. So we have an introduction to each chapter. We talk about our objectives for that space. We have these beautiful drawings done by my co-author Sam Donnelly, who's a UTS PhD candidate, and we identify the elements that need to be carefully considered within these spaces. We then talk about actions, which are really positive things to include and things to avoid, and then finally we talk about how this space can play out in the different typologies that we began with. Last week we finished a week-long program at M-Pavilion called Making Home. Myself, my collaborator Sam Donnelly again, and also Tanya Davich. And for the week we had an installation up. So we'd collected all these wonderful quotes, lived experience quotes from the women that we'd interviewed for the design guide, and we wanted to get that voice out there like we're doing here today. So we had this beautiful installation of all these quotes of women talking about different elements of their housing. And accompanying, that's one of our participants, and accompanying the installation we had a week of events. We were fortunate enough to have Dr. Kay Patterson speak, who's the Age Discrimination Commissioner at one of them. We had academics, lived experience, voices, the community housing sector. And the third research project that, again, Scored Projects did with XYX Lab at Monash University was our competition entry for the NGV Sculpture Garden. It was a predecessor to the Making Home Week. So again, we wanted to illustrate the voices of lived experience. So we designed a series of tents that would occupy the field of the Sculpture Garden at the NGV. They were able to be lit at night. They had audio recordings in them and stories of lived experience printed on them. There was 3 sizes. There was a small one for a single occupant to contemplate the large issues that we're grappling with here this evening, a mid-size one for a couple to occupy, and a larger tent for a group to occupy. There's a great deal of crossover between research and advocacy. But the first advocacy project I'll present is the first time that we collaborated with XYX Lab and Monash University when we designed a day-long symposium for Melbourne Design Week back in 2019 called Women, Design and Housing. The day consisted of 3 panels. The first one looked at women and social housing. The second one looked at women in transitional and refuges and domestic violence issues. And then the third one sort of expanded beyond the idea of housing and also looked at research and, landscape and indigenous housing for women. Another opportunity to get the word out we took up was actually presenting here at Melbourne University at the Transformations Equity Symposium a couple of years ago. That's my collaborator Sam Donnelly there laughing, and we were asked to both present the work that we do in this space. And I think another part of advocacy for us is our pro bono contributions to our partners such as WPI. Unfortunately, there's not enough funding in the space, so a pro bono contribution is critical for these organisations to understand the viability of their projects prior to them investing anything financial, which they just don't have enough of. So one that we're currently looking at with WPI, and one that we worked on a number of years ago that didn't proceed with WPI in Croydon. And to practice the built work. We've been lucky enough to collaborate with WPI for nearly a decade, and this was our first project that was completed in 2016. It's 5 townhouses, 5 one-bedroom and 2 two-bedroom. And as I said, completed in 2016 and located in Coburg. When we work with community housing providers, we often know who the cohort of people are, as in when we work with WPI, we know that they will be female-headed households that we're designing for, but we never know who the occupants will be, because you never know who will be on the waiting list at the time a project's finished. So it's speculative housing in a way. So what we try and do is build in flexibility and multiplicity into all of our projects. And one gesture at the Coburg townhouses was the access way to get into your courtyard before entering your townhouse was a shared space. So it was designed in a way that you could sit on your own, you could sit with your neighbour. There was productive planting to encourage an on-site community, bike parking, and really good lighting for the evenings. This is a photo taken by one of the residents, and it talks about how she's personalised or customised that east-facing courtyard that you arrive in. Personalisation was a strong topic too in the research that we found for our design guide, that women really would like to personalise these homes that they're offered and move into. And some diagrams there of how we were envisaging different occupation of this space. And on the first floor there's a west-facing terrace that we envisaged more as a service space or a place to hang your clothes outside of your living footprint indoors or that east-facing courtyard. And again, the same tenet of how she's decided to use that space, so more as a place for her plants and a place to sit in the morning. So as I said, it was completed in 2016, so similar to Mel's photos, these were taken immediately after construction. It's located on the Upfield train line and bike path, so it was critical to our thinking to security for the women and also acoustic separation from that bike path. And again, Jeanette touched on social housing for women, well, all social housing tenants, I should say too, not to be stigmatised. So it was important that this building sat very comfortably in its context. We work with reasonably tight budgets for social housing because you do want the very few dollars that are out there to go as far as possible. And we think about costs three-way: cost to build, cost to maintain for the organisations, and also the cost for the residents to operate or run their homes. But we look for moments of luxury too where we can, and particularly where they can give a real bang for their buck. So on the right is the master bedroom with a cathedral ceiling, and on the left the cathedral ceilings again over the staircase, moving up to a nighttime purging window. The front townhouse here and its front garden, newly planted, and another moment of luxury, or several I guess coming together. The yellow soffit for a bit of joy, a built-in seat which is also storage for your garden, and the service cupboard. Passive design principles are critical to include, so we do that across the board, and this reduces the running costs for future tenants as well. The second project we completed with WPI is family housing in Pakenham, 6 of them, and the tenants moved in during the first year of the pandemic. They're much larger than the townhouses. They're 3 bedrooms for the 2-storey ones and 2 bedrooms for the single-storey projects. And we are the architects and landscape architects, and we often get the opportunity to integrate these 2 disciplines. So an early render here thinking about how they were going to play out on site. And again, passive design principles being important to the reducing the operating costs, and additional ones here we introduced were photovoltaic panels onto the roof, pelmets over windows and the ceiling fans. And the final project is, I guess, looking at women at the other end of the spectrum that we've mainly been talking about tonight, and this project is for very young mums in Shepparton. It's 3 two-bedroom properties with a central car parking zone and a really great racing track for bikes and scooters. So this project is, we've just received town planning, and we're working on progressing that with WPI and their partners. But the big gesture here too is north-facing outdoor spaces for the residents, but also centrally a north-facing play space for the kids. And if the mums don't have cars, or if they do, they can remove the cars, and those 3 car bays can be an extension to the play space. Thank you.
Rosemount Court's a dwelling of 44 high-quality social townhouses in Rosemount, Dundrum. So there was 84 apartments there, split into 3 5-storey apartment blocks on the site. They'd been there for a long time, and people no longer wanted to live in the apartments. So as the apartments emptied, kind of this spread antisocial behaviour, and then as more antisocial behaviour happened on the sites and in the apartments, then people wanted transfer. So eventually they were untenable by the council, which meant that there was a decision needed as to what we were going to do with the apartments, demolish them or refurbish them. There was a need in Rosemount to create more of a family dwelling.
So the first move was to, I suppose, repair the edges or the boundaries. And then to form the houses there centrally into 2 outward-looking blocks, separated by the green, but then contained the streets and provided edges. The leftover space, the intent was to make those kind of spaces where the families can kind of inhabit and just make the community. In terms of architects, we just, I suppose, provide the space. We provide those opportunities and encourage it. But also the car in that environment is really played down in the hierarchy of where it sits normally in an estate. It's not, in every instance, outside your front door. You have to park the car at the edge and you walk to your front door. Therefore, you're mixing with people, a lot more opportunities. On the access to the apartment block, there was an existing ESB substation which couldn't be moved. So it meant that the elevation along their western boundary was broken. So that was an opportunity, and a Dutch gable type elevation was introduced there. The change in aesthetic just kind of lifts it a little bit more and makes it a bit more unique. I suppose they're the setbacks of the building let light into areas which you wouldn't expect, and then there was the brick detailing just to play up the shadowing of the light as it moved around, just to animate the elevation a little bit. When you're looking to get a scheme like Rosemount, then it's all encompassing. You want to put your heart and soul into it and do the best you can for the end user. It becomes your baby, and you want to nurture that and look after that. Every place has to have its own individuality, its own identity. So when you're from a place, you know it's my place. It has its own kind of, I suppose, heart. So when you say you're from Rosemount Court, you know you're from Rosemount Court, and when you're in Rosemount Court, you know you're in Rosemount Court. You don't have to look for a street sign if you're not from the area.
People moving in and, you know, enjoying the area, I think it's very satisfying. You want the people in there to feel as though they're living in a home, that they've not just been given a social house to live in, that they're actually going to accept it as their own.
Parliament House in Ouagadougou, the capital city of Burkina Faso, is a big and a very important project. In 2014, there was a revolt which led to kick out the president who wanted to change the constitution and make himself president for life. So during this revolt, people burned down the existing Parliament House. So I was lucky to be called to join a group of thinkers and activists, artists, musicians, to think about how to build a new one that responds to the need of Burkina Faso and his people. So I started to think, what can it be today to build a Parliament House for Ouagadougou, for people that now has access to information and want more. We designed first a huge structure, which is a pyramid. I wanted to create a transparent building. If a parliament building is transparent and open, if people can go on top of it at any time, during the day, during night, symbolically, it is transparent, it is open. Another idea was to combine in this pyramid field where you could do agriculture, because Burkina's economy is based mainly on agriculture. So I wanted to create this public space with everything. We have a garden around it, and then we have the pyramid which is elevated. We have a cornfield on the top. So it is more than just a simple parliament building.
Having a great outdoor space at the centre of the neighbourhood.
Great location, great scenery.
Being somewhere where people feel a sense of belonging and community.
Good local amenities.
Lots of people on the streets, lots of things happening.
Great community of people who communicate with each other.
Green spaces, places for kids to play.
Parks, amenities, you know, shops, butchers, greengrocers.
A fully stocked corner shop is very handy.
Places that welcome different age groups.
Everything is really close to you. When you come out of your front door, you have restaurants, shops.
Arts and culture, for me personally, is the main thing.
Places where you can hang out, where you don't have to spend money.
Lovely streets is a big part of it. It's really green, lots of trees.
Different tenures and people living there, and different uses along the streets.
Cafes and shops, always really nice to have a bit of animation in the street.
A lot more youth clubs would be good, because I go to one as well. And everyone there is just like really nice, everyone gets going.
A place of participation where people are enabled to
meet each other, to form a community.
Anything that allows sort of civic participation, I think, is always a good thing.
I think it just needs to be adaptable to lots of different types of people.
Communal areas such as a community centre or community garden areas that can get all the neighbours together to actually get to know each other.
Cohesive community like that has local businesses, local knowledge.
The more people there are, more mutual respect, it just makes the neighbourhood a happier place.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to you wherever you're joining us from. My name is George Kafka, and I'm one of the curators of Housing in the People, this second open house worldwide festival, which is just getting underway. For the next hour, we're going to explore some modern marvels. These are mid-20th century housing projects in quite different contexts from each other, and which operate at quite different scales, but both of which propose something quite radical for their residents when they were built. So first we have the Diablice estate in northern Prague. This is a mega housing estate of prefabricated blocks designed and built over 20 years from the 1960s to the 1980s to house nearly 30,000 residents. As well as housing, the estate featured public artworks, communal facilities such as schools, kindergartens, playgrounds, club rooms, and even an open swimming area. That's going to be presented by the team from Open House Prague, who are with architect Andrzej Tuček. After that, we head to Colombo and the Senanayaka flats, which were designed by the visionary architect Minette de Silva in 1957. De Silva was one of the most famous women architects in the world during her time, and the Senanayaka flats exemplify her particular blend of high modernism and contextually sensitive design details. And we're very pleased to have a tour from curator Shayari de Silva, who also met up with one of the residents of the block. After these two tours, we'll come together again for a short Q&A session. So please send your questions and comments in the chat on YouTube. We'll be looking out for them, and our speakers will be ready to hear from you. So that's all from me for now. Let's head to a very cold rooftop in Prague. Over to you.
So, welcome to Prague. My name is Michaela Pankova, and I'm part of the Open House Prague team that is hosting the annual festival in May. It's coming, guys. You have to come too. We are now entering to the third hour of the tours, live stream mainly, exploring extraordinary housing around the globe. And I'm so thrilled I can start with our presentation that we have together with the city of Colombo in Sri Lanka. I think that both visions, what do they have in common? Both projects is that they were very modern, and as George said, really very innovative at the time of the creation. So now, as you can see, we are standing on the top of the high building. It's actually a panel building that belongs to the housing estate called Diablice. It is situated in the northern of Prague, and it originally housed around 25,000-30,000 residents. The estate is actually considered to be one of the most beautiful and also most well done housing estates in the Czech Republic. Many top-class architects were involved in its creation, and the name of the main architect who overseen the project between 1967 and 1982 was Viktor Tuček. The live stream we have will be guided here by the architect Andrzej Tuček, who happens to be the son or grandson of the original architect. And I will try to moderate the tour. We have to switch the AirPods for a moment, so be patient with us. And we will talk about the not only history and the quality of the projects, but also the current living conditions and its future development. So, Andre, let's try. Prava.
Thank you for the word. I hope you can hear me. So what we can see here from the roof formerly was the agricultural land, the field on the northern boundary of the capital of Czechoslovakia. Its development was intended in the mid-war period, but finally it happened in the 60s and 70s. The design and the urban plan of the housing estate was based on the architecture and urban competition in the 1963 and was very quickly built according to overall master plan from the competition, and it's based on the idea of the town in the park, houses in the park. So we can see the solitaire freestanding residential buildings surrounded by the mass of greenery and the public areas, which is the big value of this part of town.
I hope you are hearing me too. I just wanted to ask quickly, Andre, about what makes this Jablitze project so unique, or rather what distinguishes from the other Czech housing estates.
So, in the beginning, the Jablitze housing estate was intended as a model example how these kind of bigger or large urban plans should be done, and it was the second generation of the Czechoslovakian housing prefabricated housing estates, and the architects and urban planners they took into consideration not only the quantity of the flats and of the people living here, but also the quality of not only the building itself, but the quality of the overall spaces here, public spaces, parks, and also the housing estate was equipped with public buildings and public services. We can see the school right here in front of us, but it was not only schools, but as well the shopping centers and health care buildings and so on. The high value of the Jablitze housing estate is the traffic, because all cars circulate on the outer perimeter and do not cross the interior of the housing estate, so the middle stay untouched with the traffic, and it's created as a big city park and public space. Also, the buildings are quite unique and make some landmark, as we can see just in front of us. These residential buildings has a higher ground floor with no flats. There are some public services and also big openings, so pedestrians can cross the buildings. And the roofs of the buildings, which we are standing now, they have cantilevered slabs, which make some architecture ending on the roof, and the buildings are also decorated with small red squares, and a lot of them are also equipped with with the art pieces, because art was the very important part of the whole architecture.
Perfect, I'm back. Because I myself am a resident of nearest city quarter, and I went here to my kindergarten and school, so I know there are a lot of artistic pieces here in Diablice. Can you confirm that, Andrei, or what do you think about the quality of the artistic production here?
So as I mentioned, the art was the important part of the whole concept from the beginning, and each building has its own artistic pieces, mainly located in the entrance areas in the ground floor. Each building has its own author. So here we have a collection of lots of pieces from different kinds, from different materials in the interiors of the residential buildings, but as well art was used in the interiors of the public buildings, also on the facades of the public buildings. Ceramic tiles were designed very carefully by artists, and lots of freestanding pieces of art are placed in the public space, in the parks, in the squares. The quality of the art varies. There are beautiful pieces which are very popular and famous here, and some of them not, and some of them were destroyed during the years. So people didn't take the quality. So you know, there's important the political situation, because the housing estate was created during the socialistic era after the Velvet Revolution. It somehow was connected with the previous political system. So people didn't want maybe to retain the art pieces because it was connected with the political situation before. But now we are 30 years later, so I think that we are very glad that we have this art here.
So we are now approaching the final part of our presentation. I would like to ask Andrei, because he himself is living in Diablice for a long time, and what is the quality of living of the inhabitants here, and what do you consider to be the future of the estate?
I think that Diablice is very cozy and a fine place to live. It took 30 or 40 years for the trees to grow, but now the initial idea of the city in the park is fulfilled, and I think this is the one of the most important things that people mention as the quality that they recognize here is the quality of the public space and the quality of the greenery here. But also, I think that the living in these huge buildings is quite fine, and the public services work very fine as well, schools and so on. Some of the public buildings, and one of them we are looking on now, they are empty and they are not work very well. And there's big discussions here between the inhabitants what to do with these relicts and how to add modern or up-to-date layer of new structures, of new buildings in this finished housing estate. And the discussions are not finished yet, but I think that as any other part of the town, central parts of town, these new housing estates need some refreshment as well. The buildings are modernized and insulated. They change their colors. The public spaces need some modernization as well. And some of the buildings we might find them not useful in the future. And I think that we can think about destroying them and add a new architecture, new quality architecture in these structures of the housing estate of Davice.
So I hope you hear me too, because this is the end of our presentation. And I would like to thank Ondřej very much for this quick brief introduction of Davice, and we will have more time in the Q&As after the second video, pre-recorded video that will be from Sri Lanka. So guys, keep updated and put the questions into the chat in the YouTube, and we will gladly answer them. And we will see you downstairs. We are heading to this building downstairs where there is a very nice cafeteria. It's an independent, actually, organization who is doing it as part of the cultural community center. So we will also show you a little bit from the interior there as well, which is very nicely reconstructed. So it's not as empty as Ondřej said before. So see you guys there downstairs, and greetings from Prague.
Thank you so much, Ondřej and Michaela. Go and get warm in time for us to have the Q&A. And as Michaela said, we're looking out for your comments in the chat. Please pass on your questions to Ondřej and Michaela, any questions you might have on the estate, on its past, on its present, or on its future. But before then, we are now going to head to warmer climes. We're going to head to Colombo for a tour of the Senanayake flats with a special video presented by curator Shayari De Silva, who will also be joining us for a chat afterwards. So let's go over to Colombo now.
This incredible building that we're at, which is the Senanayake flats designed by Minette De Silva between 1954 and 1957. So it's 10 apartments made in 2 blocks, and you can see that they're really structured around these very open stairwells, which Minette speaks about the importance of really bringing light and ventilation as a way of making multi-unit houses in Colombo. And we are going to look at one of those apartments with Suren. Suren, do you want to tell us how long you've been here and maybe how you found the flat?
It's been a long time coming. I actually went to school across the street from here, and I always admired it. I've had a love of modernism and architecture for a long time. And about 4 years ago, I had an opportunity to rent an apartment apartment here, which I've subsequently now owned, and I think I've restored it in a manner that is befitting Minette's legacy to architecture in Sri Lanka. So please join me, and I'll follow you first. So, welcome home. So the first thing that you're going to notice about this apartment is its unusually high ceilings. I think high by any standards for any apartment in Sri Lanka. But you'll notice that there's a variation between the two plaster types. These beams were actually a feature of the building, but they were hidden by the architect because it was above a concealed ceiling, which Minette would presumably have done to hide the asbestos roof. But when I found it was in such a state of disrepair that I saw these beams and I decided to do away with the original ceiling. And these are the original beams that were hidden, I think, on the day of construction till 2018. So this is the living room. Those windows have been slightly modified, but they're pretty much in the same style.
And is the balcony original as well?
The balcony is original. There are no additions or extensions.
Okay.
The only major structural changes here were the removal of the false ceiling, and there was a single large restroom servicing 2 rooms, which I made into 2 restrooms servicing both rooms. So this is the living room.
It's incredibly airy and light. And do you open it up to ventilate? Because I know natural ventilation was something she had thought about.
Absolutely, I do that frequently. You'll see that there's ventilation there, and there's a door at the rear as well. It's making quite a cross breeze. And these are little things that I've gathered over the years that I think would complement this living space.
Could you give us a tour of the
Sure.
other rooms?
Follow me. There have been some changes here. Originally there was pantries and staff quarters. So what I did was I broke a few walls and created a bigger space.
So, am I right in guessing that under these beams there are walls?
Staff quarters into the apartment, and I've done the same with the master bedroom.
So this is the second bedroom?
This is the second bedroom, that has its own little balcony as well.
Oh, that is lovely.
It overlooks this grand old house in Bungalow. It's very, very green indeed. And you have the same, I hate to say it, but we have great views for the bathrooms as well.
Very important.
There's still some work going on in here. It's a never-ending project. So I would say that this is almost complete, but not quite.
I think it's very nice to see how these buildings kind of change over time.
Evolve over time, absolutely.
Opening it up is absolutely a contemporary way of living.
This is the master bedroom. It's actually about double its original size. I was mentioning the staff quarters earlier, and the original extension of the staff quarters has now been incorporated into this bedroom, giving it a much larger look than a traditional flat. One of the incredible things about Minette, I think, is how much you can do with relatively little square footage. It's a fairly modestly sized apartment. It's certainly not large by any standards. I mean, it's under 2,000 square feet, but it feels much larger. It feels very expansive.
Maybe as we look at some of the spaces, could you describe a little bit more about how you like living here? I know that there's also these very carefully positioned carports in each apartment.
That's right, correct.
Maybe even just what that ritual of kind of getting into the space, and then there's lovely light wells. What is it like with your tenants?
it was absolutely fabulous. In fact, when I first rented, the owner told me that he would sell me this apartment only over his dead body. He's not dead, and I am an owner. I think he had a change of heart, and he felt that I'd done the apartment some justice, and that he felt it belonged to me. And I'm happy to say that it's actually like a dream come true for me. And I've been very, very careful to try and keep to Minet's ethos and the whole look and feel. What can I say? Living in an old building is never the same as living in a new building. It has a charm all of its own. We don't have a generator. We don't have a gym. But what we have is real patina and a real connection with something that's architecturally significant. It's absolutely fabulous. The high ceilings really cap it all off for me. I'm lucky that I'm on the top floor because the other apartments don't have that benefit.
Do you think, I mean, also as we see Colombo increasingly getting apartments and just multi-unit housing, do you think that this kind of offers
Absolutely. I mean, this is really not only a residential oasis, just look out the window, but it's also an architectural oasis. I mean, to own or to live in or reside in just one of 10 units from, an architect long gone. And I don't think she designed many apartment buildings. Most of them were actually commercial or private residences. So I would venture to guess that this might be one, if not one of two, that she's ever done. So thank you for this opportunity to allow me to show you around.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a work in progress, as you can see. So excuse the mess. If you want some other tidbits, this is from the base mode of a bus, CTB bus, bought in a junkyard. And I thought, the high tech refrigeration contrasted with very, very old locomotion would be very cool. And behind you are panels from an old train, which I've used to embellish the wall. What things I've picked up over the years, I'm happy to say that there's not a piece of furniture here has been bought brand new, accumulated through friends, junkyard sales, auctions, word of mouth. For example, over here we have something I found on the street. It was under a tree on Renovation Road, and this must be weighing a good 50 kilos. It says gas on it, and this is an original valve marker for the gas lines that ran down Gregory's Road in the late 19th and early 20th century. It takes 3 people to move it. It did take 3 people to move it. And here it is. Luxury, I think, is what's rare, requires effort, it has meaning. So anyone can own a Rolex, but there's only one of these. And I put it to you that that's a great luxury.
I think Minette would be, looking at things from different periods in time is so important.
Yes,
I think she would really love what you've done with this.
Thank you
Not
very
that
much.
I would love it, but I guess.
Thank you very much for allowing me to show you home. But we're not done yet. Where I spend most of my time is in a room that's right here. And without realizing it, this little counter over here where I'm standing looks very much like a picture from one of Minette's old archives. And I realized that many years after I actually installed this piece, her one looks far better, of course. But it was kind of an unconscious or subconscious tip of the hat. There's a picture of her lounging on a beautiful carpet. So quite by chance, I actually so this is where I spend most of my time.
And this would have been a bedroom?
This was a bedroom, indeed. Indeed it was.
Do you know if all the units have 3-bedroom? Are they all?
There are 5 3-bedroom units and 5 2-bedroom units. But I understand that some of the tenants have modified them. So 2 bedrooms have become 3 small bedrooms and so on and so forth. So in my case, I went down from 3 bedrooms to 2.
But I think that is one of the really nice things about this set of units, how each one has been sort of made their own, which is not a freedom you always get.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we don't really have the condominium management police coming and checking on us. Managing this building obviously obviously is a challenge because it's old. So there are infrastructure challenges. Who paints what, who does what. So, but it's just like living with the neighbors.
Yeah.
Whether you had a house or an apartment. So I think Minette also had wanted to build bungalows in the sky. I read that somewhere.
Yes.
And I'd like to think that as the years have gone by, this apartment or the conservation of it has shown how space can be regenerated. So it was originally a space that looked a lot smaller, but luck by chance, we were able to make it look a lot bigger, unlike how it is today.
I think so. Maybe we could just take a look at the book, which features
Yes,
her book, her archives, really, which feature.
I mean, just there's so much has changed here. These open carports no longer exist. These are walled garages with gates in front. I mean, this is, I've never seen this feature before until I looked at this page just now. And I was thinking, before we started this, I had a quick glance at this and I couldn't figure for the life of me. And I was going to ask you, what building is this? But this is very much the space here. And these carports, I'm presuming, would have opened up into the center atrium.
Directly
just now
into
closed off. So this is absolutely stunning.
Absolutely, and she also talks about, I mean, she has in the book the various iterations that she presented to the clients, and I think she talks about the changing of the roof because she wanted a slab roof.
Right.
But I think due to finances, it became a beam and slab roof.
Right.
And I know we're going to be able to pop up to the roof in a second, but I did want to show this photograph, which shows Minette in the space, which is one of the things she often does. She really situates herself in
like
these
a
buildings.
1950s selfie.
Yeah, I guess so. It's also, I guess, a claim that, you know, this is. Should we go to the roof?
Yeah, sure. To the left. That's a great view from here.
Do you use the space? Do you know,
We do
do the
indeed.
residents?
What's interesting is that I noticed in your other pictures that the vegetation has not grown. So
Yeah.
that tree is in the picture is now absolutely enormous. So the building, I think we've had a fresh influx of new owners and tenants who seem to appreciate architecture and have with their own resources actually started mini restoration in the general vicinity and the general public areas. You notice that it's freshly painted. The boundary wall, which was quite in disrepair, has been completely restored to its original form. So change is happening slowly. It only takes one person to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
And I think that whole project has now taken a life of its own. People are taking an interest in, keeping a legacy alive. I wouldn't live anywhere else. And it's fantastic. I'm very happy.
Thank you. Thank you for the tour and for
You're
sharing your home with us. It's really, really amazing to see it.
You're most welcome.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Sherry, and welcome everyone back for a little Q&A. We're really pleased to have Sherry De Silva here with us and Andre Tuchek, who we met before, who is now safe in the warm, in a very nice looking cafe. How are we all doing? Thanks so much for those videos, guys. I wanted to begin by asking about the ideas and the influence of these projects. So they both proposed something quite interesting for the future of their cities when they were built. Both of them were kind of an argument for density, for modernity, for quality housing. Did these ideas catch on? Did they influence other buildings and developments in Colombo and in Prague, or are they kind of one-offs that are kind of resigned to history? Maybe, Chiara, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Thanks, George, for having me. It was really great to be able to show these flats because they are, as you say, quite visionary, and they, I think, definitely respond to a moment where Colombo is getting from being it's still a quite small city, but it goes from this moment of being to being more dense and just also people questioning new ways of living. And I think Minette was really able to respond to that. She did about 2 other similar scaled projects and then a housing project. But I think what's really interesting about this particular set of flats is the way she's suggesting it's almost a transition in a kind of living as opposed to this complete rupture. So she describes them as having verandas, and she uses some of these elements that I think would be familiar to people in houses here. But then she also completely reconceptualizes it. It's, you know, there's this the whole flats, they sit on these 10 carports. So she's also thinking very much about, you know, how you would access or how you would navigate the city also. Unfortunately, they don't become as, they don't really become a kind of model, I think, in terms of housing in Colombo. But I think that has a lot to do with how housing develops and how the city develops. So there is, one of the things you see architecturally in Colombo is that there is an increasing kind of rupture between buildings of the city and then the public and the architectural fields. They don't develop sort of hand in hand necessarily. So she does do, for example, a housing project in Kandy for the state, but I think that doesn't become the norm for architecture in general. And I think perhaps also we don't talk, I mean, they're not very well known flats, even in Colombo, which is kind of interesting, but I think as we're seeing some of the changes happening, maybe they will be looked at because they're, in terms of scale, a quite interesting mix between the single family house, which is still very prevalent, and then these like mega blocks, which are also increasingly, you know, coming out, sort of mushrooming all over the city.
I see. And Andre, how about in the case of Diablice, is that a kind of one-off mega development, one of its kind, or are there other similar developments of that scale on the edges of Prague?
Yeah, Diablice is the part of the belt of the new housing estate complexes. They were on the northern part. There were 4 of them. Diablice with the Bohnice and Prosek and Kobylisy, and each of them has its own unique urban structure, and they are different. They differ one from each other, and we can say that maybe from the beginning, the first housing estates were maybe more complex and more outer work than the later ones, and the last one, the Bohnice housing estate from the early 80s, maybe was a little bit changed during the realization, and the initial idea was not very fulfilled. So the result is not very or isn't so good as it is in Diablice. And then we have another housing estates in the other parts of the town, in the southern part, we have the South City, which inhabits 100,000 people. It was based on the competition ideas in the beginning, but during the planning period and the realization, it was very the result is very different from the beginning, from the initial design and ideas, and the result isn't so fine than it is in Diablice. And then on the end of the 80s, this era of big housing prefabricated developments ends, and afterwards we don't have any such huge housing estates in Prague or in Czech Republic at all. So it is very connected with the political system, with the social era here in Czech Republic, and now we don't continue these huge systems of housing.
Yeah. Actually kind of leads me quite nicely onto my next question, which I think you've both started to touch on, is how are these projects seen now? Are they seen, do we see them as exemplary, as examples of how we'd like to build? So for example, those communal facilities in Diablice seem fantastic to me, and the quality of the homes in the Synonyaka flats are fantastic. Are they seen in that way? What's the reputation of these projects in their contexts? Andre, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think that people know, are informed, or the architects and urban planners, they know Diablice very well. It is published very frequently in the press or in the books, and it is mentioned in some exhibitions and so on. So I think that the people now, after a couple of years, they return to this era and think about how can this be possible, or what is the quality of these parts of town. And I think that it's very popular in public as well, and people like to live here, and the flats here are quite expensive. So I think that that the quality is very, very well known.
And Shari, yeah, same question for you. I mean, Minette de Silva, I feel like, is having a bit of a moment of reappraisal, or like a lot of women architects of the last 150, 200 years, is her work has perhaps not been as recognized as some of her collaborators. For example, she worked with Le Corbusier, who's one of the most famous figures in architecture, but she had her own voice, her own style, which is starting to be reconsidered. How is she understood in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, alongside the apartments that you showed us?
Yeah, I think there definitely is. I mean, I think that her work is getting reconsidered also at a time where I think maybe there's just a slight resurgence in generally thinking about and talking about architecture and architecture of the last 100 years, which hasn't really been particularly a focus, I think. These flats, because they're just 10 units and there's no really sort of public space within the site itself, I think have not been so well known. But the resident we met, for example, mentioned that there has been, in the last few years, new younger residents who are very, very proud of living in this building. I think also Colombo, we are joining you from the middle of a major economic crisis, and I think what will happen with that is that building is really, and we've had a massive building boom in the last few years, and lots of really enormous projects of gigantic budgets and sort of many high-end apartments. I think that now, as that those kinds of projects come into crisis, there will be a lot of reconsideration of these sort of medium scale, smaller scale, multi-story responses to urban density. So I think I feel very hopeful about how her work might be considered now.
Yeah. And now to turn slightly to the future of the project, Andre, you spoke about the kind of ongoing discussion about the Diablitzer estate. You're in one of these communal facilities now, which is maybe being reconsidered. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the type of development you might see taking place on the estate in the next couple of years. Like, what kind of changes are being proposed?
Yes. A couple of years ago, here came a big developer which intended to destroy smaller shopping centers and build tall towers for new residents, 15 stories high. There were 3 or 4 of them, and it caused quite strong resistance of the inhabitants, of people here, and it creates some protests, and now it is stopped, and the plans are freezed for a moment, and on the city level there is a new urban master plan prepared, which should create new boundaries and new limits for new or reconstructed buildings here. And now it seems that some of new refreshment will be possible, but not in this volume that was intended before. So these smaller buildings could be raised up to 2 or 3 floors high, but not more, and should play the public role. So be intended to be used as public buildings, not the residential. But the process is not finished yet, and the plans are not clear for the moment. But there are some empty places as well, some areas that was not built up, but they were intended to be. So some areas of planned school, with artistic school, which was not realized, and some smaller lots that can be maybe used. And I think that the discussion and the future is open. So we will be maybe surprised what will happen.
Yeah, and as a resident and a relative of one of the architects of the estate, what do you think of these plans? Do you think it should be left as it is, or do you welcome these new proposals?
Yes, there is a one point of view, which is heritage or protection point of view, that people, some of them say that this housing estate should be preserved or protected and stay as it is. I think it's not the right way. And I'm sure that one of the problems of this housing estate is that we don't have any job options here. All people have to travel for their work, for their jobs somewhere else in the city center. So they only sleep here, and children attend to schools, but adults have to move away for the work. So I think that some kind of job offers should be additional quality for people here. So maybe some administration or other kind of services is missing here. So it would be fine to build some here. And as well, these secondary schools are missing here. We have only the primary schools, but not the secondary teaching level. So I think that this kind of service is missing.
I see.
So,
and Shiori, same question for the Senanayaka flats. I mean, what does the future hold for those? Obviously, with residents like Serene, they're in safe hands. He's obviously taken a lot of care for his home, but is the building itself safe from, say, demolition or other renovations which might ruin some of that character?
Legally, it is not, because in fact, Sri Lanka's laws around sort of heritage buildings are really outdated. A building has to be built before 1815. basically the law has not been updated since British colonial times
Yeah.
for it to
Wow.
be, legally required. And then between 1815 and 1915, if it's had a significant history, it could be considered of archaeological value. But just the very fact that it's archaeological value and not architectural value is quite telling. And this is actually why I think so many of Minette's buildings and so many of even that period, where there were many amazing architects, I think a lot of that work has been lost or significantly altered because there's no, and to be honest, it doesn't really look like that's likely to even come in from a sort of state perspective. But I think that's where a lot of these projects of talking about them and sharing their importance and the kind of ideas that they hold becomes really quite important, I think. And in that particular, because there's 10 units, and I think it's a very high-end building. I mean, it's in a very expensive neighborhood. I think that it is being looked after by virtue of the residents just loving the building. But I know that there are many single-family homes of hers that are even now being demolished, as we speak, because there isn't that facility to look after them. So I think I can't really speak to a certain future, but I think with the Serenaica flats there is hope.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, perhaps Housing in the People Open House Worldwide Festival will be the beginning of a campaign to protect the Serenaica flats. You heard it here first. We have time for just one more question. I wanted to ask you both, what do you think are the key lessons that architects and commissioners of housing can learn from these projects? What are the things that we should be taking forward from these visions, these modern marvels into the future of housing? Andre, I'll begin with you.
Thanks. I think that the residential role of this complex is very important, and I think the quality of the flats here is outstanding. If I compare it with the contemporary development projects which are building now, I think that they don't very often get to this level of how the flats are designed and equipped. So this is the lesson from for me, how important it is to take care of the dispositions of the plans of the flats and also of the common spaces. But I know that this scale, this huge amount of these big buildings will never happen again. But the quality can be repeated, I think.
And finally, Shiori, same question to you. What can we learn from the Serenaica flats?
I think what struck me in thinking about them in terms of Minette's own sort of visionary abilities was just how she, while it is a really radical sort of change to how people were living at the time in Colombo, I think she's quite careful to consider that. So the way she thinks about you really feel like you're in the trees when you're in those flats, which is quite amazing. And she talks about opening it up to have verandas and really thinking about the public spaces. So I think she was quite conscious of what would make them appealing to this climate, in this culture. And I think that's something we have lost quite a bit in newer housing projects. So I think there's a lot to look at, and they could be totally naturally ventilated, those apartments, just the way they've been made.
Super, a lot to learn from both. Unfortunately, I could talk to you for hours, but unfortunately that's all we have time for now. So thank you, Shiori and your collaborators in Colombo. Thank you, Andre, and all of the Open House Prague team. We're going to head to a break now before we hear from Vienna and London. Thank you so much for joining us, and see you soon.
Thank you very much.
I'm a resident here in Vindmøllebakken, and I'm also the architect. To build a community is maybe the essence of it. People have their own apartment, but they share 500 square meters. We have to all the time find agreements, how to use it, what activities to accept. And this is a negotiation that is important to participate in.
I lived in a family, and after the divorce I lived alone for 10 years. For me it was totally out of the question to live in a community like this. I wanted to have my own space, my own life in a way. But then what happened was that the architect and the investor, they had this talk about this place and also the concept called gaining by sharing. And it was like, I just understood it. I want to live there.
75 år, det var til første sving. Det er nesten ingenting. Og Asta, den gamle hesten, har enda langt til trave. Livet er en gave.
I think a lot of people who live here, they used to have a life that was much more materialistic. And now the richness in the social life has taken over. When I lived alone in my apartment, I don't get all those mirrors on myself. But here in the community, you are interacting with people. Then there's always a possibility of growth. There are so many people living close. There are so many opportunities. We need each other, and we need to connect.
De helsemessige gevinstene vi kan få med å bo tettere og dele mer, som egentlig er en praktisk løsning, men det skjer noe magisk mellom mennesker når dette foregår, så er jo da min kongstanke der at det er en normalisert måte å bo på.
Dette er jo da et bygg som består av 40 enheter. Men du kommer inn til en hovedinngang, og du kommer inn i et stort rom med lys fra taket og stor takhøyde, og det lukter tre. Og det er viktig. Det er et prosjekt som er bygd opp av trekonstruksjoner, treelementer og store tresøyler, og det tror vi er en kjempeviktig del av opplevelsen av prosjektet, for det her er bestandig. Det er noe som tåler bruk, og det er noe som utstråler liv. For det som er viktig med prosjektet er at når du går inn, så går du egentlig inn i et hjem.
Gaining by sharing er en modell for å komme fram til et bærekraftig bofellesskap. Altså det vil si at vi deler mer når vi bor sammen. Så vi bor på mindre, og vi deler større areal sammen.
Det som er viktig når vi utvikler boliger i dag, altså vi må vite hva er det som skal være ledetråden. Og der var jo den gaining by sharing-modellen hadde det, men den hadde jo ikke fasitsvar. Men den sa hele tiden noe om hva er det viktig å prioritere. Jo, det er viktig å prioritere miljø, bærekraft, sunne materialer, men det er også viktig å prioritere sosial bærekraft i forhold til inkludering, mangfold, variasjon av beboere og medvirkning i prosessen. Samtidig som det også var viktig i modellen å si det skal være gode rom, det skal være arkitektur man kan være stolt av. Altså det er jo en viktig funksjon til et hjem, det er jo noe du skal ha lyst til å vise fram. Så den modellen var jo egentlig mer en sånn samlende verdisett da.
Altså det som er utrolig, virkelig stort er at universell utforming løftes på et litt annet nivå. Som at arkitektur kan hjelpe til at man lager broer mellom forskjellige segmenter i samfunn. Og på den måten tenker jeg universell utforming er ekstremt viktig og stort.
Hvis du trenger noen, snakke med noen, du kan bare gå og naboen din og banke på døren og si hei og drikke kaffe.
Kanskje de ikke planlagte samtalene, de uformelle møtene. Alt improvisert, og det blir så mye rikere.
Det som er litt morsomt er at jeg tror akkurat det med å spise og drikke sammen er noe av det beste man kan gjøre for å forhindre ensomhet og forhindre konflikter. Det er kjempeviktig.
Det må liksom være noe som er felles. Og i denne gaining by sharing-modellen som Vindmøllebakken er bygd ut ifra, så skjer det gjennom at alle kjøper en lik andel felles areal. Og det er jo det som skaper også engasjement, sant? Fordi vi eier jo 500 kvadratmeter sammen. Alle har jo lyst til at det blir også noe som vi drar nytte av og liker å være i, sånn at det sameiet der tror jeg er et stikkord. Og at det er i det hele tatt felles areal, hvis ikke så finnes det ikke noe utgangspunkt for å møtes og dele og samskape.
Hello, everybody, and welcome from Vienna. I'm delighted to be the host of this session, and my name is Iris Kaltenecker, and I'm an architect and founder from Open House Vienna. So what's the program of the next hour? We are visiting two cities, namely London and Vienna, and we will be looking at two projects there. The setting of these projects at first glance might be quite different in regards of scale, for example. In Vienna, we are introduced to one of the biggest urban development in Europe, and in London, it's on a neighborhood scale. And also in regards of the context. So in London, it's a project which is embedded in the existing urban fabric, and it's embedded in the London center area, whereas in Vienna, it's a completely new development on the outskirts of the town. So even so, the situation is different. The goals is the same, namely to enable an inclusive and mixed neighborhood and good living conditions. So what are the approaches and the processes and the critical parameters for this to happen, for this to be grounded, and also for the next decades to come? So what can we learn from each other? What differs? What can we compare? What works well? What doesn't? And so on. So this is what we will explore in our talk with Paul Karakusevich of Karakusevich Carson Architects, and with Kurt Hochstetter, director of the International Building Exhibition in Vienna. But before we do that, two films will set the scene. First, we see a video about Aspern Seestadt, urban lakeside Aspern, and also in particular about the co-housing project. And then we go to London and we see a video about Colville Estate in the borough of Hackney. So enjoy the videos and join us for the discussion afterwards.
Seestadt. Umsteigen zu 84a, 88a, 88b. Wir sind
Im Nordosten von Wien auf einem ehemaligen Flugfeld wird seit 2013 die Seestadt Aspern gebaut. Es ist eines der größten Stadtentwicklungsgebiete Europas. In mehreren Etappen sollen Wohnraum für 25.000 Menschen und über 20.000 Arbeits- sowie Ausbildungsplätze entstehen. Ein gewaltiges Unterfangen. Einzelne Quartiere sind um einen zentralen See angeordnet und mit einer Ringstraße verbunden. Der Masterplan stammt vom schwedischen Büro Tovat Architects. Zusätzlich wurde er mit einem Freiraumkonzept von Gehl Architekten überlagert. Gemeinsam ergeben sie einen Werkzeugkoffer, der die Planung der ganzen Seestadt am Maßstab der Nachbarschaften entwickelt. Zuerst wurde die U-Bahn-Linie errichtet und so eine gute öffentliche Anbindung sichergestellt. Danach entstanden die ersten Wohngebäude. Sie sind rund um den Hannah-Arendt-Quartierspark angeordnet. Zusätzlich befinden sich hier zwei Schulen, das Quartiersmanagement, eine Bäckerei, Restaurants und vieles mehr. Eine lebendige Erdgeschosszone zeugt von einer gelungenen Stadtatmosphäre. Diese wird natürlich auch von aktiven Bewohnerinnen mitgetragen.
Wir sind die Verein Seestadt Grün und begrünen hier die Seestadt. Wir haben hier eine Pergola gebaut und wir haben ein Gießrad, eine Erfindung eigentlich, womit wir hier Flächen pflegen können, begießen können. Es ist wichtig, dass Bewohner hier mitmachen und dass sie sich identifizieren mit ihrem Wohnumfeld. Wir errichten hier diese Fläche und pflegen auch gemeinsam. Es werden hier Staudenbeete sein, mit auch Sträucher, teilweise essbare Pflanzen, Kletterpflanzen, auch Weintrauben, Trompetenblumen, Kiwi. Ja, das ist ein Experiment eigentlich.
In der Seestadt Aspern sind neue Konzepte Programm. Ein willkommener Nährboden für die internationale Bauausstellung IBA Wien. Diese geht den Fragen nach dem Wohnen von morgen nach. Sie begleitet viele Projekte im Quartier am Seebogen, das sich gerade in Fertigstellung befindet.
Wenn ich mir überlege, wie wohnen wir morgen, dann ist speziell hier in dem Gebiet in der Seestadt, am Quartier am Seebogen, ein Thema ganz im Vordergrund, das ist die Quartiersentwicklung. Wir sehen, wie sich das aufs Wohnen auswirkt. Wir haben ganz verschiedene Nutzungen auf engem Raum, können davon profitieren. Die Menschen haben einen tollen Park hier direkt vor der Nase, das ist mitten unter der U-Bahn-Trasse. Dann haben wir die Bibliothek, die Boulderbar, da hinten gibt es die Kulturgarage. Ein Jugendzentrum, all das ist sehr eng verknüpft und das Wichtige dabei ist, dass das in der Entwicklungsphase einfach schon gut abgestimmt wird. Dann kann das Wohnen einfach gut funktionieren, weil es einfach Vielfalt gibt und weil es viele Synergien gibt. Also das Spannende hier in der Seestadt finde ich, dass es immer wieder gelingt, ganz verschiedene Akteure und Akteurinnen zusammenzubringen. Das macht eine bunte Vielfalt aus. Das führt zu einer Mischung, die einfach spannend ist.
Zahlreiche Wohnbaumodelle finden in der Seestadt Platz. Neben dem geförderten Wohnbau, der Wohnbauinitiative und frei finanzierten Projekten gibt es mehrere Baugruppen sowie studentisches und betreutes Wohnen.
Man freut sich, dass es fertig ist, aber das eigentlich Interessante ist, wie entwickelt sich das? In der ersten Phase der Seestadt hat man gesehen, dass sich manche Dinge ganz anders entwickeln, als man sich vorgenommen hatte oder als man gedacht hatte. Da kommen neue Player plötzlich auf den Plan, die sind wirklich aktiv, die greifen was an und bewegen was. Und das muss man abwarten. Wichtig ist, dass man Raum bietet dafür, dass sich wirklich etwas tun kann.
Eine aktive Playerin ist sicherlich die Architektin Freya Brandl. Sie ist Mitinitiatorin des Baugruppenmodells Kollokation, das sich dem gemeinsamen Wohnen von Alt und Jung verschreibt.
Kollokation, gemeinsam urban wohnen. Da sage ich noch dazu, dass uns das Urban schon wichtig ist, weil wir sagen, wenn man älter ist, möchte man einfach leicht zu Veranstaltungen gehen können oder Kurse besuchen oder noch ein bisschen arbeiten können oder so. Ne?
Die Jüngeren können von der Erfahrung der Älteren profitieren und diese von der Vitalität der Jugend. Das Konzept adressiert ältere Menschen ab 50, Alleinerziehende und junge Leute. Aber nun von Anfang an. Wie kam es dazu, dass die Baugruppe Kollokation heute mit 41 Wohneinheiten in der Seestadt steht und von unterschiedlichsten Generationen bezogen ist?
Ich habe relativ viel Fläche verbraucht und habe gewusst, aus Nachhaltigkeitsgründen ist es nicht gut, wenn eine Person 120 Quadratmeter hat für sich und einen Garten. Und dann kam das Zweite, dass natürlich ich auch gedacht habe, ich war schon 60 plus und habe mir gedacht, wie geht denn das weiter? Soll ich da alleine leben? Noch dazu im Grünen, abseits oder weiter weg von der Stadt, wo halt viel los ist. Und wollte also unbedingt gemeinschaftlich irgendwo wohnen. und habe dann Reisen unternommen nach Skandinavien, nach Schottland, nach Holland, nach Deutschland und habe in Gemeinschaftsprojekten Probe gewohnt und wäre am liebsten dort geblieben, weil ich gefunden habe, das ist optimal. Und dann bin ich nach Wien zurück und habe mir gedacht, oh je, da gibt es gar nichts. Irgendwann habe ich mit Peter Bleier einen Verein gegründet und der heißt Kollokation. Und dieser Verein ist sozusagen der Anfang, da haben wir halt über Stammtische Leute akquiriert und gefunden, eigentlich vorwiegend Frauen, muss man sagen, weil gerade die Frauen können sich nicht vorstellen, wie das einmal ist, wenn sie älter sind und alleine leben. Sie wollen alleine leben, aber nicht ganz alleine und nicht einsam sein.
Oh, schön. Es gibt am Sonntag unten ein Frühstück, das ist im Flexraum, das ist offen fürs ganze Haus. Und hier heroben haben wir unsere Zusammenkünfte, also unsere Sitzungen halt. Und ansonsten, wer halt Lust hat, etwas zu machen, der macht was.
Ja, also ich war jetzt gerade beim See unten und bin eine Runde spazieren gegangen und habe jemanden beobachtet, der in den See eingesprungen ist. Und mit dem habe ich mir morgen um 12 Uhr ausgemacht, dass ich das auch machen werde.
Ich bin relativ spät hier eingezogen, was ja, mich erinnert an Freyers Argumentation in Bezug auf Nachhaltigkeit. Ich habe auch in einer billigen Altbauwohnung in einer größeren vorher gelebt und Freyer hat immer argumentiert, es ist schon allein dadurch nachhaltig, wenn die älteren Leute dann dort ausziehen, dass billiger Wohnraum für junge Familien und so geschaffen wird.
Aktuell sind ca. 30% der Seestadt fertiggestellt. Viele neue spannende Projekte stehen kurz vor der Realisierung. Bis in die 2030er Jahre wird die Seestadt noch weiter wachsen.
95a, 99a, 99b, S-Bahn, Regionalzüge, Ausstieg links.
Hello everyone, and thank you to Open House and Open City for getting us involved in this wonderful weekend of discussion on housing. My name is Paul Karakusevich, founding partner of Karakusevich Carson Architects, and I'm going to speak today about the Colville Estate in Hackney, which is a wonderful project we've been working on with the residents and Hackney Council over the past 15 years. London contains 32 boroughs. I'm going to talk a little bit about Hackney Council today. You can see outlined in the black on the plan just north of the river. One of the most populous councils in London with upwards of 300,000 residents. So here's Hackney in a little bit more detail. You'll see the large north-south spine road. And then lots of very, very generous big parks and open spaces, and many neighbourhoods of very strong, well-made Victorian streets, and also lots of 1950s, 1960s, early 1970s council estates within the whole borough. So we're working extensively with the borough. We've got 4 major projects with the council at the moment, generally long-term schemes. on big housing estate projects, some involving refurbishment, some involving refurbishment and infill, some like the Colville, which is essentially a rebuilding program, which has been very focused and shaped by the residents of the Colville estate. So here's Hoxton from the air in 1953. And the Colville estate, the 1950s element of the Colville estate is circled on the left of your screen. Here you go in plan. So the canal, the Regent Canal, is just running to the north. To the south of the Colville, we have a collection of public buildings, including the school, the leisure centre, a primary school, and little outcrops of Victorian housing. And then directly south of that, we have Shoreditch Park. Some existing photos of the old Colville, some of the 4-storey examples of the mansion blocks. Generally, outwardly, they don't look too bad. Inwardly, the residents for many decades have been complaining about cramped living conditions, damp spaces, rooms that are not really fit for modern living, kitchens and bathrooms that are too small, and then sort of a rather underwhelming public realm of haphazard car parking, doors just spilling out into these grey spaces, and fairly unused, unloved green spaces. So very early on, we started an exercise working with the local residents and the community. Lots of engagement, lots of consultation events, lots of design workshops and meetings, working through options and scenarios with the residents over the type of homes that they wanted, the heights they felt comfortable with. So lots of big drawings, lots of walking tours and study models, as you can see on the right, where we were, each month we would bring new options, exploring how the new neighbourhood could be formed. So here's one of the master plan drawings from the earlier stages, showing circa 925 homes arranged over 10 phases, and replacing the 438 existing homes. So the strategy was always to make sure there was no loss of social housing. Very clear mandate and direction from the Mayor's office in Hackney that no one should be forcibly removed from the estate, and everyone who wanted to live on the estate could be rehoused. So 438 council homes replaced, and then additionality as well within the overall mix for new shared ownership homes and key worker rental, and all sorts of other tenures, including market sale, to help pay for the reprovision of the social and affordable homes. So just a little diagram here, just showing the basic master plan strategy, showing a new frontage onto Penn Street and Poole Street, facing onto the park and into the leisure centre and into the area with the schools, and then an east-west neighbourhood route through the middle of the plan, and then north-south pedestrian-friendly, bike-friendly routes that connect the main road to the south through to the canal side walk and the northern part of the site. And between these routes and streets are individual phases of the master plan, and these could then be developed out by Hackney Council. Here's a slightly more detailed model from about 7 or 8 years ago, showing in detail phases 2, which is the low to medium rise buildings loosely arranged around the courtyard gardens, and then the taller buildings to the southwest, which are market sale, and they help fund the wider part of the project. Some studies here just showing the new emerging landscape and public realm ideas. So active play, play on the way streets, urban gardening, table tennis in the streets, and then on the right, mid-rise homes, The residents were very keen on living in close to the ground in 4, 5, 6-story buildings. Sketches here just showing how we could start to create these mini districts within the Colville neighbourhood, showing sort of townhouses, maisonettes, small apartment buildings, pedestrian and bike friendly streets, active ground floors, giving as many residents as possible a front door onto the street. And then phase 1 was built 12 years ago, and that was a replacement housing block for the first wave of residents to move into. And then phase 2, which is now partially finished. And here's a sketch of from above, showing the phase 2 in colour, mainly to the north. So working around existing constraints such as the underground drainage system and sewerage system, major gas pipes and infrastructure set up this on this plan, sort of a horizontal service street, and it was too expensive to move those pipes, so we had to work around the existing infrastructure on the site. But you can start to see the north-south routes, pedestrian-friendly routes, being created by the shaping of the buildings. Generally slightly bigger buildings facing the canal edge, slightly wharf side, canal, taking industrial clues from the warehouse district just to the north, and picking up key accents, working with a varied roof line to give the buildings character and townscape qualities that the former buildings didn't have. And then smaller streets of terraces, of maisonettes and townhouses, connecting those apartment buildings and starting to frame the streets and the public realm. Within this is also a big new community centre and a new energy centre as well. So early development sketches from numerous iterations of the project and how we conceived the various streets and sight lines through the project. This is a diagram just showing how the simple form of the courtyard could be broken down, partly to deal with parking and bike storage and the everyday facts of refuse and recycling, and then wrapping the courtyard form with family housing with up and over maisonettes and townhouses, and then notching into the top of those buildings with roof terraces to create a variety and quality along the street and create incredible rooftop amenity spaces and views for the top floor apartments and maisonettes, and then popping up slightly taller buildings on the corners to increase density and help overall viability of the project. There's a little cutaway sketch inside showing the new garden square that sits above the car parking, and then the fold over maisonettes wrap from the street edge with the front door and then fold over the car parking edge, and then have living rooms going out into patio gardens on the new landscape. And then upstairs you can see the upper maisonettes with either one very big roof terrace or two on the maisonettes on the left. You'll see two terraces, one facing out into the street, one facing into the garden square. And here's a sectional drawing that connects the two streets from the neighbourhood street on the right through to Branch Place on the left, the car parking and bike storage below, and then the buildings that fold over the edge. So you never have a exposed car parking edge. You only ever see front doors and kitchen windows and dining rooms onto the streets to give an active landscape and active public realm. And then in a little bit more detail, this is how the dwellings work in the 4-story element. So a ground floor maisonette with a wide frontage, and then that pivots to create living spaces, and an additional couple of bedrooms upstairs that then open out onto the patio garden. And then above that sits either a smaller apartment, or sometimes on the right you'll see a family-sized maisonette with the double terrace arrangement. And then This was completed, this phase was completed about 3 years ago and now fully occupied. We used a lovely brick facade, many discussions with the residents over the type of brick, the quality, the texture, the mortar color, and the expression of the windows and how they would be cut into the external elevations, the generosity of those windows as well. And because Hackney were in a way in charge of the master plan process and the detailed design of this phase, they were able to control the budget all the way through the process, which allowed us to work with the highest quality materials, be really generous in the specification and design of the individual homes, and make sure the residents were getting the finest quality of rehousing possible. So example here of one of the upper family-sized maisonettes. So living rooms spilling out into really generous patio areas, and then other patios overlooking the garden and also the wider city. So probably 3 to 4 times the size of an average new build amenity space in a new build dwelling in London. And then inside the garden on the left, the maisonettes that fold over have these lovely patio gardens, screened, protected by a little defensible garden wall and fence, so it allows the residents to put out their flower pots and deck chairs. Lots of light getting into those dwellings. And then on the left of that picture, you'll see the beginning of the communal garden space. And again, I think we used 3 different types of brick on this phase. All the front elevation, the side, and the rear elevation, the garden elevations, all using a very, very high quality brickwork and mortar, and the same generosity with the windows and the design of those elevations. And then phase 3, which we designed in collaboration with David Chipperfield's office, started nearly nine years ago. So in order to make the project possible, we had to find cross-subsidy. Hackney and the GLA, and at the time Homes England, did not have the funding to pay for the whole project. And the only way to enable the residents to get their new homes was through a degree of cross-subsidy. So the master plan was very carefully designed to allow for a certain number of private market sale homes to pay for the new build social housing. So phase 3 was designed alongside the master plan and phase 2 very, very closely. The residents were equally involved in this project as they were in the design of their own homes and their own buildings. And it's really key that through the cross subsidy and by Hackney staying in control of the process, we were able to get the maximum value out of this piece of land. We had to go through a number of iterations to develop the form and shape of these buildings. It was at a time when values in this part of London were still quite low. So the buildings have to work quite hard in order to create the cross subsidy. And normal wisdom will say that big square or rectangular buildings are more cost effective and produce the biggest value on a particular site. The difficulty here is we were constrained by so many pieces of underground infrastructure that it made putting rectangular buildings on the site quite difficult. So we went through a whole process of working with a variety of shapes, and you can see the models on the right, the various iterations we went through to try and create a figure of the buildings and an idea for the buildings that would be both work with the site, work with the constraints, create a gateway through, but also create fabulous housing as well. So in a little bit of detail, this is the eventual ground floor plan. 2 plans in detail showing how the individual apartments are nested into the hexagonal form. And then in building section, the arches on the ground floor were designed to reference the railway arches just to the east of the site from the overground, but also express the quality of the ground floors. So again, picking up on this idea of a double height entrance for these buildings as well, and create the idea of a gateway into the new Colville neighbourhood. And then in reality, the buildings were finished about 4 years ago now. So here we used two tones of brick. It's a Belgian brick in a stack bond, and there's a nice detail in the story. The two bricks are actually the same, from the same clay, and the grey brick is formed from firing the brick twice. So it all starts off as the red brick on the right, and then the grey brick is formed from a second firing in the brick kiln, which creates the two tones of the two individual buildings. And you'll see here the sort of sculptural singular form of each building, with the terraces and balconies carved into that hexagonal form, and then the ribbon windows of the bedrooms, and then the big double height sliding and opening glass frames for the living rooms that have this lovely double aspect. Examples here of the granite cobbles that run from outside. This is from Penn Street, a view over Penn Street. The granite coming in from the pavement and inside the building, and then down into the basement car parking. And then on the right, the cobbles coming into what is just before the cafe has been fitted out on the image on the right. And then examples here of some of the interiors. So you see the open plan kitchen, these great views. This is looking west towards Clerkenwell. And then in a bit of a close-up here of the terraces, and they wrap around, so you get these incredible 150, 160 degree views across the city, and great quality of light that is bounced off the brickwork and into these lovely big double aspect corner living rooms. So to finish, we'd like to share a short extract from a film we made with the residents from a couple of years ago, but we think this sums up the Colville project really well. And I'd just like to say thank you very much for watching and listening today, and very happy to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I've always lived in East London, but mostly I've lived in Hackney. I like this area. This is one of the reasons why I decided not to move out of Hackney and then come back or something like that. You know, I want to be part of the change as well, so that when I am, much older, I can say that I've been here X amount of years. I've seen the changes happening. I've been part of that change. I felt empowered to, I had a voice. And hopefully the same would be for my daughter as well. When she grows up, she can feel that, she grew up on the estate, she has that community feel as well, just as much as I have. It doesn't just bring us together within Colville Estate, it kind of brings us together outside Colville Estate as well.
So thank you very much for the interesting insights. I would like to welcome my two distinguished speakers and guests here, Paul Karakusewicz and Kurt Hofstetter. Let me quickly introduce them. Paul, you founded Karakusewicz-Carlton Architects to improve the quality and design of social and public housing and civic buildings. Over the past 20 years, the practice has designed numerous projects, many of them being awarded. Paul is a design advisor to Homes England, the Mayor of London, and the Design Council. He lectures internationally and lends his experience to audits, critics, and award panels of major initiatives and projects across the UK. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you very much.
So, Kurt Hofstetter is the director of the International Building Exhibition IBA Vienna, New Social Housing, that will have its final presentation actually this year. So come to Vienna, there will be an exhibition from June to November. Yeah, and Kurt is an urban planner and was, among other things, head of planning for the northeast region of Vienna and head of landscape planning for the whole of Vienna. In the years 2003 and 2015, he was significantly involved in the concept, planning, development, and implementation of Seestadt Aspan Urban Lakeside. And Kurt is also living in a co-housing there in Aspan. And what is even more interesting, that it was actually the first housing project built in Aspan Seestadt. So he's really one of the pioneers there. Welcome, Kurt.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you for having me.
So thanks to the audience, we have already received a lot of questions, but maybe I allow myself to ask the first question also for our international audience, because London and Vienna are both growing cities and there is quite a huge need for new homes. So both projects talk and show also in the film that this piece of a city or the neighborhood needs to be an inclusive mix in order to work. And so what inclusivity and mixity actually inscribes is the access for everybody to good housing, regardless of basically their financial income or capacity. So for our international audience, I think it would be interesting to hear what are the actual rules, legal frameworks, and also possibility to finance these mixed tenure models. Maybe both of you could just explain on the very project these frameworks or these rules. Do you want to start, Paul, maybe?
Of course, thanks, Iris. I think the local governments that we're working for in London are obviously impassioned by the need to build public housing and also maintain their existing housing stock as well as possible. I think the sector has been rather neglected for many decades previously, so there's a lot of recovery going on. Critical importance obviously is to keep the residents in place, whether it's being through refurbishment or through new build housing, obviously trying to keep the neighbourhoods together. London's clearly a very expensive city, but when residents are living in council or local government housing, their rents are controlled. And the key thing for all of our projects is to try and keep those rents as low as possible, but also then provide the best possible housing. But there is a cap on social rent and council rent that the government imposes, which is about approximately a third of the market sector rent in each district, but it's also capped as well. So that allows for, well, as many people as possible to afford to live in the city and be mixed within the wider neighbourhoods, to avoid problems of dislocation and pushing out to the edges of the city. But it's definitely not a perfect world, and obviously the councils don't have unlimited means, so it's sort of finding the right balance. Thank you.
It's also, there's a question from the audience, and maybe just to add on what you just said, because you said also in the film that there is basically the high-rise buildings generating the density and basically cross-financing the other projects. So the question from the audience is, do you see that this is not possible everywhere? So do you have a solution for this, or?
I mean, Hackney we're lucky. It's in there was a land value when that project was designed. There was an idea that would generate income for the council to be used across the wider project. Obviously, not every site has that land value. In London, in the last probably 5 years, there has been fresh funding. So that particular project had to be almost self-financing with only sort of partial funding from the mayor's office. There is now much more funding coming down to the local governments to finance their own projects at the most affordable level possible. It's not always 100% affordable, but they are aiming for that. So some of our new projects are multiple rental levels, but all within the affordable sector. But it's a very delicate balancing act between income, expenditure, rent levels, and obviously keeping the local government offices open. Obviously building homes is extremely expensive. So the money has to come from somewhere.
Thank you. Good.
Yeah, Vienna is a little different when we talk about social housing. Then, in fact, it's more social is different because you could say it's more about societal housing. You have almost 80% of the Viennese people have access to what we call social housing because the income levels are so high. But the system is exactly like Iris said, we're trying to offer it to as many people as possible. So you have a mixture of people in all the different areas of the city, and you don't have too many or too high differences of where people live and how the circumstances are. So the system for that, of course, needs some history, and we're lucky that we still have this history. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. And you, in this way, can get a lot of income from projects that have been started and financed 30 years ago, and there is still some money being paid back. So that is there's always some money you can reinvest. And of course, a lot of these developers are limited profit housing companies. So they can make a little profit, but they cannot take it out. They have to reinvest it, which is kind of a stable factor for moving forward. That's very important to understand. So societal is more the aspect, how do people work together, and how can we always proceed and create innovations in that. What you said, Paul, about this kind of financing from one part to the other, it's very interesting. We have it in a small scale as well. As soon as you are the landover of both possibilities, then you can manage to do that, and especially innovations and new ideas can be financed in this way for the first time until you know, okay, it works, and then you can bring it on the wider scale. So that's very important.
Do you want to give us maybe an example on Aspan of the different, initiatives which could be cross-financed, or for example, also co-housing is a niche product, but especially in the first phase, there was made quite a lot of land available.
Yeah, in the first phase, we had mainly subsidized housing and quite intense block of co-housing projects, because we wanted to support the fact that many things are not finished in the beginning, and people would see there is a need of this and that and something is missing. So we wanted to have co-housing projects in the beginning, because these people who are able to plan and build their own houses should also be able to find a solution if something is missing and be creative, and they would do so. This was very important in the beginning. Then, of course, it was always the plan to have market financed housing as well. So you have a mix in the whole development. This happened then in the second phase, and now we are going on with a mix of it. What we are just developing now, and what you could see in this little video, was the next part. It's called Am Seebogen. It's just being finished now, and it's also part of IBA Vienna. And this is a mixture. It's mainly subsidized, but also freely financed.
Okay, and both of you talk about mixed use habitation and how it's important that different uses are basically in close proximity to each other. So basically what you're saying, that it's crucial that the urban plan also works with the housing in a way. And so it's important to understand the processes of the people who are going to move there, the people who are already there, because when there are huge new buildings are coming up in the neighborhood. I mean, there needs to be process for people to understand the value, and then also the site itself is very important to understand to create the identity. And this is also then a question here from the audience. How do you achieve a sense of place, basically, in these large scale developments? And they say, in other words, how do you stop them feeling too sterile? I mean, I think it's probably a question of time as well. But for all these projects, what were crucial moments and revelations also for you? What makes things work or maybe not work? Maybe you can say some words on that. Paul, do you want to start?
Okay, I can start. I think it's the mix aspect is really, really important. I think a lot of the housing estates we're working on, they do provide fabulous housing. Some obviously need some love and investment and refurbishment, and some obviously need some rebuilding. But I think we realized quite early on that a mix of use within the new neighborhoods was really vital to provide local employment, active ground floors, a variety of building types, and to avoid the sort of sterility of just a high density suburb. So we really wanted to avoid that monoculture of pure residential. So in all of the new projects now, our clients and ourselves are really working out how we can incorporate a real range of ground floor uses, and even, you know, not just ground floor, you know, buildings within the neighborhood that offer different uses. And I think 15 years ago, it was very difficult to do that from a financial viability perspective. That's got a little bit easier, but I think we're all realizing that the city needs a real mix, and that's what we're trying to incorporate now in all of the new projects. So,
what is actually the mix in Colville Estate?
It's I mean, probably 95% residential. There's obviously some community space. We replaced all of the shops. The little estate shops have been rebuilt and re-provided, and the existing businesses have been moved. And there's a new sort of community-focused cafe that's just been moved in. But it sits within a much wider neighborhood of leisure, 2 schools, and mixed-use buildings within, you know, a couple of 100 meters. So it is part of a wider neighborhood. It's not just its own place.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. This is different in Aspen in a way, because it's.
Yeah, in Aspen we had about, in the first phase it was about 90% residential, so it was quite a lot. Then in the second part it was less than half, and in the third part now we have about 75 to 80%, if it's just the buildings and if you don't count the schools and things like that. I think the most important things are offering space, and more of that, even offering possibilities. And this has to do with car traffic. This is the crucial part. If you can reduce car traffic, if you can reduce parking in the open space, then you have the possibilities to create possibilities. You don't have to define everything in the beginning, because people will then articulate what they need. But if there's no space, you cannot do anything. And also, if you can manage to bring the like parking, if you don't go out of your flat, go down to with the lift in the garage and leave the house. If you have to go out to get to your car, what we're doing here, then you meet people on the streets, then you pass the shops, then you might take the bus because it's closer even than your car. And this is the key aspect for creating some kind of neighborhood, some kind of slowing down in the public space and creating space for new ideas, for something else that can happen. So it sounds simple. On the other hand, it's very difficult. We had a lot of fighting in the first year when we offered space that we said, oh, that's a space for you. You can decide what you want to do there. And people decided, they put their cars on. So all the pavements were just filled with cars. And it was unbelievable. We just had 3 centimeters of pavement just to make it easy for everybody to walk there. And it was just taken by cars. So 1 year of fighting. And to make clear, this was not the idea of create what you need. So please use the garage, it's empty. And then we have the chance to do something else. So this process also has to take part, but it's worth it. And yeah, then it's a process of understanding each other and understanding how the city can work.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting to talk about the framework and its, let's say, gaps or possibilities, also adjustments and so on. So I have another question from the audience, which I bring in here. The question is, speaking of scale, how are the decision made about the mix of low-rise and higher-rise buildings in each phase? I mean, in Aspan, I think maybe it's...
Well, if you see the first master plan, there is almost no high-rise building, or just very few in some special corners. And it developed very quickly afterwards, also done by the master planner, but with some discussion that it would make sense to have more high-rise building, to even have more density because of the use of public transport. So we have the underground. Underground was there before the first house was finished, which was very unique, but it made it possible to reduce the car traffic because nobody could say, I need the car. There was always the underground there already. And to make even better use of that, it makes sense to increase the density a little. And that led to these discussions.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left. So I would like to ask the last question. Going back to the idea, to the theme today of the core of people and housing, and talking about housing again. So it's a very personal question probably, but you know, we are facing climate change, maybe food production is going to be changing. What do we do with water resources and migration? So what do you think will be the answer really of housing? Will it change? Will it stay same in an architectural way? How are we going, actually what Eva is asking, how are we going to live together tomorrow, or let's say in 20 or in 50 years? So I would be really interested how you see a positive future scenario.
Kurt, do you want to go first?
No, you're fine.
I think from a personal, I think density and density within the neighborhood is a really, really interesting one. I think creating a critical mass, creating local facilities, creating housing that lasts for hundreds of years is probably the most sustainable form of new buildings. And I think solidity and generosity and delight, I think, are key for me in the design and making of new housing. And I think obviously in a post-COVID climate, I think there is an ambition from all of our clients and also from our residents to make everything just a little bit bigger, be more generous, more, you know, bigger bedrooms, more storage space, bigger living rooms, flexibility within the plan so you can work from home, kids can do their schoolwork, more open space, more terraces, and that is now starting to feed into the next wave of projects already.
But
Thank you.
Do you think it will, in 50 years, we will live completely different, like cluster housing, or, you know?
I think there's opportunities for all types of, from the nuclear family to all types of different co-housing and co-living. But I think it's just, for me, it's all about the quality of the design and the quality of the making of the new homes is really fundamental. But it is exciting that there are a range of opportunities now that maybe weren't 25 years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. 1 minute.
Yeah, I think there is no really picture how we will live, but we should allow more possibilities how people would like to live and make it possible so that they can do what they're aiming for, because there's so much creativity in it. And what Paul said, the flexibility, we could see it in Corona now, where people are suddenly bound to the just small flats, and they have to do something and have to be flexible. So that's a big challenge, and I really inviting everybody to come to Vienna to see the International Building Exhibition from June to November. There is a lot of examples to really look at that as well.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have to stop this interesting discussion. Thanks a lot to my speakers. Thanks a lot for the questions from the audience, and enjoy the rest of the festival. Goodbye from London and Vienna.
Bye-bye. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Having a great outdoor space at the centre of the neighbourhood.
Great location, great scenery.
Being somewhere where people feel a sense of belonging and community.
Good local amenities.
Lots of people on the streets, lots of things happening.
Great community of people who communicate with each other.
Green spaces, places for kids to play.
Parks, amenities, you know, shops, butchers, greengrocers.
A fully stocked corner shop is very handy.
Places that welcome different age groups.
Everything's really close to you. When you come out of your front door, you have restaurants, shops.
Arts and culture, for me personally, is the main thing.
Places where you can hang out, where you don't have to spend money.
Lovely streets is a big part of it. It's really green, lots of trees.
Different tenures and people living there, and different uses along the streets.
Cafes and shops, always really nice to have a bit of animation in the street.
A lot more youth clubs would be good, because I go to one as well. And everyone there is just like really nice, everyone gets going.
A place of participation where people are enabled to meet each other and to form a community.
Anything that allows sort of civic participation, I think, is always a good thing.
I think it just needs to be adaptable to lots of different types of people.
Communal areas such as a community centre or community garden areas that can get all the neighbours together to actually get to know each other.
Cohesive community like that has local businesses, local knowledge.
The more people there are, more mutual respect, it just makes the neighbourhood a happier place.
Welcome to Leadenhall Market in the City of London, the heart of the City of London, otherwise known as the Square Mile. Leadenhall Market has been around for around about 1800 years. The Romans landed here in AD 47 over at London Bridge. Anyway, as the Romans did, they caused lots of problems. They had problems with the Iceni tribe, and in AD 60, Boadicea razed the City of London to the ground. What came from that, however, was a rebuild of the city, otherwise known as Londinium, and the Romans built in Leadenhall, 20 feet beneath our feet, they built the Basilica and the Forum, which became the administrative centre of Rome north of the Alps. So there's always been a tradition of people meeting here, whether it be a market or whether it be administrative. In 1309, Leadenhall was owned by a gentleman called Sir Hugh Neville, who was a forester. This was woodland and forest land, and he lived in a manor which was on the corner of Gracechurch Street, which had a lead roof, which is why we are in a place called Leadenhall. He gave it over to be a market in the 14th century for fish, meat and herbs. In 1411, the leasehold was bought by Dick Whittington, and Dick Whittington, with the aid of John Croxton, turned it into one of the only stone structures in the City of London, and it continued to prosper as a market, right through the Plague and the Great Fire of London, which it survived because it was stone, and right through to Victorian times when it was finally renovated. Not only is Leadenhall Market significant from a market perspective, but architecturally it was highly significant, especially to Victoriana in the City of London. The City of London was on the wane in the 19th century, mainly because the empire was growing and the railway mania had taken grip. So you could go and buy stuff in Leeds, in Liverpool, Manchester, Bristol, and not just in the City of London. So in order to do some sort of restoration work in terms of the influence and the authority that the City of London had, they asked Sir Horace Jones, who was a City of London surveyor, to build this particular market, as well as Smithfield and Billingsgate and Tower Bridge. So this was rebuilt in 1881. It was built in wrought iron and glass, so it gave it an airy feeling and a light feeling, so that the market continued to be as successful as it had been in the previous 400 to 500 years. Leadenhall Market was known as the Great Shambles of Europe, the shambles being actually a nice word for a big market. It was where you could come and buy and sell and also do business. Leadenhall has endured from Roman times right through to the current 21st century. It survived plagues, great fires and 2 world wars. It's evolved over the years, and it is still a place where people come to socialise, eat, drink and meet. What's the story between old Toms? Well, Tom was a goose that flew over in 1798 with around about 34,000 other geese, but they could never catch Tom, so he survived on scraps of food for about 37 years. He became the market mascot. He died in 1835 at the ripe old age of 38, I think, or 37, and he's buried in Leadenhall Market under the site of Tom's Bar. Plucky fellow.
Oh,
Hello, welcome from Open House London. I'm Hafsa Adan and I'm the Assistant Curator at Open House London. Today we're looking at 2 different projects in London. So we're looking at London Pride. We're going to be touring 2 different projects, the Golden Lane Estate and the Barbican. We've got 2 amazing apartments and 2 amazing residents to show us around in Golden Lane and 1 resident in Barbican. So first we're going to go live to Roland Jeffrey, who lives in the Golden Lane Estate at Crescent House. And then next.
Hello everybody and welcome to Golden Lane Estate and the building I live in, which is called Crescent House. The Golden Lane Estate was built after the Second World War, when this whole area was completely flattened basically by bombing. It was one huge empty site, and this estate was begun in 1951, although the building I'm in came a little bit later when they acquired a bit of extra land. So it was 1959, completed 1961. And it was very forward-looking for its time. It's immediately next to the Barbican, which is bigger, came 10 years later by the same architects, and which looks very, very different. One of the nice things about the building I'm in, called Crescent House, is that outside the front of the flat are these open walkways accessing the flats. I'm showing you now my neighbours' flats. And these walkways are open at the bottom. That is the public thoroughfare down there. We may see people walking across in a moment. And they're also open at the top to the sky, a nice blue sky today. So we get real weather right inside the building. And also because of these walkways, we get to see each other coming and going. It's quite a neighbourly building. One knows one's neighbours because you see them coming and going, and you're able to give them a wave, even if they're busy or you're in a hurry. it's friendly just to acknowledge your neighbours in that way. It works rather well like that. The important thing to bear in mind about these flats is that they're extremely small. They're 40 square meters, most of them. The one I'm in is slightly larger, it's 45 square meters, but this was very, very small for its time. And also the other thing to bear in mind about the Golden Lane estate is that it was very high density, much higher density than was typical in the 50s when suburban sprawl was the official planning policy. Because my flat's slightly bigger, I have a little entrance hall here, which means that you don't walk straight into the living room, which you do in many of the studio flats. But already, even in this little entrance hall, which isn't very large, it's only 5 square meters, but it gives more psychological space to the apartment. You see some of the devices that the architects, Chamberlain, Powell and Bond used in order to make a small flat seem bigger. I'm showing you here the screen, which is partly glazed and partly solid, between the entrance hall and the kitchen. You can see the kitchen implements through the glazed parts of the screen, so that there was a kind of openness between the kitchen, the internal kitchen, and the entrance hall, or in some flats, the living space, to open up the space, even in spite of the very small dimensions. The other great trick, or one of the other great tricks they used, is this high-level glazing between all the windows, which runs throughout the flat at this same level, looking there into towards the bathroom. So you get borrowed light from one space into another, and also a sense of spaciousness, because even if you're in a small space like this entrance, you can always get a glimpse through at high level to the other spaces. Moving into the main parts of the flat, this dark wall here is the bedroom wall, but it doesn't go all the way up to the ceiling. It's a false wall. Sorry, it's not a false wall, it's a head height wall. There we are, and it has uplighters on the top that light up onto the ceiling. And the trick there is that the bedroom is extremely small inside, but when you're in it, the ceiling floats away over to the rest of the flat. So it doesn't feel claustrophobic, but you do have a nice sense of containment inside the bedroom area, which can be divided with sliding doors. There are 3 sets of sliding doors in this flat, again, to save space. And look how the high-level glazing there, when you're inside the bed area, gives you a sense of spaciousness, because you can see beyond the small sleeping space into the rest of the flat, the bathroom in that case, and over towards the kitchen there. It's a fantastic, very simple trick used by the architects to make a small living space seem more acceptable. They fitted in some of the furniture. Here are the fitted cupboards that come in every flat. These flats are now protected as what we call a listed building, protected for their architectural and historic importance. So I'm not allowed to take these cupboards out. Not that I would want to, they're beautifully made. And here we look out of the building onto the main street. This is quite a busy street. It's a bit quieter on Saturdays, but during the week there's a lot of traffic there, a lot of pedestrians. Highest concentration of architects and building professionals in Europe, they say, in this area. And this flat, therefore, looks out onto the street through this magnificent hardwood, African hardwood window system with which the outside of the building is clad. Now, this doesn't perform very well thermally, and there are currently proposals to upgrade it. Unfortunately, the City of London, who own the estate, want to rip it all out and completely do it from new. And we're very opposed to that. We think that because it's such heavy weight hardwood timber frames, you can see how hefty they are, we think they could be upgraded with double glazing. In fact, this has already been done in 2 or 3 flats. And these days we would not be allowed to use the same quality of African hardwood. In fact, probably couldn't use African hardwood at all. So there's a big controversy about how these flats are made thermally efficient, given the rising costs of heating and the climate emergency. It's a hotly debated topic, and here is a newsletter showing you the outside of the glazing system. And that is the system they want to completely replace. You can probably see why that is controversial, because it's a very distinctive elevation and a very distinctive part of the estate. So there we are, a very compact flat that uses a number of architectural devices to make it into a comfortable space. The Golden Lane estate was very, very untypical of what was happening in housing in the 50s. I think one can't stress how untypical it was. Most of the new housing being produced in Britain was in new towns. It was on greenfield sites outside London. London at that time had a dropping population. People didn't want to live in London, they wanted to get out of it. It was a very polluted, crowded city, not easy to live in. And therefore the Golden Lane estate was quite a brave attempt to make city living attractive. And it's often described as an urban microcosm or an urban village. This is a recent book about the Golden Lane estate. There's the tallest building on the estate, a bright yellow tower block, much taller than the building I'm in now. But the idea of an urban village, an urban microcosm, was very much what the architects were instructed to do and what they have managed to achieve. In that sense, for 1951, finished in 1961, it's a remarkably forward-looking, pioneering scheme that really turned its back on a lot of post-war planning consensus at a very early date, and now incorporates many of the ideas that are contemporary about sustainability, high density, living near where you work and near the transport system, and not going for the suburban garden city ideal, which is land hungry and dependent on having cars to go everywhere, including the shortest journeys to the shops. It's lovely living here. It's a very friendly estate. The proposals to damage the facades of our buildings have made us much friendlier because we've all got together and started organizing over it. But it's a nice place to live. And I think you're about to go to a larger flat, a maisonette flat, which is perhaps more typical of the estate. This building, as I said, all has studio going on one-bed flats. Most of the estate is maisonettes stacked in blocks, 2-story maisonettes stacked in blocks.
Just double checking I don't sound like an alien. Hello? Okay. Hi. Sorry. Thank you so much, Roland, for that lovely tour. We're going to move on now to Paul Lincoln, who's also in the Golden Lane estate in the Crescent House, who lives in a maisonette. Thank you. Take it away, Paul.
Oh, hi. Okay, good morning. My name's Paul Lincoln. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay, so my name is Paul Lincoln, and I am in a place called Basterfield House, which is about 5 minutes away from Crescent House, where Roland lives. This is one of the first houses to be built in '97, and it's a maisonette, so it's a two-floored house. And what I'm going to do is start with the kitchen, and okay, so a very little galley kitchen over here, which is kind of vaguely restored by us about 15 years ago. It's got very nice kind of concrete floor, and otherwise most of it's in wood. And I'm now going to walk into the living room, which is in a sense the main and most interesting part of the whole apartment. The bit that I most like is this staircase. So let me just show you the open plan staircase. So it's very good use of space. It's also slightly odd because although the flats are very well insulated, the stairs are designed so we basically share the concrete stairs with our neighbours. So I do sometimes hear our neighbours walking up and down the stairs, but otherwise they're extremely well insulated. Just between the kitchen and the living room is this screen, which is, yep, this is original. So it's about 70 years old, and I'll just try and show you that from a little bit of a distance. And there's a serving hatch and a window. And what's very nice is that the kitchen window over there is carefully aligned with the window leading into the living room. So in fact, if I just go around here again, there's a lot of thought has gone into the relationship between the window, which goes overlooking the outside, and then you turn around and you've got the window over here, and there's a very nice view over the staircase. And then I'll go out of the kitchen again, and you can see here is the staircase, and then I'll just show you a little bit. It's the best to go slowly around the room where you've got a large potted plant and a few bookcases. There's the screen, there's that, and then a rather nice thing is this massive, let me just demonstrate the, so this is a 5 meter high, this is a 5 meter high, there you can see it right up there. And as Roland indicated, almost every flat on Golden Lane is single glazed, which is pretty amazing, given that it would be much easier to glaze double glazed Golden Lane than to build a new nuclear power station. And then you go through here, and here is a little balcony that goes down. There's a public swimming pool over there, and Row Flat, which you've just seen, is just in the distance, and the Barbican, which we're going to visit in a minute, is just over there. But straight ahead is something called Great Arthur House, which is the only tower block on the estate. And when it was built, it was the tallest residential block, I think, in the UK, and it's got a curtain wall, and it's the only building on the estate which is now properly insulated and properly glazed. I'm now going to walk up the stairs and try not to kick over cactuses. So very good use of space because there were no hallways. And I'm just a little lobby. There's one room over here, and then this is my room. So what's nice about it is these gigantic windows, which are gorgeous in this weather, although pretty chilly. And you get a very nice view, as I said, of both the Barbican and this thing in the middle is called the Bastion, and it was together. It's got reference to the previous use of the site, but it was put to post-war rubble because the estate was very much born out of a post-war reconstruction following the Blitz. So the whole of this area and the area covered by the Barbican were pretty much leveled in the Blitz around 1940, 1941. So this is one of 2 bedrooms. And I will now go down the stairs again so you get a nice view of the rather crazy, I think it's sometimes referred to guillotine window. It is quite easy. And I will just demonstrate that going up and down. And the other feature which is still surviving is this, there's these hardwood windows, and there's quite a nice kind of balcony or pelmet rather, going along the side. And I think that is my, there we go. And it's just nice to see the view over the screen, and I'll lend the view of the potted plants. So that is my guided tour of Basterfield House. And it's worth just saying that Basterfield is 1957, Crescent, I think, is quite a few years later. And if you look at Basterfield and then Crescent, it leads very nicely onto the much more recently constructed Barbican estate. And I'm going to sit down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was lovely. We're going to move on now to David McKendrick, who lives in the Barbican estate, and he's going to give us a pre-recorded tour and talk about what it's like living in the Barbican estate. Over to you, David.
Hello, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Martha. My name is David McKendrick, and I live in Willoughby House in the Barbican. I've lived in my current flat there for approximately 3 years. I have lived in a combination of flats in the Barbican. I've also lived in Golden Lane Estate, so maybe we can touch on that later on. The Barbican consists of 20 blocks of flats, I believe. I live in Willoughby, which was finished in April 1971. It consists of 140 flats and masonettes, with some penthouses on the top. As you can see, I recorded it on a not so sunny day. It was actually snowing that day. Up in Scotland now, and I'm sorry for those that can't understand. I've sat and didn't quite organise some subtitles. But I'm going to take you into my block of flats through a rather long stairwell, and I can talk you through a little bit. I'm showing you here that on one side of the block is pretty much hardcore city. As you might know, the Barbican's located in the heart of the city of London. And then on the other side of the block, which I was showing you a couple of minutes ago, was the lakeside. So there's the serenity on the lakeside, and then there's the chaos of the city on the other side. I'm not going to do too much of an architectural tour. I'm going to try and tell you what it's like to live in the Barbican. I'm not an architect, I'm a designer and art director, so I'm not going to try and bore you with statistics, etc. So we're going to walk up a central staircase, and then I'm going to take you into a central corridor that runs the full length of my block. What's interesting about Willoughby House is east-west flat arrangement. And what's interesting and unique to Willoughby House in the Barbican is that it forms I think what architects would call a center section, or if you like, it's an up and down flat arrangement. So my next door neighbours aren't really my next door neighbours because they go underneath my flat, and then a door down, I meet my neighbours again on a thing. It's rather complex, but hopefully you'll see it once I eventually get round to my flat. I'm on the 3rd floor. There's all sorts of quirks about the Barbicans. One of the first things I'm going to show you is there's quite a unique waste disposal system where each flat has a cupboard outside. There you go, there's my rather scary hallway entrance to my flat. I'm showing you there windows that look into other people's flats. Most people cover them up. I decided to go against the grain and keep them open. I like the light flooding the corridor. I'm not particularly that private. If anybody wants to look at me naked in the morning, then they're perfectly willing to do so. This is the aforementioned cupboard that I was talking about, which is a two-way system, if you like. One door can be opened inside the flat, and the other can be opened by the porters outside the flat. One of the unique luxuries of living in the Barbican is that you get your rubbish picked up every morning, and then you have your mail delivered through one side, and you pick it up. So there's these unique little two-way covers, which is one of these great pleasures. not having to take down your rubbish every morning. As you see, when we enter the flat, we got what I would call a half floor into the living area, which we can see just there. And the living area consists of my living room, as of current events a couple of years ago, an office, and the kitchen. One of the great things about the Barbican is the light that you get in there. It seems to be such a beautifully sunlit environment to be in. And during lockdown, it was one of the things that I really came to appreciate, was the fact that you could slide open your big hardwood doors and find yourself almost outside, if you like. I think I might demonstrate that in a minute. As I say, this is pre-recorded, so please bear with me if I forget what I'm meant to be talking about. And we pop out onto the balcony, or fire escape, as you might guess. Each of these glass panels actually open out, so that's designed as a fire escape, so you could just move your way along. There's the 3 signature skyscraper towers, which are 123 metres tall. Each one is 42 floors, 123 metres. So it gives you a good idea that it feels very outside in. And I think one of the things that hopefully we'll get to discuss a little bit later on is I used to live in Cresden House, and I was one of Roland's neighbours. And there's a sense of community. Golden Lane is pretty unique, as Roland touched on. That I'll hopefully discuss. I mean, you see Blake down there. Barbican. One of the biggest misunderstandings of the Barbican is it was never social housing, which is quite an interesting fact, and I think a lot of people think it was social housing, but it never was. It was always designed and built by the City of London to be luxury rented flats. So there we go again to my kitchen. One of the great things about when I had this flat was only one previous owner, so to speak. There's a 50-year-old oven, which in today's crisis is the most uneconomical thing on the planet. But as I mentioned, it only had one owner before me, so everything was tiled, but it was in original condition. So as the agent was telling me it needed a complete refurbishment, to me it was like I could only describe as a bit of a dusty museum. So I set about refurbishing it as much as I could. I'm demonstrating not the most glamorous part of my kitchen, which is a gâchis unit. Now the gâchis was a refuse disposal system designed by a French guy called Louis Gâchis. And it was a disposal system that was designed to complement, if you like, the dry disposal, and it actually works a little bit like a toilet. But there's miles of these massive pipes, if you like, that run through the Barbican and end up in the basement. And some flats have them removed because they could be a bit smelly if you look down. There's my government. So back to another half floor, and this is where you'll start to see the expanse of the flat. Yellow banister, original, not originally yellow, originally white. And my bathroom. Hello, everybody. And all these mirrors, etc., and the tiles and all that are original. And what I find incredible about the Barbican is it's so solid. It's such an amazingly hard building, if you like. And it really came out during lockdown, but we were living and working there, just me and my girlfriend, and it proved fit for purpose, so to speak. The unique little sink, which is unique to the Barbican. And then we've got another half flight to the other side. So where we have tranquility of the Barbican Lake on the other side, on my bedroom side, we have the hustle and bustle of the city. And I think for me, that's one of the key things to be minded of is that I live in the city, and it's a wonderful thing to live in the city. And at the weekend, it's even better where everybody disappears. And I think I'm going to open my window here and pop out onto my balcony where you can see the building site, courtesy of Deutsche Bank new headquarters. But there's a real contrast, and I think that's what's really interesting about where I live at the moment. A steady reminder of the fact it's in the heart of the city, but at the same time a unique urban village with tranquility on the other side, which seems to me like it's something that the scissor section or the up down flat and the expanse of the flat really feels important to me. That's a screen print of a block that was demolished in Barbican. I don't want to get into that too much. But I think when you look down the stairs in a second, you'll be able to see the length of the flat. The flat's not massive. It's 70 square meters or thereabouts. But it feels big, it feels airy. There's a lot of light floods the flat, and there's a lot of good use of space. And I think the uniqueness of this scissor section or up down masonette creates a real drama. Also, there's a Wi-Fi extension. It's an interesting thing in the Barbican where your Wi-Fi is put through the walls because it's so sturdy and so well built that you don't actually hear anything or your Wi-Fi won't work. So yeah, so over the last 2 years, I became overly familiar with living, working, spending my days here. But it really functions, and I feel really lucky to live here and have this view of massive concrete. And I think that's all I've got to say. I hope you enjoyed the tour, and yes, thank you for having us.
Hello, thank you so much to all of our speakers today. I'm just going to quickly introduce you all properly. So we have on my bottom, we've got David McKendrick, who is a graphic designer and art director, and he's lived in the Barbican and across the Barbican in different apartments for 15 years. He was also once a resident of the Golden Lane estate. On my bottom right, we've got Roland, who is an architectural historian and regeneration consultant. He's mostly retired and he's been living on the Golden Lane estate for 17 years. There we go. We've got Paul on the right of me. Paul is commissioning editor for The Landscape, which is the journal of the Landscape Institute and a City of London guide. He's lived on the Golden Lane estate for 20 years. Thank you all so much for such an incredible live tours of your apartments. We have been a little choppy today, but I want to thank everyone for bearing with us. We are doing this live, so there are going to be a few glitches across the 12 hours. So yeah, I've got some questions from the audience for you guys. I wanted to ask a first question actually to David, because obviously you've lived in the Barbican, which you've shown us today, but you also lived in Golden Lane estate. So I just wanted to see comparably what it's like living in either of the apartments.
Okay, yeah, I touched on it a little bit, and I know Roland very well for the same reason I live in Crescent House in Golden Lane estate. And this the community there is just the buildings themselves draw you into your neighbours, and it feels to me that also I think that the demographic of the people that live in Golden Lane seems much more diverse than it does in Barbican. And I've lived in various blocks in the Barbican and I've found it similar. And I don't want to compare or criticise the Barbican because it's got many great things about it, but the sense of community and Golden Lane, having experienced both, is a whole lot stronger. And I miss it. And maybe one day I'll come back. If they'll have me.
Great. So this is a question for all of you. What do you think architects and planners could learn from the future, learn for the future, the way kind of the design of these apartments are?
I think with so many commercial developments these days being done on very small dimensions, they could well study the thought that Chamberlain, Powell and Bond, the architects for both Golden Lane and the Barbican, put into trying to make small spaces work well. They were hugely inspired by Le Corbusier. They were a firm of architects who were part of a fan club among British architects. Some people say it was almost like a cult among the younger generation of architects to worship the works of Le Corbusier. And Corb's interwar buildings really did work quite hard at making small spaces work. And he evolved in the post-war years to making small spaces work in different ways. And I think the Barbican is like much of his post-war work, and Golden Lane is like his pre-war work. And these days, because of our governments have had a deregulation agenda, trying to liberate capitalism basically from planning restrictions and building restrictions, which have had some terrible effects. I mean, the fire in the Tower Block in West London was just the most spectacular. There have been other effects, which is that commercial developers build smaller and smaller and smaller, and they don't think about livability. And they're getting away with smaller and smaller and smaller units, which are becoming really unlivable in my view.
Shall I make a comment? I think they're well designed. It's a very clever use of space. I mean, when I show people the flat that I'm in, there's no space wasted on halls. So there's open plan staircase. Every single flat has a balcony, either an internal balcony in Crescent House or an external balcony with all the other blocks. Also, although it is, I think, 500 to 550 flats, to my mind, it doesn't feel particularly crowded. So there's a very careful use of external space. And what's interesting is it's one tower block, 6 maisonette blocks, and then Crescent House. So there's a very useful combination of different building types, which works together very elegantly. The other thing which is worth stressing is it's designed with health at its heart. So it's got a publicly, and it's still a publicly accessible swimming pool and tennis courts, 2 community centres. And I think most modern developments do not have any of this, and yet they all mean, for example, there's a big event this afternoon looking at creating new bike facilities, and that event will take place in a freely available community centre, and that seems to me is quite a rare and privileged position to be in, and I think modern developments could certainly learn from that.
I could only back that up. I mean, I've lived in 3 flats in Barbican, and 3 flats in Golden Lane, and 2 flats in Golden Lane, and I can only say it's you really feel it when you're in a flat that's been designed with the person in mind. As Roland indicated, everything in a Crescent House flat has been thought about. It's a small space, and they've considered everything. And I think you really feel it. And as I mentioned, living in that flat over lockdown, which is not a huge flat, but the space really does complement the human. And I think it's such a privilege being in a considered space. I say that from not an architectural point of view, but as a
And actually, I think that's a really good word. I think the idea of a considered space, that attention has been paid to the needs of a huge number of people for whom, the architects did not know who was going to move in there. What they did know is a lot of people will have been badly housed or bombed out of their houses, mainly in the East End. A lot of people moved from East London into Golden Lane. But I think to use the word a considered space is a really good way of kind of summing up exactly the approach that was taken.
That's great, thank you guys. So moving on, you've all kind of individually made kind of adaptations to your apartments for whatever reason, and someone asked, how do the apartments lend themselves to adaptation?
Well, they're constrained now.
Who wants to start?
I mean, I was going to say something, and this, as I hopefully it's interesting. As I mentioned, when I bought my flat, it had only been owned by one other person, and nothing had really been touched. But it was approaching, you know, just approaching 50 years old. So a lot of it was very tiled. But the Barbican has got this very unique place called Barbican Storage, where if you do decide to take out your kitchen or take out your bathroom, there's a storage where you can take all your old taps or old units or old work surfaces and put them in there. And as a resident, if you decide to reinstall it, which I did, various bits of tires, you can go pick and choose from various elements. So although I didn't essentially modify it in any kind of way, I refurbished it. And that's one thing that's quite a community feel of the Barbican is that people really appreciate the interior of it, and some people preserve it, some people try and respectfully preserve it. But it's it's a real treasure trove. It's a real in the basement of Willoughby, and it's quite an incredible place to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think to answer, I don't think it does adapt very well. It is fair to say the flats are tiny, and in fact, one of my neighbours just last week moved in, a new neighbour, and what they have done, they haven't adapted. They have just basically restored it exactly to how the flat almost certainly was fitted. So I think probably the pressure is to restore rather than to adapt.
Likewise, when I moved in, I unmodernized this flat. Some of the alterations in the 90s I removed, like the flooring and some of the other adaptations. And I self-consciously put back the 1959 arrangement of the screen I showed between the entrance hall and the kitchen. That was my personal preference, but it's also now a matter of law because the buildings are designated architectural monuments. We call them listed buildings because they're on a big government list. And therefore, the number of changes you can make is fairly limited in any case. You can, of course, put down new carpets and furnishings, but you can't alter the windows, the doors, and the configuration of the flat by and large at all, because it is a designated building. And most people accept that restriction, I think. And there is some evidence that for those people who own their flats, it keeps the values higher than in unlisted buildings.
That's great, thank you so much. So we've got another question here. So someone has said that they first visited the Barbican/Golden Lane area in 1982, and around the time the Barbican Art Centre was opened. They said, how does the Art Centre impact residents?
Shall I answer that? Yeah, okay. So the Art Centre, I think, just celebrating its 40th anniversary. And I don't think it really impacts at all. I think it's a wonderful addition. I've found myself going to the cinema in the Art Centre in slippers before. Albeit kind of a mistake, but I think that's a unique experience, to have such an amazing thing on your doorstep. I have nothing but good things to say about it. So it's zero impact in terms of detriment, but I love it being there. And I feel particularly proud when people come round, and I do a mini non-architectural Barbican tour, and that's obviously the prize when we show them the Art Centre. But it's, yeah, I don't think it has any negative impact. I think it's just an amazing place to have.
I quite agree, and it's lovely to go there. But I would say there is a slightly different concern, not about the Art Centre as such, which is a relatively self-contained venue, but a programme that the city is promoting called Culture Mile. They, although it's monoculture at the moment around here, apart from our residences, its banks and financial institutions. The city have announced they want a big change. They want to make it part of the visitor economy. They're going to convert some old market buildings into a huge shopping hub, and there's a new museum development and other things coming. And they want to make it, they say this quite clearly, like a new Covent Garden. Now, Covent Garden, for those of you who know London, is a sort of tourist mecca in a mile or two west of here. And I think some of the residents, I'm certainly one of them, are rather reserved about that. I'm not sure we want to live in the middle of a tourist mecca. We love tourists and they help the economy of London. But there will be downsides to that in terms of rubbish, noise, disturbance, all-night venues and so on. So I think the jury's out. But the art centre as it currently exists is a fantastic resource.
I think just to back up what Roland was saying, is I think there is a disparity between what the local authority, which is the City of London, and its residents meet. I think there's very different wants and needs from both parties. I do find that can be a conflict, as Roland's mentioned a couple of times. I don't think they're the greatest landlord in terms of looking after the residents, both in Golden Lane and Barbican, or maybe mostly Golden Lane. I find the buildings are more interesting to me architecturally, and possibly more significant. But I feel that Golden Lane sometimes does get neglected by the City of London, and that breaks my heart very much. And I think their intentions sometimes not always for its residents and the two estates. I do think.
Just to add on, just to move on actually, from what Roland was just saying about the tourist mecca and stuff, we've got a question about the residents in the Barbican and Golden Lane estate. Someone has asked whether that some people would say, not to say that I'm saying this, but some people would say that the residents in both estates can be seen as quite prickly to kind of outsiders visiting, even though they both kind of are quite publicly accessible. Do you guys have any thoughts on this?
I think there's quite a contradiction in that I see Golden Lane as a publicly accessible space, so anyone can walk through, and the fact there's a leisure centre in the middle means it's quite reasonable for someone to walk through. There is also a view that the whole estate ought to be gated, although technically it would be impossible to do that. So, and it is, I suppose, again, technically a private space, although owned by the City of London. But I think the fact that it's quite open and accessible is quite a good idea. I'm not sure if you can generalise about the level of prickliness of 2,500 people living here. So I know quite a lot of people who are certainly not prickly at all. So I think I might reject that suggestion.
I hope we're not prickly, but it does sound as though the questioner has had a bad experience with a prickly neighbour of ours. There are occasionally issues about skateboarding, because both of the estates are quite attractive to skaters. They've got all kinds of surfaces, including ramps, and I rather like skateboarding culture, but skateboarding is jolly noisy in urban settings where the sound of the boards echoes within the buildings. And I know some of my neighbours are prickly, to use a phrase. Some of them are more vocal than prickly, I think, about skateboarders. But I don't think that's unique to this estate. I think that's
yeah, I find that even though I live there, they're prickly towards me in the Barbican sometimes. So there's a percentage of prickliness. And I find, having experienced in both estates, the prickliness, so to speak, comes up a certain notch or two as you go over to the Barbican. But I think it's a percentage thing. I think I think as much as I could welcome a skateboarder on the high walk to the Barbican, I understand that they can be a pain in the ass and very noisy. But yeah, prickliness is a probably should be a recognised term for some of my neighbours.
Great, thank you. Oh, I think we seem to, oh no, we've got rolling back. So I think we've got time for one, maybe two last questions. So we've got a question from someone who's asked, both estates are obviously right in the centre of kind of like the City of London, and like obviously, as David showed us, are kind of bordering on one side being super busy with like the city and everything going alongside. How do you think they kind of blend into the surrounding landscape, but also do you feel like there's a lack of green space in both estates?
I think I think it's an interesting question because there aren't any large parks. There's 100 very small churchyards and tiny gardens in the city, but no large parks. What's interesting is that Golden Lane has quite a lot of green space, but it's actually not very good. So there's something, the weakest part of the design of the estate, to my mind, is in fact the landscape, which although it's not particularly well maintained, but equally it isn't very inviting. So for example, I've got a large chunk of grass outside my house and I've sat out there twice because it feels overlooked and inappropriate. So on the one hand, it feels quite spacious, and as I said earlier, the estate isn't overcrowded. There's something about the way in which the green spaces in the Golden Lane were designed that hasn't worked. My observation is the green spaces in the Barbican, particularly the enclosed spaces, which seem to me remind me more of a Georgian square, work incredibly beautifully, and the high walkway, which has just got new landscape by landscape architect Nigel Dunnett, is really impressive. So they do work in very different ways, but I don't think there needs to be lots of huge green space. But what I will say is that Great Arthur House, which is the tower block in the middle of the estate, has an absolutely beautiful roof garden on the top, and no one is allowed to go there. So if there is a desire, this is why not make use of this moment, and in fact we have opened it a couple of times for open house 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but it is quite astonishing that there is a really beautiful roof garden right in the middle of the City of London, and absolutely no one, residents or members of the public, are allowed to go up there.
Allegedly for safety reasons.
Well, whatever, but yes.
Yeah.
Well, back to, I mean, I feel like I've got a real contrast. On one side of my apartment, there's extreme tranquility and a lake as such, and on the other side, I do feel a little bit overwhelmed sometimes by the building that's going on in the City of London, the demolition of you know, I'm on authority on it, the demolition of what looked to be like reasonable height, reasonable usage, reasonable looking offices getting demolished, and the building of things. But you know, that's living in the City of London. I'm not that, but there is a feeling of claustrophobia sometimes. The buildings get higher around the Barbican. I do feel as if it's been gently smothered by the skyscraper.
I think one of the things I think that interests me about the landscapes on both estates is that some people see green space as something they desperately want to use. They want to have a picnic there, they want to sit on the grass, they want their children to play football. And other people see green space as something not quite untouchable, but something you'd look at more than you use. And they see it as its value being that it is tranquil, sequestered, unoccupied, and therefore something completely different from the city. And I think there's always a bit of a tension between the users and the lookers on as to how the different spaces are to be used. And obviously in a developed city or a developed urban landscape, you need both the private space to look at and contemplate and feel connected to nature, as well as the sort you use. It's just a question of getting the balance and the agreement on those. And there's quite a lot of disagreement, I think, at the moment.
Also, for anyone who happens to visit, there is a tennis court in the centre, which I believe was originally intended to be a bowls green, and that never happened. But it means there could have been this green space with people going click click with bowls rather than playing tennis, and that might have had quite an interesting effect, not only as to how the estate looked, but also the sound of the estate, and as the grass would have been very slightly deadening of some of the noise at the moment.
I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much, Paul, Roland and David, for the amazing tours that you've given us today. And thank you so much to the Open House Worldwide team.
Thank you.
My name is Francis Kere, originally from Burkina Faso, and I am an architect. We are here in London at the Serpentine Gallery. The Serpentine Pavilion that I was commissioned to do for this year is inspired by a tree. Nature is always a leitmotif for me in my architecture. Where I am coming from in Burkina Faso, a tree is often a public space. It can be a kindergarten, it can be a market, it can be everything, a gathering space for everyone. The inspiration was to create a huge canopy which allowed the visitor to feel the elements but being protected. It is enclosed by wooden blocks which are perforated and allow the air to circulate, which is creating a comfort inside. We have a big roof made out of metal strass, which allowed you to enjoy nature. So when the cloud will be moving, you will see through the transparent roof, protecting you against the rain. Another thing that we wanted to explore is to use the canopy as a funnel to collect water. We wanted to get human beings to experience the element, but being protected through a good shelter. Blue is so important in my culture, a color of celebration. If you had an important date in the village, in past time, there was one piece of clothes, and everyone gonna go and ask for these clothes and go for the most important meeting in a young man's life or a young woman's life. So when I got the commission to do the pavilion here, I said, hey, I'm gonna wear my best dress, my best color, and it is blue. At night, the pavilion will shine. The inspiration here is, again, coming from my childhood, from my past in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, there is no electricity. At night, it is dark. So what happened is that young people often try to go to elevated point to look around, and if there is light, everyone go to that place. There will be a celebration. That is what the pavilion will be at night, shining to attract the visitor to come and celebrate.
Hello, tusen tack, danke schön. Thank you for joining us. My name is Finn. I work for Open House Worldwide and for Open House in London. I'm very pleased to be introducing this session, which is titled Creative and Cooperative. If you are watching right now, please hit the thumbs up button on YouTube, share the stream. So many people have put so much amazing work into this festival, and it's only happening for this one day. So, you know, share it out, get it out into the wide world, and let's get more people watching it. So for the next session, we're going to look at two really remarkable housing projects. One is quite old, from shortly after World War II. One is quite new, from around just at the start of the pandemic. But both are essentially trying to do roughly the same thing, to create clusters of affordable housing specifically for artists, and not just to create housing for artists, but in one place, to kind of bring artists together into these clusters. And they achieve that kind of aim in very different ways, and I'm quite excited to explore the kind of differences between them. One is in Norway, one is in Switzerland. So the two projects are Trollten Bronslag in Oslo, which is kind of 32 timber frame terraced houses designed in the 50s by Helga Pams, built, I think, 1959. I believe, at least at the start of that project, residents could pay in part for their housing with art. So really kind of novel model. It's changed a lot over the years, but fascinating project. And the second is the Kunstler Atelier, which is a block of 17 residential studios finished in 2020, designed by De Gello Architekten in Basel, which I understand is so energy efficient that it doesn't require any heating at all. Pretty amazing. So, you know, especially considering the last conversation where everyone's talking about single glazing in the Barbican in London. So joining us, we have three people. We have Kaya, who's a resident of the Oslo project. She's a designer and a maker of jewelry. And we have Heinrich and Regula. Heinrich is the architect of the Kunstler Atelier in Switzerland. And Regula, I think, represents the residents and is going to be showing us a film that the community has made. So I'm going to stop talking and hand over to Heinrich, who is going to present that project. So over to you, Heinrich.
Thank you. Very nice being here in this session with you. I short explain you what we had as goals for this project. First of all, I think everybody knows what we should do for the climate, what we should not do. We think it's not 5 minutes to 12, it's 12, and we don't have to use any more oil, no gas, no coal. So we wanted to have a housing project with zero emission, carbon emission during running. We had second, we wanted to have an open floor plan, so everybody can realize his dreams and change them. And second, we want to have a very cheap and price for this housing project. So the price now is less than half of ordinary projects. The lot we get in long-term ground lease in the city of Basel is pretty much what we have usually in this situation. On one hand, it's nice and quiet. On the other hand, it's a highway. We've had about 10 tracks and railway tracks, so very noisy. So it was too noisy to live there, so we cut the floor plan, virtual in two sections. One noisy one for working space and a quiet one for living, so it fulfilled the rules, yes, they are set in Basel. We wanted to have this project very ecologic. We wanted to avoid the gluing materials together. So we made the whole insulation with specialized bricks. You see here, they are very well insulating, but we used 80 centimeters of these bricks to have a very high insulation. So with this insulation and in a mass, we get an equalizing of the temperature for a long time. So here we see the blue line. This is a typical week in winter in Basel. So it goes down below 10 degrees. And you see the red line, this is the house, the inner temperature. So this mass, this equalizes this up and downs, and so we had an average temperature of 5 degrees here in Basel during winter. So we have a difference of 15 degrees from 5 to 20 instead of below 10 to 20. And this heat gain comes from the daylight, from the sun coming up and down through the windows, and the electric consumption for heating, lighting, computer, and so on. And this makes the temperature then nice inside the house. So this way it looked as the members of the cooperative were getting their facilities. It's empty, 3.5 meter high, and you see this white block. This is the sanitary block, and you could push them wherever you want to. This is possible because of this little box you see there on the bottom. This is a pump for wastewater. And so it's, if you had it on the place you wanted it, you connected the three tubes you see here on this picture. You put the kitchen elements on the other side, and so you have a functional flat. So the people then made their walls as they wanted. Here in this case, a layer of 2 centimeters of wood in between these two elements. So it makes on one side the kitchen, on the other side the bathroom. And these people, a mother with their daughters, they decided to make 3 cubos, one for each, for the clothes below and the bed on the top. And here there comes important things in this project. As you see, this daughter, the elder one here on the sofa, she found after a while it's not so fun to sleep in the same room as with the mother and the sister. And so they made with friends on one Saturday another wall in between 2 of the elements. So now she has her own room and is happy again. We looked also for the building material for, yes, as much ecology as possible. We avoided laminated wood, and we also used, for example, for the railing, this is wood for burning. We took it from the forest. We stuck it here as a railing, and if you damage the house, it's, yes, burning wood as it was meant from the beginning. Also, the walls with this brick, they are plastered with calc inside and outside. You can shred and mill it, and you get sand again in the end. And now, Regular presented you the yes, the inner life, and yes, what the people are doing inside.
Dankeschön, Heinrich. I'm afraid we're having slight audio issues with Regular's feed, but David's going to kind of keep working on them in the background. But in the meantime, we're going to zip around the world to Oslo to hear from Kaya, who's going to talk to us about the project there from the 1950s. So Kaya, over to you. Let's hear from you.
I moved here 12 years ago, or no, almost 13, in 2009. My kids were quite small then, they're like 1 year old and 4 years old. And we had friends living up here, and we just saw the forest and, you know, the school here and the people, and just realized there was no other places we wanted to live. Quite a unique place. I know all my neighbors. And since I work from home, I have people I can eat lunch with. I walk morning walks almost every morning with various neighbors. And also if you need stuff, you know, machinery or just a friendly advice, or yeah, it's quite a great pool of knowledge and equipment and yeah, and just the creative force, really.
Well, I lived here since 1994. I stretch my days, my working day, all over from very early till very late in the evening, meaning that I do some hours in the studio, then I do some hours in the flat, whatever, baking bread, for example, or washing or whatever. I go maybe walk for a walk in the forest, and then I have some hours in the studio again, and then this continue front and back, you know, in the studio. And I often work in the studio until late in the evening. And then if I had a studio 5 kilometers from here, it wouldn't be possible because the traveling distance is too far. Here it's very, very good because of that. I like that very much. pay something with art, and they also did pay. The art was used in the village, in the community around here, in the swimming pool, in the library, you know, with sculpture and decorations they made as a part of this agreement with the city. It's a very good idea, but I think it's today that would be very, very hard.
I think if you should build this again, you have to think differently, because the way people work now are quite different. I mean, these houses are, you know, they're made for very sort of traditional artists.
Hello, yeah, this is from Oslo. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how it is to actually live here now after 60 years and how people dealt with working with these quite fixed spaces and fixed ideas of how artists should live, because these houses were made for, you know, fine artists, whereas now there's a huge variety of different artists living here. Here you see the original facade. These 4 house windows are the original studio windows, and this here with the door here, this is my studio, which is an add-on, which has been added on to make the studio larger and the living space larger. Because originally this was, you know, very old-fashioned thought of who is an artist. So there was these 2 rows were for graphic artists, and these 2 rows were for painters, and then the sculptors were here, and the sculptors are the upper class of this community. They got larger living rooms, extra bedroom, larger studios, a door which could be close to the studio, I'm coming back to that, and these big sort of gardens at the back where they could sculpt. This actually never worked, even from the beginning on. This was all a mix. So there has been, of course, sculptors living in the sculptors row, but there's also been painters and drawers. This is the original, the root of the problem, because this little corner here is where the rest of the families were supposed to live. It's 12 square meters, and even in 1959, it was considered as too small for a family. So they solved this by making this open space, or this opening into the studio, to make it approved. So imagine the turpentine, the dust, the smell, whatever, and just the fact that the family needed more space. This has been the root of the problem here for, you know, over 60 years, and people have been building and trying to work around this small space here and this open solution. So this is how the houses are looking. So you see this huge, grand studio space. If you look at the kitchen, 9.5 square meters, and that's including, you know, the seating area, the living room, 12 square meters, tiny hall, and, you know, reasonable bedrooms, but if you had the third bedroom, you had actually had to walk through the front bedroom to reach the back bedroom. So not really 3 bedrooms with privacy. And so yeah, this is how it's very often how it ended up, as a living room instead of a studio. And here, this is Dina Hall. She's a metal artist like me. She's actually moved the whole workshop into the old kitchen. And the original, you see the windows here, this is actually the original solution to bring the light through the house. But this was boarded up quite often because people didn't want to be watched from the kitchen while they were working. And this is another metal artist, and they divided the studio. This is quite common as well. So half the space is the working space and half the space is turned into a living room. And quite a few people also moved the whole studio into the basement. The crawl space you saw on the previous one, they dug that out. Then you lose the natural light. You have some tiny windows here, but at least you get big working space to yourself. This is Ingrid Gullgansen, a textile artist. This is a crazy solution, actually one. The previous owner here, he was a sculptor, and he actually took away the whole floor in the whole studio. And just destroyed the house, really. And the new owner, she's a ceramicist. She put in half the floor, but she kept the workspace down in the basement. But here, at least, she gets the light from the studio windows. This is a painter and a graphic artist. They boarded up the whole opening here and set up a proper door. And this is one of the houses which actually worked the best because she's single and have no kids. So for her, I mean, these houses are fantastic. And she's a graphic artist. And some people, of course, were a little bit more important from the start on. This is Carl Neschar. He was working with Picasso. And he was married to another painter. So they insisted on having 2 studios, where, of course, Carl Neschar got the larger one. So, with an old building complex, you always have the king, and he was the king here. And this is one of the original sculpture studios. They have the door here, you can see, which you could actually close. They didn't end up with this open solution to the living room. And they also have this door out here to the sculpting garden. And they also have a concrete floor, which makes the whole house or the whole studio a lot more stable than the other ones. And this is actually my studio with its previous owner. It's a great deal cleaner now than it used to be. Yeah, so this is sort of a quick run through how it has been to live here over the last 60 years and how people have dealt with it's kind of quite fixed the way of thinking how artists should live and how we actually deal with that.
Thank you very much, Kaya. Tusen tack. So we have got Regula's audio working. So we're flipping back to Basel to hear from Regula about what it's like to actually live in the scheme that Heinrich designed. So back over to you, Regula.
To live and work. You see the back, the north side to the motorway, where it's really noisy. And on the front side, on the yard side, where it's really nice and quiet. You see now the entrance to the houses, the lift, and our common wash house. We have one wash house for everybody, and we wanted to have a compost. Here we managed to compost. And our garden. This was last summer. But on 19, we moved in, and everybody had the challenge and the chance to build their own house and studio. You have again the empty space with the block, sanitary block, one side the kitchen, one side the bath, and the only electric installation. Here you have one atelier in the building situation, and we took down the highest to have storage room up. And now you see different ateliers. That's one on the ground floor. And you see it's such high that he could make a second floor. And you see also the outer sitting place where she can sit. Another atelier on the ground floor from an artist here. It's different again. His kitchen is where the north, and it's also so high that he had a second floor where he can sleep. You go up and have a single space there. And now you look into the big studio space and you feel the height. Now we move to the first floor to this woman Heinrich has already spoke about. She has her whole atelier where north with the storage rooms, and it's really very generous. And she can separate with curtains. She can separate the living room from the atelier. And she also sleeps above. And she says she loves to wake up and look into the atelier. And her bath, with a Japanese bath, and their living space where you see how it opens up into the courtyard. And her daughter's room now. And the cat, naturally. And now you see our atelier with a living room on the courtyard and also the sleeping area. And then you move like through a passage in the kitchen to the studio and the workshop, who is the whole part, again, northwest. And then you have really the possibility to make storage rooms as you need it. Here, the view over the motorway. Now we move another gate on the third floor. Oh, no. That is two women who made a very clever solution for the big space. They made like 2 apartments, 2 studios, 2 kitchens and 2 baths. they have really managed to separate really good, clever. That's one side. And then you have just one common corridor goes to the other apartment. Now we are also going to the third floor at an architecture photographer, and she has also the whole studio on the north side, and also having the bed high on like a second space floor, and then again the living room, the room for the daughter on the courtyard side. And here again we have a little cat, and then the terraces. These are common, but everybody has his own space. And that's a sort of view in the atelier, and we are looking forward to Open House Basel, where we'll open in real. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I mean, it's just totally fascinating, isn't it? Like, we've seen so many housing schemes already today. We're not even halfway through the program. And there's so much variety and difference. There's a question from the audience, which I kind of want to build on. It's about adaptability, right? So we have these kind of two stories here. One of these kind of Norwegian families battling over years against this particular idea of what a fine artist was like and how they lived, and making all these adaptations to these timber structures. And then in Switzerland, we have this kind of totally different story where from the very start, the residents are given kind of super adaptability. They can literally define where the plumbing is going, where the walls are going, in order to kind of create an environment that really matches how they want to live. And the question from the audience was about, you know, how you've specifically adapted your homes. But I guess I wanted to build on that and ask, you know, so many of the other types of houses that we've seen today and that get built around the world are not adaptable at all. they're very sort of set with a particular idea of what a domestic setting looks like, a kind of nuclear family, with maybe parents who go out of the home to work. It's this very sort of modern invention of the kind of the nuclear household, which is quite different to both the kind of projects that you're telling us about. So I wondered if there was something that we could learn about adaptability. You know, what do you think? Maybe this, Heinrich, if you could answer this question first. You know, why is adaptability important to architecture, and what could more kind of conventional housing schemes learn from your project and the Oslo project?
Yes, I think for everybody, it's very important to realize his dreams and live the like he wants to. And usually, housing projects they are yes, forced by investors, and the investors, they want to avoid every risk. And as you do what the standards, then you have fewer risk. And so you do the things everybody has done before. And yes, in such a cooperative, we had the chance to think housing new. And yes, not many investors take this risk and do something nobody does. I think that the adaptability is very important also. Yes, it's avoid many demolitions of houses, because you can change it. And as your life change, you can adapt your house.
Yeah, that's a really important point, especially now as we're starting to understand the ecological impact of demolishing a building and rebuilding it, you know, the kind of emissions associated with reconstruction. Kai, I mean, you seemed almost quite frustrated that you were having to fight with this sort of 1950s idea of what an artist lives like. What have you learned about the importance of adaptability and in your kind of experience living here?
Well, I'm really one of the lucky ones, because I took over already quite large studio, and the door was there which I could close. But I think, you know, working with timber to start with, it's so much easier to adapt just having timber, and also having the height, you know, actually having high ceilings makes it possible to, yeah, make, you know, second, well, new floors and new platforms or whatever. And that's what I've really been missing in all the other houses I've been living in, is the height, you know, just to feel that you have some air over your head. But I'm you know, living here, you see, you know, these quite beautiful houses. They are, in a way, some of them are quite disrupted in a way, because you've had to set up these partitions to make it possible for the family to have some living room. So some of the houses look quite weird compared to the original idea.
Regular, you were sort of nodding along to the Kaya's point about height there, which is it's interesting. You know, when I was at architecture school, we talk about adaptability, and often through the lens of the plan. So like, where are the walls? Where's the plumbing? We didn't think so much about height being important to adaptability. Can you just sort of explain why you agree with Kaya that is an important aspect?
Because to separate, to look where you want to have a little bit intimate room, where you have a wide room, it's here not only horizontally the separation, but also vertically. So it's now the opposite. you have really, you have seen it on the first atelier. She has like a box where she can retire, sleep or rest or whatever, and that gives the room anyway the bigness. Can you follow?
Yeah, I think it's really it's a really good point, and it's one that maybe housing commissioners should be thinking more about.
What I wanted to say still, here you need to think where you want to storage room, because we have no cellar or no attic. So the house gives you the possibility to make storage room up.
We have another question from the audience, which is maybe sort of what I've got in the back of my mind as well, which is sort of, where do these things come from? You know, how could we create a project like this in our cities? So the question is, how does living in a dedicated artist complex differ from places you've lived before? And does a sense of community happen organically? How do they actively shape it? So maybe less about architecture, more about the kind of sense of community that that comes from living amongst other sort of similar professionals. Can you talk a little bit about how the community formed?
Here in Basel.
Yeah. Let's start with Basel, and
it was looked after artists who want to work same place. But the profession of artist is not as it was 70 years before. There were not painters or sculptors, but it's the profession of a much more open artist's life.
And how, literally, sort of, maybe this is a question for Heinrich, but like, how did you go about organizing this community? Were there like endless meetings for years and years, sort of planning it together? What was the process like?
Yes, it was. We came together. We founded this cooperation because we thought it's very important, and then this was just a committee of 7 people. And we had no members of the cooperative then, and just we decided everything. And yes, most of them in the committee, they didn't want to live there, so they organized this for the others. Yes, and it was very hard because we had no money, and to start a housing project with no money is, yes, it's a little bit scary also. And then we had the committee, and we had another group. The group was the Vermietungsgruppe. They looked at the artist. They wanted to be member, and so they choose which is yes, fits good with the other or not. And because everybody knows everybody in a small city like Basel, yes, we made it. So this is the committee for looking at the artist, and the other committee was the committee for the steering committee. And so they made such suggestions to the steering committee, and the steering committee could say yes or no. So the both group could hide once behind the others. So it was no problem to say to a friend, "Oh, I'm sorry, they didn't agree." And so yes, this was also a problem. And now it's in the phase of becoming a group of people living more or less together, and this is a big process. They're still going on, and Regula is very active in this. So it has to, yes, it was new, and now it begins to life. So.
Thank you. Yeah, so that I guess that's a very new community. But Kaya, you must have moved into a kind of quite an existing community. Is there a strong sense of community?
Absolutely.
Tell us about it.
I've never lived a place where I really know all my neighbors. It's a really sense of living in a very small village. And some of the people here, they've been living here since 1959. They're pushing 90 and 100. And some have small children. And I think this community is, to begin with, everyone had small children here, and then everyone had teenagers. And suddenly there were no children here. I think the children are sort of what's been, pulling people together. And now we've been through another sort of wave of kids. But it really are people from 0 to 95 here. And we have parties, and we eat lunches together, and yeah. So, but we're not, it's more like friendships form naturally, like they always do. But there's also a sense of that we do have something in common, all of us.
That's super nice. Do you have? This is a question from the audience, but I think it's a great one. Do you have advice for other cities who might want or feel like artists get a raw deal and they want to kind of create? Perhaps there are people from the public sector listening, or developers listening who might have the power to actually do something to better provide affordable accommodation for artists. What advice would you give cities or mayors in how to do projects like this where they are? Let's stick with you, Kaya, and then go to Heinrich and Ray.
I would probably go with something that Heinrich is building, because row houses are, they're expensive houses to maintain. It's artists aren't a group who has a lot of economical power. So it has been, just for that reason, it's been hard to sort of live here in a sense. So you have to think about, you know, the cost of maintaining these buildings, and you have to think about should they inherit or not. You know, what do we do with the next generation?
Yeah.
Here you can't inherit, and you also have to think about how to make sure that these are affordable in the future. I mean, these houses are not affordable for the up-and-coming artists any longer.
That's fascinating that you can't inherit. What an interesting twist. We only have sort of 20 seconds left. So Heinrich or Regular, one of you can say one piece of advice for the Mayor of London or wherever to make homes for artists. Heinrich, go on.
Okay. Yes, I think maybe the cities don't do it for the artists. Maybe the artists have to become active and yes, to organize it. Like we did in Basel, they want to do something, realize something, and they put people together.
Fantastic. I'm afraid we have to wrap it up there. We are out of time. I just wanted to say a few massive thanks to all of our speakers for this session, but also to George, Elise, and Hafsa, who've been curating the festival along with the whole kind of Open House Worldwide community. And particular thanks to David, who's doing the tech from Vienna and who helped us when regular sound cut out. And to Hella Berg from Open House Oslo, who's massively helped put this session together and also the next session too. So thank you to all of you. Keep watching, and that's it from us. See you soon. Tusen tack.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
We are meeting a lot of big challenges with urbanization, climate crisis, and so on. And all this will affect how we're going to live in the future. As one of the biggest home builders in the Nordic countries, we think it's important that we dive into this and explore actually what we are going to build for our members and our buyers in the future. So our goal is actually to try to find out what is the home of the future and how to make it better.
LPO architects draw a lot of housing projects, and we feel that the industry tend to be a bit conservative. So when OBOS invited to an innovation competition, we were really eager to be a part of that and test out all of our ideas about the future of living.
The Living Lab consists of 34 apartments on 6 different floors. In one of the floors, the main concept is community. And so we have these common spaces where everyone can meet. then we have a floor with the concept of sharing, with the co-living spaces and people actually sharing in their different kinds of functions like kitchen and living room. And then we have a floor with the concept of flexibility, both flexibility in an apartment but also between apartments. There's a lot of activities in the lab, and we're doing these activities also together with people living here and together with our partners. So through workshops and other kinds of activities, we are diving into and exploring all these different kinds of topics that are relevant for the future home. But we also see that people living here, they started with their own activities, they initiate dinners and so on.
One of the most important topics for the Living Lab has been how could we use each square meters more. Now the price is getting higher and higher, so the use of each square meter is more and more important. So, for example, can you close and shut down your bedroom and use it as a living area when you don't use it? What's comfortable with sharing with others? Can you live close to your best friend and sometimes share your living room or your whole apartment with your neighbor? These are things that we want to test out and still sort of get a more social everyday life, but still continuously having the private space that you need. We have a big common area on the top roof terrace. There's been a lot of eager residents that want to grow their own vegetables and use that common area as a social arena.
Maybe one of the most exciting things about working with these projects is that it actually can change how we are going to build something. So it's not only an example or this like, wow, you built this building, it looks nice, wow. But we're actually going to be here in many years. We're going to follow up those who live here in many years to actually see if there's something here we could take with us when we build something new. And that could change thousands of homes, not only this building.
Welcome everybody to Home is Where the Help Is. My name is Natalie Wadick and I'm the director of the Irish Architecture Foundation, and we are the people who deliver Open House Dublin. This event, this hour today is hosted by Open House Dublin and Open House Oslo. So let's get to it. Even though we have a rapidly growing aging population worldwide, still our villages, towns and cities, for the most part, are spaces that are imagined and structured with a younger, mobile, independent working age and demographic in mind. But there are some exceptions. And today we are delighted to introduce two architects from two different countries, one from Ireland and Norway, and we're going to explore key issues and crucially solutions impacting on housing from a cultural, social, economic and health well-being perspective. These stories are relevant to all of us. We will see two housing projects for supported living, allowing older people and people with dementia to thrive and enjoy where they live. At the end, we will have some time for conversations and questions from you. So please type in your questions into the questions thing. Both models offer new ways of living and aging well. The films you will see are beautiful, heartwarming and poignant. They really will make you happy and feel happy. All homes should be places for care and comfort, although housing for the elderly or those best suited for changing situations can often be isolating or challenging to manage. So I'm going to hand over to Kieran up first. Kieran's from my hometown of Dublin, and he's going to introduce a film about Ava Housing, a proposal to retrofit the homes of older adults, allowing them to downsize within their own homes and address the city's housing shortage as well. So it's a win-win situation. So Kieran, it's over to you, Kieran, to introduce your film.
Thank you, Natalie. The Ava Housing Project came about through a team of people from different professional backgrounds who were looking to address a number of different societal issues that we face in Ireland at the moment, including housing options for older people and addressing Ireland's broader housing crisis, but through the lens of sustainability by adaptation of existing housing stock. And these problems intersected as part of a challenging discussion at national level that older homeowners should leave their family-sized homes to deliver housing for young families. However, this was considered to be a reactive, unfair and impractical solution to the problem, given the lack of alternative suitable accommodation available to older people in their communities as the housing crisis began to permeate through all segments of society. The Ava Housing Project seeks to release the potential of these homes, whilst also enabling homeowners to age in place in their own homes and communities. We do that by upgrading and reconfiguring their houses. So we're looking at a typical housing type in Ireland, which is the 3-bedroom semi-detached home. And what we do is we convert the ground floor of the home to a self-contained living space for the homeowner. So we have a bedroom on the ground floor. We put in an accessible bathroom so that they can live essentially independently in that ground floor. And we upgrade the fabric of the house as much as we can to comply with current accessibility and universal design standards. And this is important, so it enables older people to stay living in their homes for longer, and is sort of a preemptive or early intervention measure for people's needs as they get older. We then also convert the upper floor of the house into another independent living unit where the homeowner can bring in a renter, and we convert 2 of the bedrooms into a kitchen and living dining area. So that the renter, although it's still a single family home, they still come in the same front door, they still share the utilities, electricity and heating and so on. They can live more or less independently if they wish. So this gives the homeowner a certain sense of security, having somebody else in the house, and also an income in their retirement as well, which is important. So Ava Housing supports homeowners through the whole process, from the initial assessment through the construction works and through the rental process as well. And it aims to support homeowners to live active, healthy lives in their own homes in a built environment that's adapted to their changing needs. So the video you're about to see details the journey of Anne, our first homeowner, through the design, build and rental of her newly adapted home. And since completion of our first 2 pilot houses, we have now received funding from the Irish government to support the upgrade of a further 20 houses and have extended the building works to include energy upgrades. So I'll pass over to the video now.
This is a story about an innovative idea to give old homes a second life and their owners new options for how they live their lives in the future.
I've set up a housing project with Kieran Ferry and Dermot Bannon to develop a model for older homeowners to reconfigure their homes and create a new rental unit within the house.
The idea is so simple, but then aren't all the best ones. It's just a sideways look at the housing crisis. It's a sideways look at our homes and what can be done with them. And the beauty of the whole thing is that it's reversible.
The project has huge potential for expansion. There are 160,000 older people living alone in family-sized homes in Ireland.
This project will support homeowners to retrofit their house, matching them with the appropriate renter and supporting them as a rental agency effectively into the future.
This is giving something back, I suppose, as well, and this is using the skills that I have to try and contribute to solving some of the societal problems that we're dealing with.
So there'll be a kitchen, there'll be a bathroom, there'll be a living space and a bedroom on both floors.
What a win-win this is for supporting older homeowners, but also creating new rental capacity in a very stressed market. And I've every reason to believe that the team that we've got together, looking at various different aspects of this, will make it work and make it a really attractive option for lots of older people in Ireland and give them this new choice in how they use their homes into the future.
Our story begins in the small town of Clondalkin.
I love Clondalkin, I love the people of Clondalkin. We've been here since '64 and there were 7 of us in the family. The house is ideally situated. It's got no overlooking front or back, only the cows. I felt I couldn't stay here unless I did something to the house. At this stage of my life, or even, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have got a mortgage out to do it. To pay back a mortgage, I would have nothing to live on. Well, a friend of mine, Marjorie, she rang me up one day and she said, "Did you hear Pat Kenny this morning?" This architect fellow was on it and he was talking about what you want to do, divide your house in 2. I thought, somebody's been listening to me. It just seemed to sit very well with me the minute I heard about it.
Well, I got a call from Anne to tell me about it, and then I got another call saying, "You won't believe it, they actually came back to me and they're coming out tomorrow."
I really knew then it was the answer, but I didn't for 1 second think I would be the pilot. I certainly didn't expect to be here where I am today.
The average age now where people are going into nursing homes as well into their 80s, so it's time that we responded to that and provide people with a kind of a menu of choices where they can live in their own community and design a kind of living place for themselves that suits their needs.
The moment she rang, I just knew from the phone call that she was, the right type of person. She's like confident, she knows what she wants. Her house is just exactly what we're looking for. It's a 3-bed semi-detached and there's a garage on the side which she had already kind of had it in her head that she'd like to get that converted to make a bit more living space. What I want to see for her is that she makes this house her own house, puts her own stamp on it.
What we're trying to do here is to upgrade the ground floor of your house so that it can be a self-contained living unit for yourself, which then frees up the first floor of the building so that you can rent out rooms on the first floor.
Once construction starts, it's all systems go, and James and his team work closely with Anne.
Hi guys.
Hi James, how are you?
How are you now? Welcome again. How's things?
Things are going great.
Good,
Getting
good,
very
yeah.
excited to see all this.
Yeah, it's taking shape.
Wow.
I love the skylight. I absolutely love it.
It was definitely 100% the right thing to do, and mainly because of the team that's behind us. Without them, I think I'd be very worried all the time because they provide that very valuable service.
The key reason that Bank of Ireland was really interested in getting involved in this partnership was that it answers a lot of questions, both from the ageing in place and the well-being of the older person so that they can continue to thrive in their own communities, and the freeing up of housing stock for renters and potential renters from an affordability perspective. And so from the financial well-being of both sides, with only 40% of Irish people having a private pension, using your home to fund your retirement now starts to become a reality.
And now it's time for Anne to see her finished home.
Okay, so here's the kitchen.
Wow! Oh my God! Oh, this is fabulous.
What do you think?
Oh, this
With the upstairs living space finished and Anne settled back in, Claire the renter can make herself at home.
I was coming out of the canteen at work one day and just saw on the notice board and the rent. Oh my God, is that for real? When I came in and walked into the house, well, I mean, Anne is just so welcoming. I just felt totally at home straight away. And this is a wonderful space. I thought it's a really good conversion. It's nice to come home and know that there's someone in the house. Not that we see each other all of the time, but we both know that we can have a chat when we ever want to. And it's just been great.
Well, I'm extremely happy where I am now at the moment. I'm very contented because I feel for the first time that this is my home, that it's a home I've created. The lodger Claire, she's moved in now, and I think she's settling in okay. It's been absolutely marvellous. She's a lovely person. The life is good. I'm very lucky, very fortunate.
The Ava Housing pilot project was co-funded by the homeowner and Ava Housing, with the support of the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage and Bank of Ireland. If you'd like to know more about Ava Housing, please visit our website, avahousing.ie.
That was great. Thank you, Kieran. It was so good to see Ava Housing and to hear from Anne and the resident. I love the way she called you that architect fella. That was very good. And now moving swiftly on to another architect fella, but from in the mountains outside Oslo, is Johannes Edgen, who will present Carpe Diem Dementia Village, and this is quite a different project, but it's a sensitively designed complex consisting of communal housing units to care for people with dementia, and he will introduce the short film, and then after that we'll all join each other on screen for a conversation. And please don't forget to join in that conversation by putting some questions into the chat. So now over to you, Johannes.
Thank you very much. The film we are now about to see is presenting actually a nursing home, Carpe Diem Village. It could have been built as a traditional nursing home, and I think then it would have established itself as an 8 stories high building. But the client, Bærum municipality outside Oslo, wanted to do something different. They see they have a growing population with dementia, as maybe any other city in the world for the moment, and they wanted to do something different. They seeked for inspiration and saw a dementia village in the Netherlands and wanting to do something similar. So they set up a design and build competition where we contributed with landscapes architects and a constructor. And the result is the village, not the 8 story high building, based upon the ideas of making a framework for people in a very difficult situation to live as close as possible a normal life. So I think I just want to invite you into the Dementia Village, and we have a walk and talk about it afterwards.
When we started in Nordic Office Architecture, we have a health department division, and we say one of our goals is to try to make a difference in architecture, and planning Dementia Village is absolutely one of the ways to make a change. And we have been doing hospitals and nursing homes for many years, and just doing this project we could learn something about a different approach. And when Bærum kommune wanted to take this risk, to try something so different, for us it was obvious we wanted to go for it.
Kanskje den aller største forskjellen på Carpe Diem og på andre sykehjem er det at vi bringer lokalsamfunnet inn i byen, og at det er en åpen by, at det ikke er et lukket samfunn. Selv om beboerne trygt bor i sin egen by, så er det ikke et lukket samfunn. Og vi har en stort fokus på det med hjemlighet, og at det ikke skal være preget av å være et sykehjem eller en institusjon. Og hvis det skal ligne på noe, så skal det være mer som et hotell eller en hvilket som helst offentlig bygg og en helt liksom vanlig byliv skal det være i byen.
Landsbyen innehar ulike aktivitetsområder og servicetilbud for beboerne. Det er en butikk. Vi har et fantastisk flott grendehus som er storstua, hvor man kan holde fest og kjøre konserter. Vi får mersmak bistro, som vil være bistroen for nærområdet, hvor også andre kan komme inn, ta seg en kaffe latte eller spise middag på vei hjem etter å ha hentet til barnehagen. Vi har ulike aktivitetsarealer som snekkerverksted, hobbyrom. Vi har en pub. Det er også en helseavdeling som inneholder et treningsrom, frisør og fotpleie.
I've been here for a couple of months now, and I'm still surprised of finding both architecture and solutions of a lot of practical problems, which is built into the whole area. It's just like a big family. It's not the stiff or some hospitals sort of they try to steer you into what to do, but here you're pretty free to do not what you want, but within the rules you're free to go outside, eat. We have various places we can go and rest.
Vi inviterer også inn nabolaget aktivt for å skape et vanlig byliv i byen. Sånn at det er noen som går over torget, det er noen som skal og klippe seg hos frisøren. Alt er åpent, sånn at man kan komme inn og gjøre de tingene man gjør ellers i et sentrum. Mange har veldig lyst til å komme og se, og så blir de veldig overrasket når de får lov til å komme inn faktisk, og ikke bare se, men å delta i det livet som foregår her. Og det gjør jo også hverdagen for beboerne som bor her i byen litt mer vanlig. Det er trygt, det er ting som skjer i byen, det er ikke en isolert korridor, men du har hele livet kan leves fortsatt. Og vi har jo også frivillige som kommer og gjør en fantastisk jobb med å komme inn med sine interesser og det de har lyst til å gjøre, og bringe det inn i byen. Og også få bidra til å skape mer tid og rom for samtaler, som våre innbyggere er veldig glad i å gjøre. Det å prate om fortida, det å prate om været, det å prate om ting som opptar dem der og da. Går man tur med hunden sin, så kan man like godt gå innom byen og så gå ut igjen i stedet for å bare gå forbi. Da er man med på å bidra til et litt mer bedre liv for dem som bor i byen. Det blir litt mer vanlig.
I think it's quite challenging to see where life actually brings us at the end. I've been now 3 times at Carpe Diem after it opened. I'm always happy when I'm leaving. Not because I'm proud of what we are doing, maybe that's some, but that's not the most important. I met people, happy people.
Hello, welcome back everybody, and I hope you enjoyed those films, and I'm delighted to be joined now on stage, or well, on screen, by Kieran and Johannes. And so hi both of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for showing and bringing those films with you and sharing both your stories. It's absolutely fantastic, and I just want to maybe just start off making some comments to both of you, and hopefully, and there are questions coming in as well through the chat, so I'll be looking at my phone throughout this to see if there are any questions that I can pass on your way. So, but basically, I mean, both of those projects, right? I mean, the title of this session is Home is Where, what is it? Welcome to Home is Where the Help is, which is something that is very clearly part of both of those schemes, even though they are very different in brief, in client, in purpose, and in form, but they share the following, I think. And one is their insistence that older people remain part of the community, that are visible and not treated differently, not marginalized or hidden away. Both display a reaction against an institutional approach to aging, and both by design or by default are challenging the status quo of systems and regulation and limitations. And in that way, they are very innovative and pioneering. Both are engaged in developing designs for intergenerational living within a spatial justice frame based on dignity, humanity, caring, and generosity. Both are passionate about ensuring a person's physical, social, and psychological well-being. And this is enshrined from concept to process, to design, and to function and use. And they're just 5 points that I just pulled out from watching the films last night in preparation for this conversation. And I'm just wondering, just to start it off, like Johannes or Kieran, do you agree with these, or do you have others to add? It would be interesting to hear from both of you and what you thought of each other's schemes. Kieran, you can go first.
Yeah, go first. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, that was what struck me as well was this, I suppose, a reaction against the traditional kind of institutional approach to aging. In Johannes's scheme, the Dementia Village, our scheme is aimed at what we call younger older people. So it's, as I said, it's a sort of a preemptive approach. And it's aimed at people who are kind of at retirement age or just recently retired, so late 60s, possibly early 70s, and who are planning for hopefully a long retirement in their homes. And when there was a report published in 2016 in Ireland about looking at the existing housing stock and looking at occupancy of existing housing stock, and it came to this rather uncomfortable conclusion that there's too many single older people living alone in houses that are too big for them. And there was a sort of a simplistic response to that they should move out. But what we found is that not only are people very attached to their local communities and want to remain in their local communities, but also they're very attached to their homes. Quite often they've had a lifetime of memories. You know, their children have married out of the home. They've, you know, it's something that means a lot to them, and they do want to be able to welcome family members back into the house from time to time as well. So that emotional attachment to the home was a very important aspect and a driving criteria for what we do in Ava Housing. And I think that, you know, you see that in Johannes' scheme as well, in that sense of trying to recreate that home environment and that importance of community in that, which I think is something that we both sort of followed through on.
Yeah, absolutely. Johannes, the idea of community is very key in the Carpe Diem village, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I'm very happy that we can see these two projects together because in many ways we have the same approach. We are sort of creating environment for people in last part of the life, you could say, and I'm very glad that we can seek different solutions. We couldn't base the future on only dementia village. I think that we actually do something about existing living environments and make them more functional for all the people. And some people will have, call it stronger needs, more protected, and then dementia village is the good answer. But only the fact that we actually gather worldwide here now about talking about not what is the, call it the big media projects. It's all about housing and finding good solutions for people in this situation is very good. And the Carpe Diem village it's a closed village, but it's open for everybody. It's closed because most of the people in this village have lost some anchors to reality, and it would be a problem. And what happens in normal institution is that they actually are locked inside. Law regulations in Norway says you can't lock people inside, but in fact that's what's happened because it's dangerous if they just walk out. Here they have access to open spaces, shared spaces, activity, and the fact that the client, the Bærum Kommune, the municipality, they want people to come and visit it. Not for a show off, but because the visitors add the same kind of normal day life as you have more easy access to in a Ava housing project. So, and again, I'm very happy we could see those two projects together.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's that kind of generosity of inviting people in and sharing that is really key from both of those projects. Now, I know that even like in Kieran and your film, your team member Dermot Bannon said the simplest ideas are the best. And I know that, I mean, it seems completely straightforward as an idea, and yours too, Johannes, but it's not, I can imagine it wasn't that easy or that simple. I imagine there were a lot of log jams, a lot of tricky situations that are beyond your control that you had to try and negotiate. And by that, I mean possible regulation and certain ways of doing things, because that's the way things are doing. This is what I'm talking about, but both of you were challenging a status quo or a way of thinking and that type of thing. I wonder, you know, can you maybe just tell us a bit more about some of those challenges that both of you had to overcome in order to get this project completed?
Yeah.
And probably ongoing challenges as well, I'd imagine. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, there are ongoing challenges. There is. I mean, it is a simple idea what we're doing with Ava Housing, and I suppose the first thing that struck us is why hasn't this been done before? And we quickly found out why. There were several challenges to it, and it's kind of an in-between approach, which doesn't comfortably fit within existing planning regulations and building control regulations. So we had to do a lot of We had a lot of conversations with the Department of Housing, who are responsible for planning regulations, and with local authority planning officers as well, about how we could demonstrate that what we're doing doesn't require the same sort of strict planning process that you would need if you were physically subdividing a dwelling into two separate units. So we're keeping this as a single family home, and that's an important thing to consider. And that's important from a planning perspective. It's also important from an inheritance perspective, and all sorts of other reasons. So we did get through all that, and we've designed it in a particular way, not to circumvent the regulations, but to work within the regulations and the exemptions to the planning regulations, and that helps us then with building control as well. So we're dealing with it as a single family home, and the fire safety regulations and so on are much simpler to deal with in that respect. And this was really important to us because we're trying to make this process as simple as possible for the older homeowner, and having to go through all sorts of different statutory applications and permissions would mean that it would take much longer, and it would be more expensive to do. And that kind of brings me to the next challenge we have, which is to a degree an ongoing challenge, which is the cost. We've been very fortunate in that we've had grant funding from the Department of Housing, who have helped us with both the pilots and who have committed to funding further houses. We do ask the homeowner to contribute as well. We think that's important, that the homeowner makes some contribution to it, that they feel that they have a stake in what's happening here, that it's not something that's been handed to them, that they're engaged with it. So that's an important aspect. But the thing then we started to realize was a lot of the houses we're dealing with are quite, they're built in, say, the 50s or 60s or 70s, and they're not very energy efficient. And it didn't seem sensible for us not to do energy upgrades to the homes as well, and that adds additional costs. And that we're working with the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland at the moment to try to work as a system of where we can avail of grant funding for improved insulation and potentially renewable energy resources. And this will be important as people age. Having that sort of energy security and being able to keep your house warm easily is important. So that's an ongoing thing that we're dealing with. The costs aren't in our favor at the moment with everything that's happening in the world. So that's going to probably continue to be a challenge.
Yeah, and actually just one more point on that before I go to Johannes is that what you've done for Anne is like you've created a home for her future, not just for her now, but for her future. Yeah. So it's future proofing her house for her, so
yeah, that's the basic principle of it. Yeah, that it will allow her to remain living in that house for longer than she might otherwise have been able to.
Yeah. Johannes, speaking of like challenges and what you had to overcome in order to get this job done, I know that when I was talking to you yesterday on the phone, you were so enamored by your client, and working with your client was really, really key. And listening to her and her team and all of that, and to get the right possible outcome for everybody was something that you were very close to in terms of the process and how you got to create this wonderful village for these people. I wonder, can you talk about were there any challenges or opportunities that came out of that, and what you learned from working with them as well?
Of course, we had a lot of challenges, as any project. We have a certain economy. We have to keep the project inside the budget. That is always a challenge if you have any budget. This the budget for this nursing home is most the same as for a normal one in Norway. We have a relatively small site. Although Norway is densely populated, this is the more. We have a site, I think, about 18,000 square meters, where we should build 18,000 square meters. And to get all these buildings on the site with the walking path, the gardens, was a tough job and a demanding client. which is very good. So we spent a lot of time first to understand the client, the site, then maybe the most challenging, to understand the situation for people with dementia. To actually, I had a fantastic team on the job, and I think all of them now are, I think they're proud about to say they understand more about different sides of life. You saw on the film one of the inhabitants was interviewed. He actually has the same name as me, Eggen, not related. I met him when we were there, and I think that was one of my proudest moments when he was my guide, and he was telling me about the architecture of the village.
Yeah.
And when I then left, I thought we achieved something.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fantastic.
And also, as I told you, this is a design and build competition. We had the first bid. We thought we had a fantastic solution. The client liked it very much because of the volumes, the outdoor areas, but we hadn't understood the program.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to go back to the office, spend a lot of hours redesigning it, and then the client said, yes, this
Okay.
is what we wanted. So I think the client should be very happy they were demanding, or else we maybe wouldn't be sitting here with this project.
Exactly.
Because, yeah.
Exactly. I'm going to go to some questions on that have come through the people out there in our audience, and it actually it's a good segue in from what you were talking about, Johannes, and it's for you. One of our listeners would love to hear more about how Carpe Diem was designed to be open to the neighbourhood outside the village.
Yeah, for the inhabitants, this is a village where you shall not. We have to make a main entrance so that you don't get into a situation where everybody wants to go out all the time.
Mm.
At the same time, it has to be inviting. So when you come to the village, it's one door in with a reception area. It's a cafeteria. It's a welcoming area. And when you open the door looking into this hallway, you see out on the inner life of the village. This is the architectural solution, but the most important is that the client is always inviting people to use the building.
Mm.
Local choirs, they have outside fireplace, which the neighboring kindergarten use every day for an hour. So it's a combination of an inviting building, but most of all, a staff inviting you in and a client that says, use the building, that's a good for us.
Yeah. That's fantastic, because there's a canteen or restaurant there you can use. You can go in and use and stuff like that.
If you were going to get married, they would say, okay, you could have this room for free for the marriage.
Yeah.
But do you have any singers in your family? Then you have to make a concert before you use the room.
Fantastic. Yeah, I love it. And God, we've loads of questions coming in now, and there was one for you, Kieran. I'm just trying to find it again. Oh yeah, and again, it's about adapting to the resident. And are there any particular architectural adaptations to the Ava house which are designed to support the older resident?
Yeah, there are. I mean, what we do, as I said, is first of all, we convert one of there's normally 2 living rooms at the ground floor of a 3-bedroom semi-detached house. So we convert one of those to a bedroom. We widen all the doors so that they can accommodate a wheelchair in the future. We put in a bathroom which is large enough to be an accessible bathroom. We don't go as far as putting in the grab rails that you would see in a disabled access toilet normally, but we facilitate the addition of those at a later stage so it can be adapted. So they're the kind of key things, and there are other things to do with positions of light switches. Quite often on these older houses, the light switches are quite high, and current regulations, they should be down lower. And similarly, sometimes the electrical sockets are too low and need to be raised. So there's usually a bit of work in that. There tends to be a bit of building fabric upgrade as well. You know, quite often the wiring needs to be redone and the heating system needs to be looked at as well. So these all get looked at as part of the works.
Yeah, and the threshold between private and privacy between I suppose the tenant and the homeowner, is that standardized, or obviously is that depending on how open the homeowner is to
Yeah, we've got two basic options there, and actually the two pilots we've done, each homeowner has chosen a different version of it. So we did design it initially so that when you come in the front door, that the homeowner has a separate door, so it has a single door off the main entrance hall into their part of the house, so they can close that, and you know they've got the rest of their rooms beyond that. And then the renter has the upstairs and has free access upstairs. The second pilot home we did, the homeowner wanted to do that, but in the first one in Anne's house in Clondalkin, she actually said, no, I don't really want to close in my hallway. I like the spacious hallway with the stairs going up in it. You know, I don't mind that there's a bit of less privacy there. You know, I'm happy to accept that, to have that more openness in the hallway. So there are two different approaches to it, and the two homeowners looked at it in different ways, and either works. You know, for when we're trying to make sure that the homeowner is comfortable in the house, so we're happy to do either version.
And just one more question here on, because it relates to what you're saying, and I have another one for you, Johannes, in a minute, but just from somebody who'd like to know, on that train of thought, are you finding there are recurring concepts you have to convince homeowners to consider? Like, for instance, a particular part of their home they may have to give up or share, for example, the garden.
Yeah, the garden has been an interesting one. I mean, in Anne's house, there is a bit of a front garden as well, which the renter can access, and has quite a nice orientation. So the homeowner still has exclusive access to the rear garden, but there is a bit of front garden as well that the renter can avail of. But there were other things that come up as well. You know, in our initial design proposals, we had assumed that the front living room would be converted to a bedroom downstairs, and the rear living room would then tie into a kitchen. But Anne chose or decided that actually she preferred to have the bedroom at the back opening onto the garden, which was a different approach to it. And it worked quite well, actually, because then we had a bedroom above a bedroom and a living room above the living room. So it helped with issues of sound transference between the two residents in the house.
Okay. Thank you. And Johannes, just a question for you, and it relates to something you were saying a bit earlier about hearing from the residents there, the person who had your namesake. But somebody here has asked, how do you approach designing for dementia patients as an architect?
With humility and respect, I think. We are designing environment for people with dementia. And it took me a while to understand actually the meaning of this, but we have to have respect for the people, and we have to have a lot of respect for people working with these kind of problems, the staff. We have been doing nursing homes for many years, and we have had a lot of contact with people doing research. We have discussions with staff on the different sites where we have been doing traditional nursing home. And for myself, I read a lot about it. You have to actually rely on other skills than just only architecture. And when you do that, you realize that what we try to achieve here is sort of a necessary need for those living there, but it's good for everybody. It's all about understandable environment, feeling safe, to be seen, to actually have your meal in a nice surrounding with good acoustics. So Thinking, reading, learning, and listening.
Yeah.
Is most important, I think.
Yeah.
And I have a great respect for all those people working in nursing homes all over Norway. They do a fantastic job in often very poor condition with low wages. We should do something about that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I'd say it's quite similar for you too, Kieran. And there's a question in here for both of you, which is actually, it's a really, really good question. What advice do Johannes and Kieran have for emerging architects looking to pursue purpose-driven projects like these? Kieran, over to you first. It's a good one, isn't it?
That's a tricky one. Yeah. I mean, this project came about for me. I initially I took part in an exhibition actually about 2014, I think, where I was looking at the issue of it was the beginnings of the housing crisis, and all the talk was about building new housing. And I was thinking, well, hang on a second, we've got a lot of existing housing stock. I wonder, is that being used to its full potential? And so it came out of a bit of a sort of research that I was doing outside of my my professional work, which formed part of an exhibition. Actually, I think it was part of Open House Dublin in 2014.
I think so, yeah.
We had an exhibition of lots of different architects looking at housing from different angles. And it was through that then that I was, a couple of years later, was introduced to Michelle Moore, who's the founder of Ava Housing. And she had been approaching it, because I had come to that same uncomfortable conclusion. You know, all these older people living in houses that are too big for them. What do we do to get them out of it? That's not the solution. But Michelle had been looking at it from the other perspective of the older person, and so it was I suppose a willingness to collaborate with people from outside the field of architecture, I think, is important. And you know, that kind of that research and that exhibition led to that introduction, which then led to us putting together entering a competition actually run by the Rebuilding Ireland program, which was the Universal Design Challenge, which we were successful in. And that was really the catalyst for driving it forward. That gave us the funding. So, you know, it's a little bit of sort of serendipity. You're doing things where you don't really know where they're going to lead to. And then, you know, but it's just, I suppose, a sense of curiosity about things and exploration of these things, and an openness then to work with other people on things that you know, we didn't really know where it was going to go when we started. When I started talking to Michelle, you know, we met, remember, still been meeting for coffee, and you know, suddenly this became something that we could actually make a project out of. So that's, I don't know if that's helped for younger architects who are trying to chart a similar path, but that's how it worked for us anyway.
Yeah, I would say it is helpful, because I think that younger architects should learn a lot from just what you've said, and just actually, rather than sort of waiting for things to change, actually do things and change things in the way that you've done. And what you've done in Ava Housing is that you've managed to actually open up possibilities for more of that, you know what I mean, and for more people to participate and contribute to looking for solutions to our housing crisis, as well as homes for older people. So I would say more about just doing it, just do it. I mean, that's what we believe here in the IF, and things will happen and things can change. Johannes, do you have any words of wisdom? Oh my God, we've only 49 seconds left. I just for for the younger people. I was only getting into this. Young architects.
Well, I had to be quick. I started when I was with the hospital planning, which was looked upon as a field for architects without ambitions.
That's
you could see that in many hospitals, and I very quickly saw that here is actually a field where I can make a difference. And now hospital architecture has been known worldwide as something very interesting. And one thing took another. So for me, this has been all my practice. I worked in 36 years with health-related project, or firm work with airports and huge other projects. For me, this is very important.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm married to a nurse. Maybe that's some of the reasons, but I don't think that is.
Possibly, but like you're dead right, because it's actually, you know, it's not about, I think if we design in this way, and if we design for people in this way in our aging population, we are actually designing for everybody. It's an opportunity. It's, do you know what I mean? It should be embraced. And on that note, with the big flashy red light, I really want to thank both of you for sharing your story, for starting this conversation that we will continue beyond this forum, and to Open House Worldwide, to Elise, to George, to David, to Finn, to my Open House team in Dublin, Karen and Felicity, and to obviously to wonderful Kieran and his team, and Johannes and your team in Norway. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody for your fantastic questions.
Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you, bye.
The Nordregata project is situated in Grünerløkka, which is an historical area of Oslo. It mainly consists of apartment buildings that were built between 1870 and 1890, but they also have some wood houses that are even older than that. It's a really colorful area, and the row houses of Nordregata really didn't fit in. They had this beige, grayish color, and was such a huge contrast to everything that it was surrounded by.
Nå vi inne I bakgården, og her har vi da nybygget som passer helt perfekt inn I de historiske omgivelsene.
Vi hadde en fasade som var grå-beige, ja, med veldig fin tagg på.
Så vi har prøvd å vaske, som fada tagg.
Ja, fada tagg. Og så kom vi jo til liksom et punkt, det var jo I sommer. Jeg tror det var liksom at vi snakket sammen, og så var vi sånn, vi må gjøre et eller annet.
Here we see all the historical colors for wooden houses that have been used on a modern project. If we look at the doors, we'll see that the doors have a mix of both historical and modern colors, but how we've combined the colors and the mix of colors makes the project feel contemporary and 2020-ish. When we work on a project that has a context, which most buildings do, we think that it's really important that when you look at this facade, the neighboring house is also supposed to look beautiful towards it. So, meaning that we want the surroundings to feel somewhat like a family, where every color belongs together. So when we look at this pale shade of terracotta, and we look towards the ochre-colored building across the road, they're a really good match. It's really beautiful to look at those two colors meeting each other. You'll see new colors as you pass each home. So the niches have different colors that you can't really see when you approach the building, but when you pass it, you'll see new colors and new colors. And we see that people respond really positively to that. So it's become some kind of viral phenomenon. So the people that live there today say that people take pictures of themselves in front of the building every single day, which is, I think, good in a way. So they think that we've also gotten messages on social media from people that are saying that they've changed what way they're walking to work because they want to pass that building because it makes them happy. And I really think that architecture should make people happy. It shouldn't be provocative. It should be something that makes your surroundings more welcoming, more calm, and more joyful. Yes, it's definitely inspired other projects. So we do get emails and phone calls from builders and property owners from across the country that want something in that direction. They don't necessarily want to copy it because Grünerløkka has a very unique atmosphere and identity, but they want something like that. They're like, we love the Nordregata project. We want something like that that works for our surroundings. So we see that it's really gotten to people's or the industry's focus that it's important to build something that is also aesthetically sustainable. You know, you need properties that will look good 20 years from now and also 200 years from now. What's also important with this project is that we try to avoid black and grey and white. So we try to remove all that, and when you look at the windows, you'll see that they're actually not black, but they have a dark shade of green. So it doesn't have to be like a bright green, there can just be a little bit of color in the pigments, and it has such a much softer effect towards the colors. So you want soft and comfortable contrast between the colors and not hard. And that's where the color pigments are really important. We have both yellow and blue pigments, like it's a warm green, which works really well with all of the facade colors. So we have so many things to work on when it comes to making really good surroundings for humans, and it's not all about colors, of course, but color is an important factor, and it's a cheap factor. It doesn't really cost that much to completely change the look of a building by using good colors and materials.
Merker jo også på livskvaliteten og liksom gleden av å komme hjem og låse seg inn en kongeblå dør kontra gå forbi nedtagget fasade og bare ja.
Før kom det jo nye tags på bygget vårt liksom hele tida, og nå lar de jo det sånn være.
Det virker som at de respekterer det mer. Ja. Nå er det litt mer, nå er det kunst.
So, hello everyone. Hello here from Lisbon. Welcome to the Open House Worldwide Festival. And thank you to the audience that are here with us for this session between Legos and Lisbon. I am Beatriz Caetano Bento from the Lisbon Architecture Triennale. I am an architect and I'm also working in the production of Open House Lisboa, organized by Lisbon Architecture Triennale every year since 2012. So I'm delighted to be here presenting this session hosted by Open House Lagos and Open House Lisbon that will be focused on two different examples of historical house. Thinking that cities are always called upon to decide what to keep and what to forget about their architectural layers of history. Lagos and Lisbon will raise some issues that will be able to bring us up in our discussion later. So for the audience, please feel free to let all your questions and comments on YouTube chats during the presentation. So to start, I would like to introduce our speakers. Now we already have Sergio here with us, and later Chuck Ihonor will join us too. So representing Open House Lisbon, Sergio Antunes, hello, welcome.
Thank you.
He's an architect with a huge experience from several different studios that led him in 2010, together with Sofia Couto, to found the Aurora Arquitetos studio that are also curating this year edition of Open House Lisboa. So Sergio's work does not end in practice and has been published and part of several exhibitions and publications. And I would take the risk to say that he has a particular eye to kind of invisible details on cities and architecture. And it will be through Sergio's eye that will be guided on a tour to the project of Rose and Mustard building in southern of Portugal. So this project, the Rose and Mustard building, is a project between Aurora Arquitetos and Furo Studio. It takes place in Vila Real de Santo António in the south of Portugal. And I think that now maybe, Sergio, I can pass the word to you to show us not just this amazing example of how we can rehabilitate historical housing building, but also to tell us more about the urbanistic planning that born in Lisbon and influenced the architectural of Vila Real de Santo António too. So if you want to start.
For the opportunity to share with you these buildings. These buildings were made by our studio, Aurora, together with Furo. So it's we are both the authors of this building. So everything you see was created by both studios. So to tell you a little bit about the story of this building. Sorry, let me just. I had this in the wrong slide. I'm so sorry. But we will start very soon. Okay, so to talk to you about these buildings, we have to talk a little bit about how this interlinks with the story of Portugal. So we are talking about a building that's in the south, in Algarve, in the south of Portugal, the region of the south of Portugal. But to talk to you about this, we have to talk to you also about Lisbon. Okay, So in 1755, we had, so Lisbon, it's in the center of Portugal, more or less, and it's the capital. And in 1755, in the 1st of November, which is the day of the death also, we had for about 2 hours, 1 hour, 4 major earthquakes. These were earthquakes that, you know, the center was here, were followed by a major tsunami and the fires in the city that lasted for 6 days. So this is a model, this is a wonderful model of the city center, back in the days before this earthquake. So we had the central square of Lisbon with the King's Palace, and this was the city before the earthquake. So as you can see, the city center was a kind of a medieval city with the structure of a medieval city. So this is like a small portrait of the city before the earthquake. So in this day we have this major earthquake that destroyed 20,000 buildings. The earthquake, the fire, and the tsunami destroyed 20,000 buildings in the city, and 50,000 people, 15,000 people were dead during this major event in the history of Lisbon. I would say also in in Europe, because this changed the way everybody was seeing nature and what could happen to our lives in a major event like this. So by this time we have a prime minister called Marquês de Pombal. So this the guy you are seeing right now, which was somehow a strange mix between I would say a brilliant politician, but also a dictator. Okay, so but we tend to see him as just as a hero, but he had some downsides. I would say there a lot of people that can talk about them. Well, so he was really fast reacting to this earthquake. So for example, I think it's amazing that in the day after the earthquake, it was completely forbidden to build in the outskirts of Lisbon, right? Because he wanted to avoid that people flee from the city center. So the day after, it was completely forbidden to build in the outskirts. So he immediately gave the power to an engineer called Manuel de Maia, and he immediately, this Manuel de Maia, started a competition between 4 different teams of architects, and 5 months after, so in March of 1756, we had already a plan for the reconstruction of the city. And this is quite amazing. Today, I guess it will be impossible that in 5 months we have a plan for doing whatever. And this is the plan that you are seeing right now. This was the plan that he, together with Marquês de Pombal and the king, they chose this plan. And this is the plan that we have in the city right now. So this plan it's pretty complex. It's difficult to explain you, but it's a urban plan, but it's also a plan on how to build in a safer way. Okay, because they were intelligent enough to understand that if an earthquake happened like this, someday we will have another. Okay, so they started this intense study around buildings, and they have a complex system that I'm not explaining right now, but it's a complex cage, what we call the gaiola pomalina, a cage. It's somehow a timber made structure that it's very flexible to avoid that the buildings collapse during earthquakes. So this is kind of the model, and this is the model that was of the buildings that were built in Lisbon after the earthquake, during a lot of years, until people unfortunately forgot what was an earthquake. Okay, and so this is just to start with, because we are talking about now about a building that it's in Vila Real de Santo António. So Vila Real de Santo António, as I told you, it's a city in the bottom of Portugal, right in the end. It's a wonderful location because we have the river Guadiana, and it's where the river, it's in the mouth of the river, where the river meets Mediterranean Sea. And we have in this city, in this location, Marquês de Pombal, the same prime minister, 20 years later, the earthquake, he wanted to do from scratch a city here in the mouth of the river, and it was both a border city, because in this side, the right side, you see it's Spain, and it was both a border city and a fishing city. Okay, so this was built. The plan was built by one of the architects that led both the design and the construction of Baixa Pombalina, called Reinaldo dos Santos, and he did this plan that basically was with the same, I would say, with the same strategy that they had for Lisbon. So it's a very, very rational plan where all the buildings look quite the same, and there is this prefabrication system of all the small pieces of woods and even the stone parts of the buildings. They are prefabricated, and they tend to do similar buildings. So in 2 years, they had this city was built in 2 years. I mean, this is the city today as it is today. But I mean, I would say that 5 by 5 here blocks were built in 2 years. So it's a very rational system of construction, very similar to the downtown of Lisbon. So we are talking now about this building where this round red circle. We are talking about this building here. Okay, that it's in the. I would say that it's in the limit of this city center. So this is the city center where you can see that it's very, very rational, a very rational way of building. And we are talking about this building here, like the Rose building, and in the back, the Mustard building, that are in the limit of this city center. So we have this. This is the Mustard building. It's formerly had many. It was clubs and houses, and he had many functions during his life. But while it changed throughout time, so we had these addictions here in the back. So we decided that we should cut with these addictions and build like a completely new building in the back, and to do the best we can to maintain the form, the original building as it was in the first day, let's say, of construction. So this is a kind of a small video on how the building was. So this was the back, the part that we destroyed. And the amazing thing about this building is that this building was very, very. I mean, it was very regular in the facades, as I think you can see. But the interiors were really uncommon for a building in Portugal, in Vila Real de Santo António, because you can have the rich variety of materials, different colors and decoration, and painted ceilings, and this is very uncommon in a building in Lisbon. So we try to maintain this Rose building. These are wonderful. Some wonderful drawings by Furu that were done by Furu to their website, and so we try to maintain this Rose building as much as it was, and we try to do a completely new building in the back. So let me start by explaining a little bit the strategy that our client wanted to divide this building into 5 different departments to be renting to be rented. So we tried as much as we could to keep this interior variety of the building and to even to emphasize this variety, this original variety of the building. So this is what the building end up looking like. So we have at the same time that this is running, I'll try to explain you something that probably it's not particular of Portugal, but we in Portugal have a strong belief in architects, the Portuguese architecture. There is a myth around the idea of unity, around the idea that a building should look as a whole and not, as a different things inside. So we tried with this building to go against this myth, and we tried to do a building that has a big variety, interior variety, because this was the original characteristic of this very exotic building. So we tried to maintain and to enhance this quality by not doing what normally Portuguese architects do. So this is what you can see here. It's this polychromatic attitude that we have both in the upper part of the new. These are new, what you are seeing right now. It's in the upper floor, and it's completely new. And we wanted that, like the colors that we choose and the materials that we choose, that it's something that we could be already there because of this variety. And this was, when we go there today, we can still feel this variety and feel that every apartment somehow has its own personality, as it was in the original building. So we are seeing different living rooms and different kitchens of the different apartments that we have there. So as you can see, this is mosaic hydraulic cement tiles with different colors as it was in the original. And this is the gap, like the space in between the buildings. And now I'll talk to you a little bit about the building in the back, that it's the addition that we did. And that there's something that I think it's wonderful, is that the city code of Vila Real de Santo António has this, let us say, strange strategy that I don't think it's strange, I think it's really well thought, but let us say that it's strange that if one wants to do a new building in Vila Real de Santo António, there is two major restrictions. One, your building cannot have the proportions or the materials or the look of a Pombalino building. It cannot. And you have to have the same height, 4 stories, in all the buildings. So if you want to do 1 2-story building, you cannot. You must have a 4 stories building. So this was a strategy found by the city of Vila Real de Santo António to have a clear distinction between the original city or the original Pombalino city and the new buildings in this city. So we tried with our building, the Mustard building, to do this as much as possible. So we tried to do a gap between, so we had to have a 4 stories building, and we were a little bit afraid of the darkness of this interior courtyard. So we did like a cut in between this building, and in this cut is where the stairs go, and we have 5 other apartments in this building with a swimming pool on the top. So we wanted to opposite a little bit to do the opposite of the Rose building. So in the interior of this building, this is a cut between the buildings, and so you can see here how clearly this design is distinct from the Pombalino building. And all this building, what we wanted inside is that this building is the opposite of the Rose building. So we wanted to have this feeling of the sand and the very white and the sand color, and to be very peaceful and to have as much as a distinction also between the buildings in the interior as we have in the exterior. So somehow this is if one goes inside one of the building and the other, there is this clear historical difference between them, but also there is a feeling of the interior that it's completely different. And these interiors that you are seeing right now, these 5 apartments, we try to do big windows, and these big windows somehow look on the old city, and so you could almost feel this reflection of where you are and where the city is, where this new city, where this old city is. We are seeing right now the last level of the building. We have just an open space where we have a place to lounge, and in the last block we have a swimming pool that overlooks the city. So yeah, that's about it. So I hope you enjoyed. So I come back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Sergio.
You're welcome.
It was amazing to see this presentation and see the importance of a rehabilitation project to keep a historical building in a city, but giving him making the building answer to the new life of a city. So now maybe we will say welcome to Chuck. Chuck Ihonor is already right now, I think with voice, because he was having some troubles with connection. But let me introduce to you Chuck. That is the chairman of Open House Lagos. He's also an architect and leads the ARG studio. His contribution for the reflection and debate around architecture is huge, from writing to his public intervention on society, and also through social media. So maybe I would say that Chuck is a modernist in thoughts, but a Nigerian in essence. And now Chuck will guide us through the project, the Water House in Lagos, one of the city's few remaining buildings of Brazilian style. So welcome, Chuck.
Our video from Lagos basically will sort of show us around the external of Water House. Water House, I don't want to go into too much detail until the video actually airs, but typically these buildings in Lagos were built of concrete, but with the floors structure in wood, and they were built by returnee slaves, freed slaves, who had been captured previously most from Nigeria anyway, and then they resettled in Lagos. Water House is one of such buildings built by one of such people, and there are a few others. Some of them are now demolished, some quite badly renovated, bastardized. I think we'll watch the video first, and then we can talk.
Yes, let's go to the video of the Water House.
Sometime in 1991, while very newly employed by the Lagos firm Goodwin Hopwood, I prepared measured drawings of Vaughan House, a 19th century Afro-Brazilian styled house on Lagos Island. I prepared designs for a multi-story extension that would rise behind it, and we won that competition. The Afro-Brazilian style, so called because it was derived from building styles predominant in Brazil, proliferated all over Lagos Island as returnee former slaves built them. They had returned from Brazil, a little mentioned outpost of slavery. One such house is Waterhouse, built by a returnee slave, Esson Joao da Rocha, who had been captured from Elisha in Nigeria and freed to Nigeria. While in Brazil, his wife had given birth to their son Candido, and they all returned to Lagos. Candido inherited Waterhouse from his father, built in around about 1890, and transformed the business of water supply, started by his father, to confirm himself as possibly the richest man in Lagos at the time. He went into other businesses, including banking and hospitality. Waterhouse was named for the well that is still to be found in its courtyard. The current property is split in two. A granddaughter who is 94 lives in her part, while the other section is unoccupied. Waterhouse is today surrounded by multi-story buildings as Lagos Island transformed into the business district of Lagos. Today, many big corporations have moved out to less frenetic areas like Victoria Island and Lekki, leaving the island a ghost of itself. Candido da Rocha also ran hotels and restaurants, one of which operated out of the now demolished Ilodro Bar. That demolition was controversial as the building was listed and remains one of the best examples of the Afro-Brazilian style. Today, these Portuguese-inspired buildings are rare on the island of Lagos, and those that remain are bastardized sometimes beyond recognition. Waterhouse, though retaining a lot of its original charm, is actually not quite as it was when it was built. Its location is now so different as well, as it stands somewhat out of place in the concrete jungle that is Lagos Island today. It is so good though that it has been kept and maintained by the family and still available to be seen as one of the best of its sort.
Okay, hello again. Hope you had enjoyed. Took a video of the Waterhouse in Lagos. I think now we can start understanding this curious connection between these two cities, such different cities, but with a lot of details in common, and maybe we can see how the Waterhouse colonial architecture echoes the rose and mustard building, with a huge connection with this Lisbon urban planning from the 18th century that Sergio talked about it. And we also see some connections of neoclassical signs between in the facades of both buildings. They both keep the use of how of being a housing building, but in different ways. So maybe to just to start, we have already some questions from the audience, but maybe I will allow myself to start asking you, both of you, what do you think that is the main connection between both of these projects, and what they both can tell us about the heritage buildings and his importance in the history and memory of the city. So maybe if you want to give us your perspective about it. I don't know, Sergio, if you want to go first.
I mean, it's amazing, right? Because these two buildings, they kind of could be brother and sister, even in the size, I guess. And it's quite amazing. I mean, I'm curious. I was curious to see the interiors of the water house. So really, the thing is that even in Vila Real Santo Antonio and in general, in Lisbon in general, we tend to see heritage as something exterior, something public, right? So when something that when you walk in the city, when you are in the streets and you look at the buildings, and that's the heritage. When we talk about Pombalino buildings, well, when we talk about old buildings, but in particular in this kind of buildings, the interiors and the way you build it, originally built it, this is also an heritage. And it's being somehow difficult with the different kind of projects and what people want to do in these buildings, and sometimes they want to transform these buildings into something that they cannot be in the interior. So what I think it's really sensitive is this idea in between interior and exterior, and what is heritage and what it's not, and what we should protect and what we should leave for everybody that can change and can do in their house or in their property. And this is something, that's why I'm so curious to see what's the interior and how this building, this water house building was built. Like what was the idea around the construction? What are the materials? Where the materials came from? I'm just kind of curious, Chuka.
We had a problem with getting in to do the interior shots, and which is such a shame, really, because although it's in no way as well finished or maintained as your Lisbon example, not even the extension, your original Rose house, the Rose building, the interiors are pristine. I could see they were absolutely brilliant condition. I think it must have just undergone some recent renovation. So with the water house, I watched the interior on another video on CNN from about 2 years ago, or thereabouts, 2 or 3 years ago. And no, it's technically, I'll put it this way, the owners are not in any way bothered about maybe what it looked like originally, and they just live in it as they want to. It's not something that goes in sync with the exterior. The exterior continues to show the Portuguese influence via Brazil, but the interior would never do so. Most of the buildings in Lagos actually never did on the interior after the original, maybe after about the original 40 years, they began to lose their shine. People move in and do all sorts of things to them, and they don't actually know what the style should have been like, so they don't know what to do. And when you get there in 1970, you're seeing a completely different thing on the interior. You're lucky to have the exterior. No, you wouldn't have seen anything like Lisbon. Absolutely not. The exterior has been kept quite well. It's amazing how much it looks like Rose building. For clients that don't know themselves, Waterhouse was built around about the 1890s. Then Lagos Island, the area known as the Brazilian quarters, had a lot of these sorts of buildings. So you can see the shock value in what it looks like today with all those towers around it. It wasn't like that. It was built in a quiet, calm residential area. It's a shame because there's a courtyard, as is almost normal with those buildings in Lagos. This time there was a well in the courtyard, and that's how it got the name Water House. And also the builder was in the business of supply of water. And as a matter of fact, the biggest water works in Lagos today is actually built on his own waterworks. In other words, he had his waterworks sort of like bought from him by government, and then, you know, and they've kept it till today, and it's much, much bigger today, obviously. But the Iju waterworks is actually started by Darusha. So you can see the history of this building and how it's called Water House, and how today the biggest waterworks come from this man.
Yeah, it's interesting, Chaka, because some of the questions that the audience was making focus on that that aspect. That how did these end up being preserved? Like when others of the same style in Legos when were demolished. In how
today is because its owners were very, very rich. They were so rich, as I said in the video, the son of the original builder was considered the richest man in whatever, Lagos, Nigeria. Nigeria didn't exist at the time, but let's just say he was very, very wealthy. And you tend to be able to keep things when you've got money. And that's probably the only explanation as to why it's still there today in good form. Not in its best form, but in good form.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of the other questions specifically for you, Chaka, was what is Waterhouse used for today? What kind of homes are there? So it's still the house of the family, as I understood, right?
There's a granddaughter of the son of the original owner of the building. So she's the great granddaughter. She lives there now, so you can see the continuity.
Okay.
But she's 94 years old, and she's the great granddaughter of the original builder.
Wow,
she
amazing.
inherited a half of the house, and she has a sister who inherited another half, who must be in her 90s as well. Now, the other sister does not live in her bit, and that's why I said the other bit was empty, and there was no one there. But the other 94-year-old lady lives there every day in that concrete jungle. Yeah.
Super interesting. And maybe now for you, Sergio, one of the questions, the first questions that came were also about interiors. And the question is, do interiors have to be preserved in Portugal? Because the person probably is from New York, and he's saying that only the facades are landmarks. So probably the question of how we deal with the interior preservation in Portugal.
So it depends on the protection that you have in the building, the kind of protection that you have in the building. So let's just say that the biggest part of the buildings, they are not protected at all. So you can not keep the facade, so there's no protection at all. Okay. For example, there are parts of the city where facades, where municipalities or the state want to keep the facades because they want to keep the look, let's say, the look of a certain city of Lisbon or Vila Real Sant António. And they do this indirectly. So meaning that they don't forbidden you to demolish a facade, but they can give you tax exemptions for keeping the facade. They can help you with the reconstruction if you keep the facade. So it's a indirect way of the state trying to keep the look of the city. And then we have areas of the city, buildings or areas of the cities, as Baixa, as the area of the earthquake that was rebuilt after the earthquake in Lisbon. This area of the city where the whole building is, the whole area actually is protected, meaning that even to paint a wall in this area of the city, you have to have a permit from the city. Well, actually, this is something that we could discuss about, because there is a big gap in between them. So meaning you have no protection at all for interiors, or you have a protection that you cannot even paint the wall. So, and this it's maybe too heavy on this need of a license to paint the wall. It's maybe too heavy on some part of the heritage, and sometimes it leads to illegal works. So you tight so much, it's so tightened that the legislation that people tend to do it without permits. But anyway, you can do it or not do it. This is something that you can do by law or not do by law, but there's also a conscience of architects, right? And I think interiors, buildings are a system, an interior and an exterior system. They are a body. So it means that
two parts of the same body.
Parts of the same body. So it means that when you touch an interior, you should at least understand the spirit behind this building. And this is something that I believe that architects are open to. I mean, this idea that a building it's a complex system, and that you cannot, destroy an interior as if you were in a piece of land.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what makes the importance of a good rehabilitation project, to keep a historical building, but adapt the building to the city and the new challenges and the new ways of living, because that's also an interesting thing, because in Lagos we see historical buildings that keeps the way of living, the inside, as he was projected. And now in Rose and Mustard building, we are seeing an adaptation of the interior to preserve the historical building, but to adapt it also to the new ways of living. And also in that point, we have a question from I think it came from Open House Worldwide for you, Sergio, that is, can you speak more about the shared space between the Rose and Mustard building? So do they have a communal outdoor area? So this connection between interior and exterior again.
Well, coming back from what you were saying about this adaptation of the buildings to the new, to life, right? I mean, it's not that, it's very complicated. It's because buildings reflect life, and they reflect the life that were, when the moment they were built. And then life changes, and I mean, I think that buildings should reflect life, and buildings should, also change your life. So it's both. They're both a mirror and a system to change your life. So, for example, we could see in the last 30 years or 40 years, for example, the position of the kitchen inside the house changed completely. Well, the role of women changed in society. I mean, this is beautiful. So also the position of the kitchen changed, and it's near, kitchens are not only for women anymore, they're for women and men. They are not only for servants, they are for everybody. So the kitchen changed, and the house, and so we have a reflex of a society change inside the buildings. For this is a big, just an example on how we must adapt. The other thing is, well, yes, the inner courtyard is shared by two buildings. Well, both the inner courtyard and the top of the master building, they are shared by these 6 apartments. They're just common space, basically. So, and we tried with this cut in the master building, that this inner courtyard, somehow it's lighter and you are not so deep inside in between the two buildings. So there is a certain light that comes in between this staircase in a certain part of the day, in a part of the day, in a moment of the day. And it's just, just a tree, actually. It's a lemon tree, just to do your gin and tonics. So you go there and you take a lemon to do your gin and tonics.
Yeah. And during when you are drinking your gin and tonic, maybe I don't know if it makes if it was difficult for you during the project, but someone asked how did climate change and the site's specific like proximity to the coast affect the renovation of the Rose building, if it was a trouble, more.
Well, we thought this building is something special, right? Because it's one thing, for instance, that it's special, that while we were renovating this building had problems. We had some problems. There were parts that were damaged by a fire, but also we found great things. For example, we have insulation, corn. When we were taking down a wall, we found corn for sound insulation, full of corn for sound insulation inside a wall. It was this is a crazy building, because apart from all these eclectic interiors, it's also eclectic in the way it was built. Even the structure was not so linear as we thought in the first moment. So it's really a building that it's something special. Well, we basically redid all the roof. We even changed a little bit the shape of the roof. But Vila Real de Santo António, it's not so affected by the sea, because it's a little bit back from the sea. So this was not a real big issue on the reconstruction. But again, we have, state-of-the-art windows, wood windows, really well built. I think, of course, we have problems as we have everywhere in Portugal, I would say, both thermal and construction problems.
Yeah. Like in the between, we lost Chuka because he was having really trouble connecting with us. But I think it's interesting to see how the Rose and Mustard building rehabilitation project can inspire a new story of a building, like not seeing a historical building and the preservation of architectural heritage as a something static and like almost like a museum, and converting the building to other typologies and functionalities, but keeping the original one with strategies like the ones you use. So congratulations, because it's amazing.
But just one thing that it's, while you are renovating a building, you are also a kind of and it's something that I'm not very comfortable with, is that while you are renovating a building, you are also the judge of history. Meaning that a building like this one has many stages of his life, right? It changed over time. You have these paintings on the ceiling that you see, they are not original. There's someone in a moment decided to do this. So you are also a judge on what to keep and what to tear down, right? Architects are judges on this matter. So, and it's something that there is a kind of a tendency to search for the original building. Like, how was the building in the day one? I think what we wanted with this Rose building, it's to keep all its history, even the strange things, as this strange mermaid that we have in the ceiling, right? So we don't really want to judge where was the key moment where this building became unoriginal. We like their unoriginality, let's say. I'm not hearing you.
So sorry. Unfortunately, we are in the end of our time, because otherwise we can continue here talking and talking, because there are so many interesting topics that we can explore with your presentation. I hope everyone enjoy us watching this session between Lagos and Lisbon. So thank you, Sergio. Thank you for accepting this invite and joining us today. It was super interesting to hear you.
I hope so.
And
thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks to
Yeah,
everyone
thank
who's
you.
watching. Bye-bye.
Yeah, also to all the audience, and it was a pleasure for me also to be here and for Lisbon Architecture Triennale to be part of the session. And thank you to Open House Worldwide, specifically to Ellie, David, George. They were amazing. And I hope you continue watching the festival, because we will go on for another section right now. Thank you.
Streets need to be different in character. You can't just have one type of street.
Somewhere that has visual interest, where places aren't overly regulated.
I think when the people are in charge, so it's not a street that is given over to a road.
Some maybe shared surface, some areas for cyclists.
Greenery is nice, trees are nice.
A cohesive character.
When you feel that you can chat to your neighbours, it's a sociable space.
Having sort of wide and generous pavements, but also pedestrian and cycle-friendly streets.
Somewhere that kind of encourages moments between neighbours that allow people to build a healthy community.
Street lighting is really important, somewhere that's safe, someone can walk at night.
The ability to walk down it completely. So no gated communities.
Feel safe at night time, so if there's a lot of lighting and things like that, so you can feel safe down the street.
Clear kind of designation of building structures, I think that always helps.
You have to feel secure no matter how you use that street. Just a buffer space between housing and the streets. So that would be wide pavements, so if you're walking home from school with your kids, you know, there's a bit of distance to the cars.
Nice trees, sort of nice sunlight coming through those trees.
Strong frontages, so a strong nod to the street, sort of an architectural gesture to the street I think is always good.
Spaces to wait and lean and stuff.
No cars. Yeah, keep the cars to a minimum I think.
Lots of front doors and animation, and people being there is a good indication whether the street's really successful or not.
Rosemount Court's a dwelling of 44 high-quality social townhouses in Rosemount Dundrum. So there was 84 apartments there, split into 3 5-storey apartment blocks on the site. They'd been there for a long time and people no longer wanted to live in the apartments. So as the apartments emptied, kind of this spread antisocial behaviour. And then as more antisocial behaviour happened on the sites and in the apartments, then people wanted transfer. So eventually they were untenable by the council, which meant that there was a decision needed as to what we were going to do with the apartments, demolish them or refurbish them. There was a need in Rosemount to create more of a family dwelling.
So the first move was to, I suppose, repair the edges or the boundaries. And then to form the houses there centrally into 2 outward-looking blocks, separated by the green, but then contained the streets and provided edges. The leftover space, the intent was to make those kind of air spaces where the families can kind of inhabit and just make the community. In terms of architects, we just, I suppose, provide the space. We provide those opportunities and encourage it. But also the car in that environment is really played down in the hierarchy of where it sits normally in an estate. It's not, in every instance, outside your front door. You have to park the car at the edge and you walk to your front door. Therefore, you're mixing with people, a lot more opportunities. On the access to the apartment block, there was an existing ESB substation which couldn't be moved. So it meant that the elevation along their western boundary was broken. So that was an opportunity, and a Dutch gable type elevation was introduced there. The change in aesthetic just kind of lifts it a little bit more and makes it a bit more unique. I suppose they're the setbacks of the building let light into areas which you wouldn't expect, and then there was the brick detailing just to play up the shadowing of the light as it moved around, just to animate the elevation a little bit. When you're lucky enough to get a scheme like Rosemount, then it's all encompassing. You want to put your heart and soul into it and do the best you can for the end user. It becomes your baby and you want to nurture that and look after that. Every place has to have its own individuality, its own identity. So when you're from a place, you know it's my place. It has its own kind of, I suppose, heart. So when you say you're from Rosemount Court, you know you're from Rosemount Court, and when you're in Rosemount Court, you know you're in Rosemount Court. You don't have to look for a street sign if you're not from the area.
People moving in and, you know, enjoying the area, I think it's very satisfying. You want the people in there to feel as though they're living in a home, that they've not just been given a social house to live in, that they're actually going to accept it as their own.
Hi, hello. I am Ana Maria Alvarez from Open House Barcelona. We're more than happy to be hosting this hour. So let's get into it. We are today with Farshid Mousavi, an international architect working from London, and with Javier Buron, a housing manager for the Barcelona City Council. We're going to learn about APROP, a new and revolutionary housing model in Barcelona. And then we will tour into an amazing apartment in Montpellier with flexibility as a luxury. After that, we'll meet here again with Javier and Farshid for a quick chat about new housing typologies. We have Farshid in one side and Javier in the other side. I don't know if you want to say hello, and then we go to the first video. Farshid?
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you all.
Javier?
Same for me. Really happy to be with you today.
Nice. Let's see you in a couple of minutes. We are going to see you.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be able to join you today in this event. The video that you have just shown, it portrays one of our projects. We call it a prop. And the philosophy, it has to do more with the fact that we are right now trying to overproduce for our standards. And at the same time, we are trying to innovate as much as possible, not only in the type of products that we do from the municipality in terms of affordable and social housing, but also in the alliances and in the partners that we are trying to walk along with. This APROP project got recently a new European Bauhaus Prize, and this produced a lot of attention on it, and we like very much this attention, but at the same time we are a little bit managing this dialectic between a very interesting and innovative project and the fact that we are developing a whole agenda in municipal, social, and affordable housing. Right now, as I told you, we are, for our standards, we are overproducing. We are producing 8,000 new rental units using the municipal company. Also working with cooperatives and foundations, and also developing our own type of public-private partnerships here in Barcelona at the metropolitan level. And in all these efforts of constructing new social and affordable rental units, we are trying to innovate as much as possible. In fact, there is, if you take into consideration these 8,000 new units, there is a rather small or modest package of what we call industrialized or to be industrialized as much as possible units, around 500. And the APROP model, which is the building that you have shown, and another one that is very close to be finished, they go up to a bit more than 70 units. So it is a small part or a modest part of the whole effort that we are undertaking in terms of industrialization. And why are we trying to industrialize as much as possible our production? Because we aspire not only to go bigger, but also to develop new tools in order to diversify the type of projects that we are developing, and diversify as well the providers of social and affordable housing. And in order to do so, we need to experiment. We need to prove new things. We need to try to develop as many new paths as we can. Sometimes there is this idea of using the approach technique or other industrialized techniques, because we have many, allegedly, we have many plots of land resting, waiting to be developed. And this is not really the idea. We are working right now with a bit more than 105 plots of residential land owned by the municipality and intended for social and affordable housing. But the challenge that we are facing right now is how to go faster, bigger, how to be more ecologically efficient, and if possible, how to reduce the cost for the taxpayer of all this public effort. I ask you, or I demand you to conceptualize this APROP successful project and all the industrialized program that we are developing as a way to sophisticate as much as possible the public agenda in terms of affordable and social housing in the southern part of Europe. It has a lot of technical and architectural challenges, but on top of this, we are also facing these dimensions of how we work with our players. And in order to give you some more insight about these new developers, new providers for affordable and social housing, I will let you know that we are engaging with cooperatives and with foundations. They are usually not very active in the sphere of social and affordable rental here in Spain. We are pursuing projects in our land carried out by these cooperatives and these foundations, and funnily enough, our effort to produce industrialization in terms of new types of dwellings has been not only followed but led by these cooperatives. In some respects, they were being more active and more insightful than we from the municipal housing company. Right now, we are in a parallel moment, but it is very interesting that these cooperatives and foundations, they found industrialization a clear way in order to produce affordability and quality. Because this is the other idea that I want to share with you. The fact that we are working in, let's put it this way, cheap, controlled in terms of cost housing doesn't mean that we don't aspire to liability and to beauty. And we believe that all these things, they can be combined. Sometimes we mistake, but sometimes we succeed. And the other alliance that I want to explain at least a little bit is the fact that we are developing a metropolitan public-private company, which is something quite new here in Spain, and to some extent also in the rest of Europe, because this company is a 50% private equity, 50% public equity, and it works at the metropolitan level. And the challenge is to produce 4,500 new units, all of them for affordable rental. And we know for sure that this endeavor will imply a new development in terms of industrialization, because the fact that private equity and public equity both mingle, both together, we have to develop a type of product that is not intended only for sale, it is for rental, and it has to be rented at affordable prices in a very long period of time. It poses a lot of challenges in terms of how we produce buildings and also how we keep and maintain these buildings in the future. And it is still a working in progress project, but we know for sure that another type of industrialization, it will come up from this company. So nowadays we have the municipal company program in order to industrialize our production of new housing, and the APROP is one of the main relevant projects. We have the cooperatives and the foundations, and the foundation also trying to develop industrialized housing in the sphere of cooperative and affordable housing. And as I told you already, this, for our standards, again, rather big metropolitan PPP company, also facing the challenge of how to introduce new techniques. And let me use my last minute and a half in order to tell you that we are not only producing new buildings, we are also purchasing existing buildings, and we are also mobilizing vacant or underutilized private housing in order to direct all of them to public rental. In these areas, we are also facing interesting challenges in order how to renovate and how to maintain these already existing units in order to be efficient in terms of energy and also manageable for our long-term rental programs. Because with all these efforts, what we are trying to do is to develop new techniques, new alliances for what we believe is the keystone of our efforts, which is permanent affordability. We are looking for buildings that they are affordable today, but they can be affordable in the future. And that has to do with the model of management, but as well with the type of buildings and the type of maintenance that we have to face in the future. And I have been given 10 minutes, and I believe that more or less I I am within that bracket.
Thank you, Javier. We're going now to Farshid. Go ahead when the video is ready. Thank you.
Okay.
I have the presentation already, so you can just get started if you'd like.
So you don't want me to, what's going on? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. You can get going. Get started.
Okay, great, thank you. I am going to be showing you a housing project or a housing little tower that we were commissioned to design in the south of France. I want to share this with you and highlight the fact that whilst obviously shortage of affordable housing in cities around the world is a huge issue, we also need to focus on the quality of life that we are providing, in these affordable houses or homes. And very often this doesn't become part of the conversation, and even the experience of living there, living amongst affordable housing becomes a kind of a subject that we take for granted. So here, it was never a commission for a building that would be repeated. It's a building that was commissioned on a brownfield site on the edge of the city of Montpellier in the south of France. And we used it as a way to question, through the scale and means that we had available, a number of pressing issues that confront 21st century households, and particularly people who would live here in Montpellier. Montpellier enjoys very warm weather. People who live there are probably more interested, let's say, of using outdoor space because they can, because of the weather. So one of the issues we took on board to design the building was well-being. How can the building introduce or make available the possibility of living well outdoors? The issue of difference and choice, appropriation. How can residents have the ability to reconfigure their apartment should their circumstances change? And also sustainability. How can we be sensitive to the way we build this building? So we started out with a floor plate that looks like this, and the shape of it is all trying to produce these balconies that are shaded in gray, that produce panoramic views of the exterior, whilst never looking into each other. So there are no dividing walls between the outdoor spaces, and yet nobody's looking at you, and at the same time you have these amazing views. In order to give a number of choices of these kinds of outdoor spaces, we produced 4 typical floor plates, not one. And given the fact that we had to produce 36 apartments, and each floor had about 4 apartments, we needed to use each one of them twice, but in alternating kind of way. And as a result, we achieved this, let's say, stepped silhouette to the building, and 6 different kinds of apartments. Some of them are single height, and they enjoy more shade and more privacy. And some of them are double height, and they enjoy more sun and less privacy. So in a way, the size and the kind of the spatiality of these balconies, and as well as their degree of exposure to the sun and to the neighbors, was one level of, if you like, difference introduced to what would otherwise be the same apartments. We introduced curtains to the single height balconies so that these balconies would become outdoor rooms. The apartments are very small inside, and so to have this extra space that you could use as an extra room was something that we added to the kind of residents who would live in those apartments. You can see on the left here, you know, the same balcony closed and open, and the kind of the way they frame also the exterior and this dialogue that is set up between these outdoor rooms and the city outside. Now, if the balconies would be simply stacked, identical and simply stacked, then you would see your neighbor directly below you. And in order to maximize the privacy of these balconies, and privacy is all to do with making them be more like rooms and an extension of the interior rather than just an outside space that anyone you can look at you and you're clearly outside. So we should kind of keep in mind that privacy is intended for this purpose. So here you see that by having the balcony on the level below slightly to the corner, the view down to the neighbor is minimized, and we then maximize that with the way the design of the balustrades. If you can see to the right bottom, we densify the spacing of the balustrades in the area where we want to maximize privacy. So, you know, we try to use every element of the building that it would be needed anyway. You need balustrades in order to stop people falling down, as a way to improve the quality of life in the building and to give certain kind of specific experiences to living there. As a result of these, the assemblage of specific floor plates and the curtains and the handrails, we arrive to these typical, let's say typical apartments. You see that they're all different shapes, orientations, and their balconies, which are shaded in gray, are unusually large compared to the size of the interior. And by allowing them to be also used as a semi-outdoor or semi-indoor space, we were really increasing substantially the size of usable space for the inhabitants. I mentioned to you the need to think about appropriation and empowering the residents to take ownership of their spaces. This is half of a floor plate, the same floor plate at two different moments. The dark grays are bedrooms and the white is the living areas, and we see how a single family buys the one on the left, two of them, two apartments next to each other, and very shortly after they turn all of the one apartment into bedrooms, and they use one apartment only as living room because they decided to live with their daughter, and so they didn't want two apartments, they wanted one. And very shortly after they did this, they put up the whole thing up for sale. So it's evident, this the case of this family, of how important it is to allow people to add a room, remove a room, because life changes sometimes very quickly. This is another example of two identical apartments that the inhabitant in one has put the kitchen to one side and in the other one in the center of the space, giving people choices of doing this. Or during the pandemic, Gia, who I was in touch with, and her partner divided part of their living room to be an office because they were working from home, and they were using the balconies as a kind of exercise space. Over time, I can imagine that maybe the way the partitioning of the building happens, maybe it could also become not orthogonal and perpendicular to the core in the center, but perhaps to the perimeter envelope, something that we would have liked to happen. But at the time, there was a lot of nervousness about the number of angles, etc. And we can discuss this later. And finally, the way to really clad this building, it was going to be curvilinear. The budget that we had was 3.8 million euros for 36 apartments. Price per square meter was half the amount of what was being built in the area. So we had to be, let's say, creative with how we would clad it. And we wanted, of course, to be sensitive to how it would last over time, the kind of maintenance it would require over time, the amount of energy it would require to produce the cladding, etc. So we settled with aluminium. We used off-the-shelf aluminium panels in 3 scales of corrugation. Aluminium does require quite a bit of energy to produce, well, half the amount since the early 90s. It's improving. But what is great about aluminium is that it can be recycled infinitely. And in fact, 75% of all the aluminium that has ever been produced is still in circulation. So we were interested in this aspect of aluminium. It was affordable. We specified it to be anodized rather than painted, which means that it is maintenance free. And the corrugation is interesting because it allows the building envelope to catch light. You know, the light of Montpellier is a special feature or element of the area, and so to be able to catch it and allow the building to change color throughout the day was also a way to make the building speak to its location. Maybe we can go to the video now. I think it's clear that we designed the building clearly thinking about it as a floor plate and about how to live there, all the issues that I was discussing with you. But I need to mention that the building is called Folies d'Auvin, and Folies in Montpellier are in the 18th century. They date to the 18th century, where wealthy citizens would build very large mansions as their summer homes. And these summer mansions were very extravagant. And yeah, they were very extravagant, let's say, mostly in kind of image, etc. Now, Folie in the 18th century French and English garden, of course, is a useless structure, and it's intended for pure pleasure. Now, the fact that we obviously the competition which was launched by the city, was calling this Folies d'Auvin, in a way was a kind of a card or a kind of for us, that we wanted to use to bring something extra to an affordable housing building. I think this is how we thought they were. This was our mandate, let's say, by the city, by calling this a folie. And so we see, as we walk, around the building, that the building is ultimately not just a place to live; it's also a place to walk around, and I hope it inspires curiosity and a sense of kind of pleasure in looking at the building and thinking that perhaps the floor plates, it's kind of leaf-shaped floor plates, remind us of maybe mushrooms, or it's maybe, when you look up, perhaps it's analogous to coastlines, its profile, or to clouds, or to flowers, or to waves, or perhaps the fact that the undulating cladding, the fact that it's corrugated and it catches the light differently throughout the day, maybe it's like color zonation, or in flowers again, or minerals, or the skin of animals, or maybe the lightness of its balustrades remind us of harps. or maybe the fact that the floor plates from one floor to another are not simply aligned, and they remind us of the game of Jenga. So I think buildings, and why not also affordable housing, should be there are structures there that we move around, and they should also engage us in curiosity, in a sense of pleasure. And I'm very passionate about affordable housing not being doomed to looking cheap. I think we have an interior now. One of the residents has filmed. Yes, so this is the interior of the top floor, in fact. And I think it shows that wherever you are, remembering that the apartments have multi-directional. They have, because they have balconies all around, it also means we have great cross ventilation. And this is her living room opening out to the balcony. We will walk back. I should mention that in France, unlike in the UK, the apartments are sold with almost kind of nothing. The kitchen is just a sink, and you get your bathroom fittings, but very, very little by way of a finished kitchen. And I think this is great because it means that the residents can finish it their own. They finish the apartment. You see that the bedroom opens to a balcony, just like the living room and the bathroom, and this is a quality that these apartments have, of an indoor-outdoor continuity.
Well, thank you both for your time or your clear explanations. I think we just experienced like a full story of a building, from urban planning and policies until the completion of an idea by an architect. And with the minutes we have left, I will like to start with just one big question, and then we go for the questions on the chat, and for both of you, and then we go little by little. Are we really, we as human beings or as citizens, are we really ready for an adaptable and then an industrialized home? I don't know if you want to start first, Sheet, or Javier, who wants to start? Are we really ready for that, for an adaptable home, for an industrialized home? Javier? Your phone? No, we can't hear you.
I was saying that, let me be a little bit ironic. I don't know if we are prepared or not. We should be, because there are many things at stake. But I believe that public supply plays a role, because we and try to understand what I want to phrase. In being rigid, we can produce some changes in demand. For example, here in Spain, a few years ago, not that many years ago, affordable housing was for sale, was for ownership. And the fact that some administrations started to change dramatically that policy and saying that the units, they were going to be for rental or for leasehold, And if you like it, that is perfect. But if you don't like it, there are many people waiting in line. Change the demand. Many people understood that that major shift was interesting in terms of general interest, and that was going to be applied in the future. So with flexible buildings, industrialized buildings, really buildings orientated to energy efficiency and to livability, we know from a theoretical point of view that they are better for the inhabitants and for the cities. But if someone has to push at the beginning, I believe that the public supply plays that role, among others.
Farshid?
Your question was, are we ready for industrialization? And you said, what was the other one?
Adaptable homes.
Well, I mean, I think
we were playing with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think as architects, all we can do is to provide the possibilities. There is no intention. I personally, I don't think there should be any intention to enforce adaptability. My observation of life, starting from my own, is that things change in unexpected ways, and we need to make sure that people don't have to move unless they want to. And so, a home that allows people to add a bedroom when they need to host an extra, perhaps a tenant, to allow them to help them with extra income at a difficult moment in their life, or to remove the bedroom because they want to work from home and they want a larger bed, living room, is just possibilities that we give to them. Ultimately, if they don't want to change it or they don't need to, that's totally fine.
Yeah, these both buildings are very different from policies until the real form. But I really liked the Jenga game that you say, because I think that a prop is also a Jenga, is some containers that you stack on together, and La Folie Divine is another kind of Jenga where you can just like extract one piece and put it on the other way. And that's what I was going to. These both buildings are adaptable in a structure, in form, and maybe we can add for a prop that industrialized. I have some questions from the chat that I want to move to you. One is for you, Javier. Props are removable. What is the expected reuse of these buildings?
I am again mute, I believe.
No, we're hearing you.
Okay, because
we can hear you.
Because I'm seeing a mute sign. The idea is that we are producing a capacity for emergency, because again, I remind you again that these prop models are used for emergency purposes almost only. We are building a capacity. We don't know yet how big that capacity will be, what will be our complete needs. And we will be able to allocate that capacity in different places along the city. Let's say that in a way, playing with pieces, buildings, that they can be inserted in places where the administration, we have land for public facilities. Obviously, it is much more easier to say it than to do it, because even though it's technically feasible, cities, streets, neighborhoods, they have some inelasticity, some rigidities. But theoretically speaking, we will be, with this type of buildings, we will be developing a capacity for emergency housing, and that capacity could be displayed in different patterns across the city in different times and moments. The possibility is there. We will have to see what happens in the future, because it will take time. and probably the context won't be the same in the next decades, and the political leadership and the management of the city can change as well. But the idea is this, that we are not only creating a capacity that stays and remains in one concrete place, but we can play with buildings and location.
Good, thank you. I have a question for you, Farshid. Who are the residents of La Folie Divine? What makes its residential units affordable?
Who are the residents? I am in touch with, I have been in touch with two of them, because these days, we have, we benefit from, the internet, and usually an architect finishes a building and you don't know the residents, especially if you're not living in that city. So I know that they do different things. As I mentioned to you, I told you that the price per square meter that we had to build this building was half the amount of the average in the area. The building is quite simple. It doesn't have any kind of, it's made out of industrialized material, right? And off-the-shelf materials, except that obviously the floor plates, the formwork of the concrete floors has a special shape. So I would have thought that it would have been, let's say, accessible to people who would be looking for housing in that area, and comparable to other things on offer. But I can't really give you any specific, except, as I said, the lady who has filmed this is someone that we've been in touch with. She lives on the top floor. Then I showed you another couple who have lived in another floor. I don't know anybody else.
Thank you. Talking about affordability, Javier, how is affordability set? Is it a percentage of an individual's income or indexed to market rate for the area?
For the approps, taking into account that they are emergency housing, and that all the users, they come through the procedures of social services or housing authority, they are paying a bit less than €3 per square meter. The average rent in the city of Barcelona right now is between 14 and 15. And in most of these cases, it takes place something that we call the explicit and the implicit subsidy. Living in these premises by itself is a subsidy, because you are living really, really under the market prices. And on top of that, some of these persons or families, they receive help from the social services as well. The social service pay part of the rent. The philosophy is very similar in the rest of our buildings, in the buildings that they belong to the municipal housing company, but we have a spread of different rents and tenants, and also leaseholders, because our aspiration is to have a service that is able to provide for different needs and different social classes, in order to have a social mix within our own premises, in the neighborhoods in where we operate, and ultimately in the city. And they can vary from these 2.5 or 3 euros per square meter that I told you already, to a maximum of 9, which is the maximum ceiling price now set by the regional government. And in the case of leaseholders, they pay 2,300 euros per square meter, where the average price in the city is close to 4,000.
Wow.
So very, very similar to what we have been told from the French.
Yeah.
For example, we operate at least half of the market prices, at least.
I have another question for you, Farshid, from the chat. This is one of several projects that you have made in France. what could the UK and other countries learn from the French approach to housing? Because we already are seeing and watching about Barcelona.
Yes, yes, I think this is a good question. You know, the Folie de Vigne was, you could think about it as a public-private kind of project. It's a competition launched by the city, and the kind of participants, if you like, had to be developers who would come with a specific design, if you see what I mean. So the city was selling the land in return for a kind of a financial bid plus a design. So it puts design and the quality of whatever you're going to implement very much on the kind of agenda of why the city would sell it to one private promoter developer and as opposed to other. Now I think this kind of partnerships that happens, I know from my own experience, happens very successfully in France, is something that I think the UK could learn more from, because it's a way to influence the brief and the quality, even the image of what gets built, ultimately by the private sector. In Paris or in Nanterre, where we built a larger building with the same kind of setup, the mayor decided literally how many, like we have 3 levels of students accommodation, we have social housing, affordable housing, and only 1 level at the top could be like sold at market value. The rest were price capped. And this was all decided by the mayor, whereas actually a private development company was building and delivering it. And I think this kind of partnership, I believe, works very well.
Yeah. Do you want to add something about that, Javier?
From the total and absolute respect of about what the French and the British model are doing, I would say that we have a lot of we have a deep preoccupation about the future of the land. In our case, we are engaging in all different types of PPPs. We are being as creative as possible, but the land is always public. The land is always municipal. We are not using leaseholds because they are not part of our legal system, but we use the right of surface. Very similar outcome, and we are handing plots of land to partners, to private partners, to people who work with us from 50 to 99 years, and 99 is the maximum. We wish we could do 250 years leaseholds as they happen between the boroughs and private developers in the UK. For us, that is very relevant. The amount of land and building permits that the city like Barcelona can hold, it's limited. So we are not only talking about pieces that produce affordability and social mix and livability today. We are talking about pieces that can decide the future of the city. And the red line, at least in our municipality, is extremely clear. We are not going to sell a single square meter of public land. Other than that, absolutely open to cooperate to whoever is willing to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. I have in a red flag that we run out of time. Thank you, both of you, for your time, for your very clear explanations. Thank you to the Open House Worldwide Network for the organizers. And let's continue with this party. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye.
I am Sadhu Yog Vivek Das. Welcome to the BAPS Shri Swaminarayan Mandir here in Neasden, London, also popularly known as the Neasden Temple. A mandir is quite simply the home of God, a spiritual sanctuary where one can experience peace, serenity, and a connection with the divine. Underlying every traditional Hindu mandir is an ancient and exact science which has been detailed in the Vastu Shastra. The Vastu Shastra refers to an architectural text which gives details of each and every aspect of the mandir, all the way from laying the foundations, all the way to the final dedication ceremony of the temple itself. This London mandir is based on a tradition that goes back thousands of years. And this mandir has been constructed using stone without any reinforcing iron or steel. Some 5,000 tons of Bulgarian limestone and Italian Carrara marble were shipped to India to be hand carved by 1,500 specialist artisans. All those pieces of stone, some 26,000 pieces, were then shipped here to Britain and assembled like a giant jigsaw puzzle through a labor of love by hundreds of volunteers. Ancient Hindu builders envisioned the mandir not merely as a sacred structure, but as an actual form of God, with its various components representing parts of God's actual physical body. So, for example, we have the kalash on top of the spires. The kalash, the golden pots, represent the head of God. The flags fluttering above the kalashes symbolize the hair of God. The shikhars, the pinnacles themselves, they symbolize and depict the shoulders of God, and the murtis represent or depict the soul of God. Serving the local community is an integral part of the Hindu ethos. This mandir, therefore, not only serves as a place of worship, but also as a center for community outreach activities. It is a place where worshippers, as well as members of the local community, can work together to serve society. A mandir is thus a place where architecture and art come together to provide a divine experience.
Akshara Purushottama Jaya, Akshara Purushottama Jaya, Darshana Sarvotam Jaya Swami.
I'm Richard Rogers. I'm an architect. I run a practice, Rogers Sturken Harbour and Partners. The Wimbledon house was designed for my parents. I guess we started in '67 and has been through a whole series of different clients and users. Now we've given the house to Harvard and they're using it to house graduate students. We've been strongly influenced by people like Soriano, Craig Elmwood, Prouvé, Eames and so on. We were looking at a prefabricated system, process construction. The idea was that we could put up the house fast. It could be all built in a factory, so you didn't have to have all the weather problems. It could be programmed. And really, the final idea, you could buy it from your local shop because you could have those standard components. We ended up with this simple rectangular plan, 2 parts, courtyard in the middle, the house on the north side, and then what we call the lodge. So we decided to use a very simple steel frame, upside down C's, and you could have as many as you like in a line, and the house could be as long as you wanted. And then you bought bus doors and bus windows and put those on the sides. And at the ends of this long tube was just glass. So you looked out to the common or looked out to the garden. So it was an absolute visual continuity. This wasn't going to be a one-off like our previous buildings. This is going to be a standardized system to solve the whole of the British housing problem. Didn't, but, but it did certainly lead to most of the work which I still do some 50 years later and more. And in a sense, it's a prototype also towards the Pompidou Centre. Now, Lorenzo Piano had obviously added his technological knowledge, which was absolutely brilliant. So if you put the Wimbledon house and you put Renzo's work together, you sort of get the Pompidou Centre. Now, it's a much bigger thing. It has escalators across the facade. The actual open spaces in the floors are the size of 2 football fields. You can't say that about Wimbledon and so on. But the concepts were there, and the bright colours are there. So again, we wanted somewhere which could be fun, which could be enjoyable, which you could participate with, which wasn't just a brick house with windows cut into it.
cuando los veáis. ¿Ya?
Bueno, soy Amparo de Open House Valencia. Espero que me estéis oyendo bien. Si no, podéis hacer señales. Pero bueno, nada, estamos aquí en Valencia. Yo soy parte de la organización y también tenemos a Pacho por ahí, que también es de Open House Valencia. Estamos justo ahora en Spyver, que empezaremos el tour en breves. Y con nosotros también tenemos a Paz y a Juan, porque Antonio al final no ha podido venir por problemas de salud, pero tenemos a su hija y al marido que es como si hubiesen hecho el edificio también, así que nos acompañarán durante el tour por Spyver, que esperemos que disfrutéis mucho. Y vamos a empezar desde fuera para tener un poco una visión del edificio por fuera e introducir un poco el entorno en el que estamos y luego pasaremos adentro. Entonces espero que lo disfrutéis mucho y luego ya pasaremos. Les dejo la voz a ellos.
Bueno, pues me presento, yo soy Paz Cortés. Arquitecta, hija de Antonio Cortés. Y bueno, yo he crecido en este edificio y os voy a contar así con más detalle, ¿no? Desde el punto de vista arquitectónico y también desde el punto de vista vivencial.
Y yo soy Juan Serra, soy el marido de Paz, yerno de Antonio, y soy arquitecto también, profesor de la Escuela Técnica Superior de Arquitectura de Valencia. Y os voy a acompañar también, completaré, bueno, pues alguna cosa más que pueda contar desde otro punto de vista.
Bueno, pues a ver, este edificio lo primero que tenemos que decir es que se concibe con la idea, ¿no? Con la idea de hacer realidad la utopía de vivir en la ciudad sin desvincularse de la naturaleza. Entonces, esta idea condiciona con toda la configuración del edificio desde el punto de vista de su implantación en el lugar, también desde la configuración estructural y espacial, ¿no? A todos los niveles. El verde, la vegetación se envuelve todo el edificio, desde los espacios privados hasta las zonas comunitarias, y bueno, es como que se desparrama, ¿no? de una manera escalonada en todas las plantas.
Como veréis, la imagen exterior del edificio es bastante contundente, es un edificio que podríamos englobar dentro de los edificios brutalistas porque deja la estructura de hormigón vista y enseña, digamos, pues cuál es todo el sistema estructural y bueno, pues junto con la vegetación, que es un elemento orgánico, bueno, pues hace una pareja fantástica.
La concepción estructural es bastante destacada porque tiene un diseño en forma de silla. El voladizo que veis aquí se compensará con otro que hay en el otro lado, de manera que se consigue configurar el edificio escalonadamente de manera necesaria, ¿no? Para poder tener el soleamiento que garantice que todos los edificios, todos los jardines tienen la vegetación.
En realidad, la idea muy sencilla sería el intentar vivir todos los vecinos como si fueran viviendas de 2 pisos, de dúplex con su jardín, pero en este caso en altura y en la ciudad, vaya, en un sitio urbano como es Valencia.
Aunque creo... es un edificio que desde el punto de vista, bueno, desde esta imagen exterior se ve como monumental o muy desordenada, tiene una estructura modular rigurosa de 6 metros y las viviendas se van encajonando en esa estructura modular que ahora veremos.
Vamos para adentro, ¿no? Yo creo que vamos a ir. Entra al edificio, la primera cosa que llama la atención es el viento. Es un edificio que tiene un microclima, porque toda la vegetación que conforman los jardines hace que la sensación que se tiene de frescor sea inmediata, sobre todo en los días de verano.
es un microclima que es muy apropiado para la climatología que vivimos aquí en Valencia, que tiene pues, elevadas temperaturas y entonces al llegar, al entrar en el edificio, pues de alguna manera se respira un aire fresco.
Subimos.
Bueno, este es uno de los puntos principales del edificio. Nada más entrar nos encontramos con la fuente, ¿no? Una fuente monumental. La presencia de agua también contribuye, ¿no? a ese bienestar y a ese confort hidrotérmico y bueno, crea una calidad en el espacio que bueno, que es indiscutible. Esta fuente también es ejecutada en hormigón, llega hasta la cuarta planta. La cuarta planta vincula todo el edificio, ahora discurriremos por ella, pero es una planta que tiene una circulación que recorre todo el edificio y lo une todas sus partes. Vamos por acá, ¿no? A ver desde ese punto de vista.
Vamos por allí. Hay que pensar que todo este jardín acércate juntos. Todo este jardín que estamos viendo
en realidad es
un jardín artificial en el sentido de que debajo
de esta planta hay 2 sótanos de aparcamiento. Todo esto se construyó con la tierra que se extrajo de la excavación de los sótanos.
Y se construyó una montaña que llega desde la planta baja hasta la planta cuarta. Y configura el jardín comunitario principal.
Todo esto es una especie de pequeño bosque común.
Todo con vegetación propia de aquí, del Mediterráneo.
Es el núcleo, ¿no? Es el corazón del edificio, este bosque.
Es un edificio que permite mucho el encuentro entre los
espacios para que se puedan encontrar pues eso, los distintos vecinos. Hay una piscina, como ahora luego veremos. Y luego es de destacar también que hay toda una fauna de especies que han venido a anidar al edificio como pájaros de muy distinto tipo. Y no sé si se podrá oír, pero en fin, el sonido también de los pájaros es continuo.
Sí. Aquí podemos ver el voladizo que compensa el del otro lado que hemos podido visualizar al comienzo de la ruta. El edificio que tiene estructuralmente forma de silla compensa el escalonamiento, el voladizo que tiene al otro lado necesario para escalonar los jardines, lo compensa con este lado. Luego, otro de los aspectos que podríamos destacar de la arquitectura de Antonio Cortés es que en sus diseños siempre concibe a la persona en todas sus dimensiones. Él coloca a la persona en el centro del diseño y la entiende a nivel integral, ¿no? Desde el punto, no solo su arquitectura se orienta a desarrollar una serie de funciones, sino que también facilita que la persona socialmente se pueda relacionar y que pueda cuidar también su dimensión espiritual. Por eso en sus edificios incluye un oratorio. Esta es una capilla interreligiosa que se incluyó en el diseño del edificio ya durante la ejecución y que, bueno, es centro de numerosos encuentros interreligiosos entre las distintas confesiones.
Quizá desde un punto de vista más intelectual, ¿no? Podemos de la tradición arquitectónica podemos decir que, o esto al menos lo dice mucho Antonio también, lo aprendió de sus maestros, que la arquitectura tiene que atender a distintos aspectos, ¿no? Están los aspectos exclusivamente dimensionales, es lo que él llama el espacio matemático, es decir, aquella arquitectura en la que las cosas han de caber, me cabe, no me cabe. Cuando todo eso ya está cubierto, la arquitectura puede empezar a atender a otros aspectos que son importantísimos, ¿no? Como es el espacio vivencial, correcto, así es como lo denomina Antonio. Es decir, el que además de que las cosas quepan, se pueda llevar una vida adecuada, se puedan establecer las relaciones entre las personas adecuadas. Y luego el tercer nivel, que hay que entenderlo también así dentro de la arquitectura de Antonio Cortés, es lo que él llama el espacio espiritual, que para él es como el fin último al que tendría que aspirar cualquier edificio.
Seguimos por la escalera y podemos llegar a esa planta.
Las escaleras del edificio son también muy curiosas porque están pensadas para que sean casi como esculturas. Por ejemplo, esa escalera que veis ahí, que es una escalera exterior que permite subir directamente al corredor de la planta cuarta, está pensada también para que en su recorrido te puedas encontrar vistas, te puedas detener, a ver los distintos espacios. Y bueno, la verdad es que moverse por el edificio es bastante laberíntico y está lleno de sorpresas.
Ahora vamos a poder ver el recorrido subiendo hasta la planta cuarta por esta escalera. Y entenderéis a lo que nos referimos. En la arquitectura de Antonio Cortés, como comentaba Juan, los espacios necesarios, los elementos arquitectónicos necesarios para comunicar espacios, él los utiliza como una oportunidad para generar circulaciones, recorridos, sorpresas, miradores. Por ejemplo, en esta escalera tenemos distintas perspectivas de la fuente. Esta es la cuarta planta. Esta es la cuarta planta. En esta planta recorre, hay como una circulación que recorre todo el edificio. De alguna manera vincula todas las fases en las que se ejecutó, porque esta es la primera fase, pero esa zona es la tercera y cuarta fase. Y entonces en esta planta se unen todas las fases y genera un espacio que utilizan los vecinos para hacer running, ¿no? Para hacer una pista de footing. 4 vueltas es 1 kilómetro. Entonces los vecinos utilizan esta circulación para
Fácil. ¿Cómo que refresque? ¿Qué hago?
primeras se desarrolla la vivienda y la tercera es un estudio, una zona pensada para oficina, de modo que tiene un acceso independiente. Está comunicada interiormente con la vivienda, pero tiene un acceso independiente. A lo largo de este recorrido en la planta cuarta, las distintas puertas que veremos acceden a esos estudios.
El edificio, aunque se ejecutó en los años 70 hasta los 90, ya incorporó una red de banda ancha de telecomunicaciones pensando en que se pudiera desarrollar el trabajo en casa. Y el diseño de las viviendas ya contemplaba este espacio con un acceso independiente para poder facilitar que las familias puedan hacer teletrabajo. Algo que hemos tenido que necesariamente vivir ahora por la pandemia. El edificio ya no, de alguna manera, no ha necesitado su diseño. Porque Antonio ha sido siempre una persona muy interesada por la tecnología y la incorporación de la red de telecomunicaciones de banda ancha fue de alguna manera visionaria.
Aquí se ve casi de un modo resumido cómo el concepto principal del edificio. Es decir, tenemos delante todo el jardín común con todo este bosque y si vais viendo las distintas viviendas tienen sus jardines principales dando a esta orientación, que es una orientación sureste. Es la mejor para recibir la máxima luz del sol, la máxima iluminación natural. A partir de esa planta cuarta, ahora que nos vayamos moviendo, veremos que todo el edificio se desarrolla, digamos, como si fuera una estructura aterrazada, de pirámide, por decirlo de alguna manera, de modo que unos jardines privados vuelcan sobre otros. Y la imagen exterior, por lo tanto, es la de una gran montaña casi vegetal. Este espacio de aquí es un solario comunitario, aquí. Toda esta gran explanada con césped, aquí en verano, es un sitio fenomenal para encontrarse los vecinos, para pasar las noches de verano al aire libre. Tiene una piscina y yo creo que eso es algo que quien ha vivido aquí pues lo ha disfrutado mucho. Y de nuevo, debajo de este espacio, en realidad, lo que hay es construcción. Es decir, aunque parezca todo naturaleza, hay que pensar que es una gran cubierta aterrazada y debajo lo que hay es un espacio comunitario muy grande.
Se puede entender muy bien, ¿no? Cómo el edificio se ha concebido poniendo su centro, ¿no?, de diseño en generar este bosque y sobre todo también en no desvincular a las personas de la naturaleza. Entonces, todas las viviendas tienen una media de 100 metros cuadrados de jardín, tienen un jardín grande, totalmente arbolado, el verde de los jardines de alguna manera vuelcan unos sobre otros, es como un bosque que desde la parte comunitaria también entra en los propios. Por el que el edificio, bueno, pues es especialmente reconocido desde el punto de vista de la aportación utópica, ¿no?, en la arquitectura, ¿no? Es único.
Este asunto de la utopía yo creo que es también importante recalcarlo. O sea, este edificio solo ha sido posible porque hubo una serie de personas, empezó siendo un grupo de amigos que soñaron con poder vivir de una manera distinta dentro de la ciudad. Y ese grupo de personas decidió ir adelante con ese proyecto y montando una cooperativa de propietarios, es decir, no buscaron a un promotor que hiciera el proyecto para luego venderlo y enriquecerse, sino que fueron los propios amigos quienes decidieron ir adelante con este edificio tan singular. Desde aquí se puede ver que es simétrico, a pesar de la complejidad del edificio, tiene un eje central y es simétrico a derecha e izquierda.
Bueno, y terminamos. Espero que no nos hayamos extendido mucho. Pero bueno, ahora damos paso a México y nos moveremos hacia el interior para estar más tranquilos luego. Así que espero que os haya gustado, espero que no se haya cortado mucho, hace un día un poco ventoso, pero bueno, esto es una montaña dentro de la ciudad, así que...
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Tania Tobar, directora en Proyector, y hoy tenemos el gusto de estar presentando un proyecto increíble, Casas Jojutla, de Aro Taller de Arquitectura, en colaboración con el Infonavit, y nos acompañan Alejandra Mora del Infonavit para platicarnos un poquito de esta iniciativa, y también Alexa Guzmán y Roberto Silva de Aro Taller de Arquitectura para dar este recorrido por este ejercicio tan bonito que es Casas Jojutla. Entonces, pues sin más, Ale, te doy la palabra para que nos platiques un poquito más del proyecto.
Hola a todos y a todas, estamos muy felices de estar aquí. Les voy a platicar un poco de dónde nace Casas Jojutla. En el 2017, en México, en el centro de México, hubo unos sismos de una magnitud muy grande y Jojutla fue una de las ciudades con mayores daños. El Infonavit, donde yo trabajo, decide en ese momento hacer una donación de muchos millones de pesos para reconstruir la ciudad de Jojutla. Entonces nos mandan a un grupo joven de arquitectos a tomar decisiones de qué hacer con este caos. Nos encontramos con una ciudad con muchas personas tratando de organizar la ayuda y muchos recursos, pero poco a poco se fue organizando cómo se iba a dar este gran plan Jojutla que le llamamos. Los primeros años el dinero se fue a obras grandes de espacio público, parques, iglesias, y una vez que fueron pasando los años, se tomó la decisión de dar la última parte del recurso a las viviendas y encontrar familias que después de 3 años no hubieran sido beneficiadas por alguna otra asociación o no hubieran tenido los medios para reconstruir sus casas. Es un proyecto muy lindo. Hicimos 60 viviendas a lo largo de toda la ciudad de Jojutla y algunos pueblos aledaños. Las reglas para que pudieras acceder a estas viviendas eran, primero, que hubieras perdido tu casa en el temblor, segundo, que tuvieras legítima propiedad del terreno, y tercero, que esta casa fuera tu vivienda principal, ¿no? Entonces, hicimos una búsqueda de unas personas muy específicas que seguían sin... Y digo hicimos porque ya todo el trabajo fue de la mano de Roberto y Alexa, o sea, hicimos un equipo muy, muy bonito con Fundación Hogares, que es la fundación que ejecuta los proyectos, y encontramos estas 60 familias, hicimos dos grandes contratos, primero 30 y luego 30, y lo más bonito es que, aunque parten de 2 prototipos, cada una de las viviendas son diferentes, entonces en realidad es un proyecto de 60 viviendas distintas que dan servicio a 60 familias con necesidades súper diferentes, en terrenos súper diferentes. Entonces, estamos muy contentos de presentarles este proyecto Casas Jojutla. Le paso la palabra a Alexa y Roberto, quienes se han encargado de diseñar estas hermosísimas 60 viviendas.
Hola, hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
No nos vemos, pero aquí estamos. Un gusto primero presentarles este proyecto en el que hemos estado los últimos años involucrados, como dice Ale, junto a Infonavit y junto a Fundación Hogares. Igual, como dijo Ale, y es importante señalarlo, los saludos a nuestros amigos de Valencia. En ese caso, es un edificio que, que concentra todas las viviendas en un solo punto. En este caso, las viviendas están, como bien decía Ale, distribuidas en todo el pueblo y en pueblitos aledaños. Como están viendo, grabamos unos videos porque iba a ser complicado como ver diferentes viviendas pues en este enlace. Las que vemos ahorita, por ejemplo, son los dos prototipos que están uno al lado del otro. Este es el único punto en todo el plan de reconstrucción de las viviendas donde hay dos viviendas juntas. Y bueno, sirve porque ahí podemos ver, como de manera general, el prototipo 1, que es este que estamos viendo justo el amarillo, que es un solo nivel, y al lado de él está el prototipo 2, que son dos niveles, ¿no? La idea de hacer estos prototipos fue para de alguna forma sistematizar soluciones, ¿no? Desde la vivienda como tal, hasta elementos como la cancelería, que justo ahorita ahí el modelo está haciendo una demostración del funcionamiento.
Como pueden ver, justo este es el prototipo 1, el cual tiene conexión directa a un patio central. Ahorita hicimos ese ejercicio de las ventanas justo para que vieran cómo se une justo al patio, cómo tenemos esa conexión directa con el exterior. Y es muy importante mencionar, el clima en Jutla es promedio 32 grados, hace muchísimo calor, lo cual nosotros queríamos que las familias que estuvieran ahí vivieran un microclima o un clima confortable. Por lo tal, también tenemos esas persianas, las cuales se pueden ver cómo funcionan. Si tú quieres tener cerrado, puedes abrir la parte de arriba o puedes abrir justo las ventanas que están a los costados, teniendo mosquitero. Eso lo hace muy agradable el estar ahí.
En este video que estamos viendo, esa es una de las entregas de una de las casas que particularmente tuvo muchas adecuaciones. Como decíamos, son 60 casas, dos prototipos, pero en realidad cada casa es diferente a la otra, ¿no? Toda esta casa era un terreno de 3 metros, 3,20 más o menos, por 25 metros de largo. Entonces era el reto de estos prototipos, pues en realidad ninguno de los dos cabía en este terreno. Se tuvo que hacer como un planteamiento diferente. En este caso tenemos 3 patios, uno frontal, uno trasero y uno central. Y ahí es donde los elementos que sistematizamos, como la cancelería, obviamente tenemos las alturas pues definidas para todas las viviendas, pues nos ayudó a hacerlo de una manera como más eficiente. Ahí se ve la cancelería como la que acabamos de ver en el video anterior, que pues fue fácil adaptarla a cada una de estas soluciones. Algo que nos ayuda también mucho para lo del espacio confortable, como les decía, es la altura, ¿no? Tenemos alturas de 2,55 libres y con estos volados en los patios para justo, bueno, atajar el sol, generar sombra al interior, pero siempre con esta ventilación cruzada en todos los espacios. Si hay una sensación estando ahí del clima, o sea, de la temperatura muy diferente al exterior. Y bueno, también incorporamos elementos como las celosías, que ahí se veía en la fachada, ¿no? Ahorita seguro va a dar la vuelta. Estas fachadas que dan hacia la calle, esta por ejemplo también es otra un video de la entrega, un terrenito igual de 3 metros por 6, o sea, muy chiquito, en el que tratamos de aprovechar todo el terreno, generando como este espacio que se ve generoso, completamente libre, con sus dos patios igual, uno en el acceso, que es por donde pasamos al inicio, y el que se veía ahí al fondo, el bañito, un baño de doble uso, para que la familia pues, pueda usar los muebles independientemente. Este patio, como les decía, que da hacia el área de lavado. O sea, también es importante decirlo que todas nuestras casas cumplen pues, con todos los espacios que debe tener una casa, ¿no? Que es una estancia comedor, la cocina, un área de lavado, baño y 2 recámaras, ¿no? Y en todos los casos tiene patios, ¿no? Que es uno de los elementos como más importantes en todas las viviendas, porque, pues, digo, empezamos las casas ya en pandemia y pues era importante tener un espacio al exterior, pero al interior de tu terreno, ¿no? En particular, el prototipo 1 es la que tiene, pues, el patio central, que pues, es el corazón de la vivienda y pues realmente creemos que le da como decían nuestros amigos de Valencia, un aspecto como importante pues de calidad al habitar la casa, ¿no? En este caso, en los prototipos 2, regularmente tenemos, al ser terrenos más chicos, siempre tenemos un espacio también para patio, ¿no? En cada patio, dentro de la propuesta, se colocó un árbol que también cumple un funcionamiento, digamos, climático, ¿no? Porque genera una sombra y permite que la vivienda sea fresca, ¿no? Aquí seguimos en el recorrido de la casa, se recorrieron las recámaras que están en la parte de arriba, incluso en esta se pudo hacer una pequeña terraza. Y bueno, el espacio, como les decía, en planta baja con los canceles, que también es importante que se abren, son de piso a techo, ¿no? Completamente se abren, permite que la ventilación sea continua. Y bueno, ese es uno de los casos como más reducidos en cuanto a dimensión del terreno. A ver con cuál seguimos. Este es otro, igual, prototipo 2, prototipo vertical, que justo la bondad de este prototipo es que permitía adaptarse a terrenos que estaban muy comprometidos. Ahorita vamos a ver, esta es una vivienda que se encuentra en un corazón de manzana. Como vemos, estamos entrando por un pasillo pues, muy estrecho y ahí se abre un patio común donde 4 o 5 viviendas viven hacia él. Y bueno, es al fondo, a la izquierda, esa es justo la vivienda prototipo 2. Como vemos, los canceles son pues los que aparecen en todas las viviendas, ¿no? Estos de piso a techo, con los diferentes tipos de, bueno, digamos, podría decir, estos canceles cumplen 3 funciones. La primera es, obviamente, entrar, salir y ventilar. La segunda, como vemos, tiene una retícula de herrería. Todos estos canceles son de herrería, que aquí en México pues, es accesible y es fácil de hacerlo. Entonces, como tal, es un elemento de protección. Y la tercera son estos canceles, o digamos, ventanas dentro del cancel, que tienen mosquitero y que permiten ventilar la casa sin necesidad de abrir completamente las puertas.
Justo lo bonito de este proyecto, como pueden ver en los diferentes videos, es que se adapta ya sea a una esquina, ya sea al interior de un patio, o del conjunto de varias viviendas, o justo en lotificación normal, que es justo al lado de de otras viviendas. Lo bonito de este que queda en la esquina es justo cómo convive con lo demás, con el conjunto, con el contexto. Y aquí podemos ver el patio, el juego de las celosías, cómo justo tenemos al frente la parte social y al fondo las recámaras, que ya es el área privada.
En este caso, en el prototipo patio, en el prototipo 1, que tenemos el elemento del patio central, pues es como, no sé, como padre tener la relación con el exterior siempre, ¿no? Ahí se ve el cancel de la sala comedor, que pues se abre completamente y tienes, o sea, el espacio no es un espacio reducido, son casas pequeñas, cada una tiene como 50 metros cuadrados, pero a la hora de abrir el patio, pues es un espacio que crece y se fusiona con el patio. Y como vieron también, el patio tenía al mismo tiempo una apertura que era hacia el resto del terreno. En este caso, la casa del Señor Jesús se abre hacia su casa que se mantuvo en pie, una se tuvo que demoler, pero bueno, sigue teniendo relación pues con el resto del terreno. Aquí vamos a ver otra vez la casa desde el exterior, justo como toma la esquina. Ese elemento que vemos vertical es el núcleo de servicios, ¿no? Como les decía, tenemos un área de lavado, la cocina y el baño, todo, digamos, en un paquete para que, pues justo el tema de los costos a la hora de hacer este tipo de proyectos de vivienda mínima, pues el presupuesto es algo fundamental porque tiene que alcanzar para todas las casas, ¿no? Tuvo que alcanzar para las 60 viviendas, incluso va a alcanzar para hacer un par de viviendas más, pero bueno, era importante que se cuidara ahora sí que todos los pesos, y dentro de esto, pues la casa también, hay que decirlo que cumple con todos los acabados, o sea, está completamente terminada. Los muros tienen aplanado, como vieron ahí, se vio rápido el baño, pues está completamente terminado con todos los muebles colocados, al igual que los servicios de gas, etcétera. Y pues miren, esta es otra imagen del patio central que creemos le aporta mucho a la vivienda. Ahí como se ve tiene el voladizo, que es lo que te permite llegar hacia las recámaras, o sea, la circulación está abierta. Y bueno, como se ve también ahí al exterior, pues hay mucha vegetación en Jojutla, entonces el exterior también interactúa con el patio, las sombras que proyectan los árboles exteriores pues se meten dentro del patio, entonces es un elemento muy, muy bonito donde uno puede estar. Ahí se ve el arbolito también que justo...
La parte del proyecto.
Es parte del proyecto, ¿no? Nosotros entregamos la casa con un árbol. Un poco la idea también para crear este sentido de pertenencia, ¿no? La familia llega a la casa y ya hay un árbol que cuidar, ¿no? Hay un árbol con el cual hay que crecer como familia y pues en especial creo que es uno de los elementos que más nos gustó a la hora de ir construyendo las casas.
Sí, creo que algo que es súper bonito de este proyecto es cómo entienden ustedes la idea del prototipo, ¿no? Que salen de esta concepción moderna del objeto que se repite y que está estandarizado y que comienzan a plantearlo más bien como un proceso, algo que se adapta y que toma en cuenta las distintas variables del contexto, de las familias, y que eso da por ende, si bien un proceso relativamente sistematizado, pues como lo vemos aquí, 60 casas distintas, ¿no? Y eso creo que es increíble del proyecto, ¿no?
Sí, porque algo que no dijimos al inicio del proceso, tuvimos por lo menos 2 entrevistas con cada una de estas familias, de estos beneficiarios, y visitamos el sitio, ¿no? Donde se va a construir la casa, donde se construyó la casa. Entonces era entender las características de la familia, entender el terreno, o sea, adaptarnos a este terreno, a la topografía, etcétera, para que justo la casa pues pudiera ser única y específica para cada vivienda y para cada terreno.
Y además, y algo que también que alcanzamos a ver en algunas de las casas que se visitaron, es también cómo se comienzan a readaptar una vez que entran ahora sí como sus usuarios, sus dueños, ¿no? Que las casitas no solamente cambian del prototipo para adaptarse a la familia, sino que después se vuelven a transformar una vez que entra la familia y comienzan a jugar con los acabados, con los mismos espacios y las comienzan a hacer suyas, ¿no?
Claro, también eso es parte de la vivienda en general, de cómo las familias, así como hay diferentes familias, cada quien vive su casa de manera diferente, a pesar de que les entregamos quizá en similitudes y en características los mismos elementos, cada familia va poniendo sus detalles, sus acabados, su toque personal, ¿no? Eso es lo bonito de entrar a cada casa es diferente. Entonces eso es lo padre de regresar y ver algunas muy bonitas, algunas se apropiaron de manera muy bien y hay otras sorpresas, ¿no? Que también no puedes controlar, pero también es parte de cada familia.
Otra cosa que no han mencionado es lo de los colores de las fachadas, que también es muy lindo. Cuéntenos.
Sí, al inicio del proyecto queríamos hacer partícipe a la familia de alguna forma, digo, más allá de que la casa se adapta al terreno y ciertas consideraciones de la familia, queríamos que la familia pues tomara como la decisión del color final, ¿no? Se hicieron muestras de diferentes colores y la familia fue la que dijo, bueno, quiero que sea o amarilla o verde, hay otras que terminaron siendo blancas. Entonces, de alguna forma, pues la familia también toma decisión en el proceso y toma decisión en cómo quiere su casa.
Otra cosa muy bonita fue las adaptaciones para las personas con discapacidad, ¿no? Hay varias historias ahí que también sería interesante que nos contaran de cómo fueron adaptando cuando nos enfrentábamos a eso, ¿no? A una familia con 2 hijos con silla de ruedas, o en el proceso uno se enfermó, todas estas historias.
Sí, hubo varios casos en donde ya había personas mayores que necesitaban, pues, obviamente, pues, moverse dentro de la vivienda con silla de ruedas. Entonces, la adecuación también contempló eso, ¿no? Los baños se hicieron en esos casos más grandes para que pues, pudiera usarse fácilmente la silla de ruedas, o los accesos a las recámaras, ¿no? También se hicieron un poco más grandes. Y hubo en particular una familia que uno de los hijos tuvo un problema de salud medio grave, en el que cuando justo íbamos a empezar a construir la casa, se iba a hacer una casa en 2 niveles, pues se tomó la decisión porque el niño ya no podía pues, subir escalones, se tuvo que adecuar toda la casa y se hizo una casa completamente diferente, en un solo nivel, donde se pudiera como mover fácilmente con silla de ruedas. Entonces, sí, nos encontramos como ese tipo de consideraciones que creo que le sumaron mucho al proyecto, ¿no? Porque no fue, como decía Tania, ¿no? Una casa que se colocó 60 veces en diferentes terrenos, sino que se hicieron 60 casas diferentes, ¿no?
Creo que nuestros amigos de Valencia ya andan también de regreso. Así que, pues nada, primero, antes que nada, pues agradecerles muchísimo a Ale, Alex y Roberto por compartirnos este proyecto increíble. Y pues nada, y ahorita lo platicaremos también qué cosas tienen en común con Valencia o no, ¿no?
Exacto.
De acuerdo. Desapareció Valencia, creo.
Fue Valencia, pero podemos empezar.
Sí, pues vamos platicando también. O sea, creo que algo y que lo mencionabas también por ahí, Roberto, que me parecía súper interesante era el contraste entre los dos proyectos, ¿no? Uno que es...
¿A nosotros?
Hola, hola.
¿Así mejor? Perdón. Es que estamos teniendo unos problemas de conexión. ¿Macho? ¿Así?
Sí, creo que algo que es súper interesante
¿no?
es ver como el contraste de, o sea, una unidad habitacional, ¿no? De un edificio.
¿Tenéis alguna pregunta? O no sé si os oímos.
Vale, disculpad. Amparo, ¿nos oís?
Sí, os oímos.
Vale, perfecto. Pues ahora que tenemos ahí a los ponentes, es que han hecho 2 preguntas. Vamos a dejar también espacio para que vayan haciendo también preguntas para México. Y tenemos aquí 2. Una que dice, ¿cuándo fue construido? Dice, posmodernismo. Dice, danos alguna asociación... No, perdón, que lo relaciona con el bosque vertical en Milán, jardines bellos pues, y el uso del verde, ¿no? Lo ha hecho en inglés, pero bueno, como estamos en la sesión de español, pues eso.
Vale, pues eso, que hablan de la construcción y un poco las influencias, si queréis.
Bueno, a ver, el edificio se concibió a principios de los años 70, como hemos comentado, ¿no? En una cena de amigos eran pues 8 o así. Empezaron siendo 8 los primeros fundadores, ¿no? De la cooperativa. Y terminó en el año 92 la primera y la segunda fase, y en el año 94 la tercera y cuarta fase. Fue una obra bastante larga porque empezó también con la necesidad de hacer una modificación en el planeamiento para poder permitir la volumetría libre que en aquel momento, y bueno, muchas ordenanzas no se permiten, ¿no? Las alineaciones, los retranqueos. Entonces se inició con una modificación del planeamiento y luego la configuración de la cooperativa y la construcción del edificio, que ya fue muy complejo. Y bueno, como influencias.
Respecto a las influencias estilísticas, uno de los edificios que Antonio siempre menciona que le interesó mucho es el hábitat de Montreal de Moses Safdie, que es también un edificio ajardinado en altura, con características parecidas a este. Pero yo diría que al final el edificio tiene muchas de las preocupaciones de la arquitectura de los años 70. En definitiva, los arquitectos de esa generación pretendían ya corregir algunas deficiencias o algunos defectos que se habían detectado en la arquitectura de la modernidad y darle a la persona un protagonismo mucho más importante en la arquitectura. Entonces, tiene también mucho de casi como de map building, ¿no? En el sentido de que es modular, tiene una estructura geométrica muy clara y luego tiene también una intersección de usos que intentan pues que haya como un tejido social, ¿no? Que sea como más protagonista. Es decir, el edificio pretende ser una ciudad en pequeño, ¿no? Que dé respuesta también a aspectos como aspectos lúdicos, aspectos de encuentro de vecinos, está la piscina comunitaria, está el local donde en realidad pues, se juntan los vecinos a celebrar distintas cosas, ¿no? Desde la entrada al Año Nuevo hasta clases de yoga, no sé. Entonces todo eso, y luego por supuesto la utopía ecológica, que también es muy de los 70, ¿no? Es decir, vamos a vivir con la misma calidad que si estuviéramos en la naturaleza. Y luego yo creo que por último responde también a una inquietud casi no sé, existencial, ¿no? O sea, como referente está el, el vivir conectado con la naturaleza, ¿no? Eso es, pues no sé, creo que común a cualquier cultura y a cualquier persona.
Genial.
Y bueno, también
Pues
distinto que...
No sé si se habla.
sí. No, lo que pasa
No
es
sé
que
si
está preparado
responde.
para horizontal el hueco y estáis en vertical.
Ya, pero es que no puedo cambiarlo.
No pasa
No
nada.
sé muy bien.
No pasa nada.
Problemas del directo.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias,
Es
Paz
mi
y
móvil.
Juan, por vuestra exposición y por la visita tan bonita que nos habéis hecho.
No sé si... Sí.
Sí que nos oyen, ¿no?
Sí, os oyen. No sé si...
I love buildings. That's why I'm an architect. The philosophy of the practice and of all of our work that we're doing, I think we'd like to make architecture which is about the people, the clients that we're building for, and about the places that they live. Great buildings don't get built without great clients. The clients, John and Louise, invited me to the site, and It was kind of a magical place. All of the kind of character and life that had accumulated over years was still left in the place. It was one of these old buildings you find that's very captivating. Very humble, certainly, but also captivating at the same time. Whenever we're starting a project, you know, there's that kind of initial excitement, right? Like kind of setting off on this journey, and as soon as you visit a site, your mind is spinning and you're thinking of all different approaches. Everyone's drawn to ruins, right? Everyone recognizes immediately their kind of beauty and their mystery, but I think oftentimes people don't know what to do with them. People either do one of two things. They let them disappear into the ground, or they knock them down and build new. And I don't think we have to choose an either or here. I think we can choose a third way, and this building is a demonstration of a third way to approach these historic farmsteads. We can maintain them, we can maintain their character, we can keep as much of their authenticity alive and present, and we can add to them. We can add a new building adjacent to them, in amongst them, that adds to the farmstead in the same way that it has always historically been added to. The character of the house is still as present as we could make it, I suppose. The original cottage, the sheds, are as present as we could make them in the house as we find it now. You know, the lives of the client's great-great-great-grandmother is right there through the bedroom window. When we view the house from the outside, it's clear that it is both modern and traditional at the same time. It looks like the farmhouse, but it's somehow different than it at the same time. And when you come inside then, it was about this feeling of a kind of discovery, like a joy of discovering each room. And so we didn't erase anything. We didn't try to strip back to some pure ideal form of a farmhouse. It was this farmhouse. It was these elements which were meaningful. The cast iron stove, which was used for God knows how many years, is still sitting there in the fireplace. The children's bedroom is, I really enjoy, because it's so unexpected to walk into a kind of narrow hallway that you enter into, and then you're into the children's bedroom, and suddenly the roof springs away from you, right? And then all of a sudden it gets very high, and there's just this little, lovely little triangle there that you might not have noticed on the way in. My other favorite space in the house is the hallway. And really, again, it's tied to light and this feeling of discovery. And so the tented roof comes along down the hallway, and then suddenly it flips up, and light comes in and drifts in and makes that whole part of the hallway glow. I want to make buildings which relate very directly to the places where they are, and to the buildings which have come before them, and to the cultures that they can connect with. I think that's the only way to make meaningful buildings, is for them to reach out in a way and pull all these things into them. It's a kind of a very contextual approach, and it's ultimately about, the culture that we all live in. I think it's important for people thinking about architecture or training in architecture to be very open to history, to stand on the shoulders of the people who have come before you. It's an environmental imperative, really, that we build less, that we demolish less, that we reuse more. And so finding uses and aesthetics and forms out of what we find already in existence is going to be the central job of the architect going forward. We're always trying to find a way to add incrementally, to reimagine the thing that is there, to give it a new life somehow, in a way which is, I suppose, more creative than destructive.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11th hour of the Housing and the People Festival organized by Open House Worldwide. Today's session is called Keep Functionalism in the Family, the Baldisi Apartment and Tassage Villa. My name is Rowan Wu. I'm the program manager at Open House New York, which is the second oldest open house organization in the worldwide network after Open House London. And I have the pleasure today of kicking off our session and introducing our speakers. So today we'll be looking at two models of functionalist housing from the 1930s. One is a tenement in New York City's Lower East Side and a modernist home in Brno, Czech Republic, to explore the stories of the families that live here and continue to live here, and what those stories tell us about the evolution of New York and Brno over the last century. We're very lucky to be joined today by Catherine Lloyd, Senior Director of Programs and Interpretation at the Tenement Museum in New York. And over in Brno, we have Martin Peschel and Lucy Silverova, who are co-founders of the Open House New York Brno, which is entirely a volunteer-based effort. So by day, Martin is a cardiologist and scientist, and Lucy is an arts and music professor, which I think really goes to show the open house spirit around the world. The idea that anyone can appreciate and share the stories and places of our cities. A quick note before we jump in, we'll start with virtual tours of both the Baldisi apartment and Tassage Villa. And then we'll have time at the end for discussion and audience Q&A. So if at any point you have questions or comments for our speakers, the chat will be running on YouTube Live throughout the program, and we'll get to questions at the end. So without further ado, I'll hand things over to Kat at the Tenement Museum to take it away for our first tour.
Thank you so much, Rowan. And hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today from wherever you're connecting. And it's an honor to be here with Martin and Lucy from Brno. So I'm here to share a little bit about the Tenement Museum and the building that now houses the Tenement Museum, as well as the story of one of the families that we share here in New York. So the museum is actually housed in two 19th century tenement buildings on New York's Lower East Side. And here in these images, you see 97 and 103 Orchard Street. These buildings are on the same block of Orchard Street on the Lower East Side. And this neighborhood really for generations has been a neighborhood of newcomers, right? Whether immigrants or migrants from other parts of the United States. And these two buildings, when they were constructed in the 19th century, housed new arrivals to New York. And the museum really began as an idea, right? Many museums begin as a collection, but we began as an idea that there could be a house museum dedicated to the stories of working class families who lived in tenements. We began in 1988. At that time in the United States, there were no house museums that were really telling the stories of working class families. And so our founder, Ruth Abram, along with our co-founder, Anita Jacobson. Here you see Ruth on the right and 97 Orchard Street on the left. Ruth Abram and Anita Jacobson were looking around the Lower East Side for a building to begin a tenement museum. And they just happened to look at a storefront at 97 Orchard Street, and then were told that no one had lived in that building for 53 years. This was in the year 1988. And so you see here, this is an image from 1980. This tenement building at 97 Orchard Street has its windows boarded up. The building next door has its windows boarded up. The building was not a home for over 5 decades. And this says a lot, actually, about the story, of course, of tenements in New York City and about New York City and how it changed over time, especially the ideas about what housing should look like for working class New Yorkers. So 97 Orchard Street really then began to be the home for the Tenement Museum. Ruth and Anita started researching the real families who had lived in this building over time. And today we tell the stories of 12 different families who lived in our tenement buildings from as early as the 1860s all the way through the 20th century. And this building was never built to be a museum, of course, right? It was built as housing for the arriving immigrants to New York City. So let me just show you the exterior of the building from a different angle. The building was built in 1863, height of the US Civil War, and it's a very typical 1860s tenement. Many of these tenements had architecture that was in the Italianate style. So we see sort of decorative detail on the cornice at the top. It's a red brick building. And this was very, very ordinary. There are buildings like this all throughout the Lower East Side, all throughout New York City. There's nothing extraordinary about this building. But that's why it's so special for us, that we can look at the story of ordinary buildings and vernacular architecture and the ordinary, quote unquote, people who lived in them, and see how their stories help us understand our city and country today. So I want to take you inside using some 360 images. And actually, if you'd like to explore these on your own, we'll actually have a way for you to do that. So I'm going to bring us inside the hallway of the building. And I'll take us to some 360 image in just a moment. But if you want to look at this on your own, you see a QR code that's just popped up on the screen. You can just open your camera app and bring up this 360 imaging for yourself, and you can look on your own device. But here we see the hallway. The museum basically left this as we found it in the 1980s, and it really shows a collage of the building over time. From the 1860s when it was built, when there were no housing laws in New York City. So the building had no running water, not much ventilation or light, very few amenities provided at the beginning. And then over time, of course, it changes, mostly because of housing laws that are impacting tenements. And a tenement is really just any building with more than 3 families, each with their own kitchen. So what we would today call an apartment building. But the word tenement was really starting to be stigmatized by the time this building closes as a home in the 1930s. And the family we'll share a little bit about today, they lived in the building right at the end of its time as a home. These are the members of the Baldizzi family. We were actually lucky enough to meet Josephine Baldizzi. You see her in this right-hand photo with her brother Johnny on the roof of 97 Orchard Street. She returned to the building when she was about 65 years old to help us tell the story of her family in her former childhood home. Shared with us the stories of her parents and her and her brother growing up during the Great Depression in this building that was an older tenement building that they shared with just 6 other families. And so imagine, right, coming back to the building that was your childhood home, helping this museum to tell the stories of the family. Let's take a look around the hallway a little bit more. I'm going to bring us to the hallway space so you can get a sense of this. So you can get a sense, right, very dark hallway space, not much natural light. And you can see there are actually these very decorative details around the hallway, which were really, really popular around the turn of the 19th to 20th centuries. This was the sort of stylish way to make your building look like a middle-class home. This painting, though, shows the effects of about 60 years of soot and dust building up. And if we go to the other side, you see the museum cleaned one up. Right? So you have this kind of pastoral scene here. So the neighborhood at different times was an incredibly crowded neighborhood. There's not a single person in this painting, though. So I think about, what does someone like Rosaria Baldizzi, the mother of this family, she's an Italian immigrant from Sicily, comes here in the 1920s. What does she think about when she's passing by this painting every day on her way out to work? So this hallway is really like the highway, of course, of the building. It's being shared by the 7 families who live here. But there are a lot of empty apartments in the building in this period. There were 20 apartments in the whole building. Only 7 of them were occupied, which starts to give us a sense of, by the time of the Great Depression, a lot of New Yorkers were moving out of tenements if they could afford it, moving to other types of housing, whether single-family homes or public housing throughout New York's working class neighborhoods. So I'm going to bring us in now to one of the apartments where the Baldizzis lived. And let me bring us in. So if you wanted to look again at the apartment space on your own, you have the QR code. You can scan this and see the apartment space that I'll bring us into now. All right. So every apartment in the building is about the same size, 325 square feet, so about 30 square meters. And this apartment was shared by 4 people. But we know at different times in the building's history, there were, as many as 10 people sharing an apartment space. This is pretty typical for tenement apartments in the turn of the 19th to 20th centuries. But by the 1930s, that occupancy had dropped a little bit. So here we have mom, dad, 2 kids sharing the apartment, and every apartment has a small bedroom. And this was shared by Josephine and her brother, Johnny. Josephine told us stories of how she and her best friend in the building, who was also from an Italian family, would play movie star and school in the bedroom. There is also a kitchen space in every apartment. We see a sink and a small bathtub that's covered over by a countertop, right? So of course, looking at the multifunctional, multi-purpose ways that families are using different parts of their home. The father in the family, Adolfo, he was a master carpenter, and he actually built this cabinet in the kitchen space. And the museum, was able to then recreate parts of the apartment and keep this cabinet that Adolfo Baldizzi had put into the building. And then if we come into the biggest room, this is where the parents slept, but it's also the biggest room and the room with the most natural light. So we can just see here the morning glories that Adolfo would plant in the sort of window boxes to remind his wife of Sicily. And, we can get a sense of how the family is making a home in the apartment. They, would have had these sort of windows in between the rooms. These were added to a lot of tenement buildings with the changes in housing law in the 19th to 20th centuries. There become, these laws that really require added ventilation, running water. Part of the conversation of what should working class housing in cities look like? What should people have? And just like we've spent the last 2 years of the pandemic, thinking about safe and healthy housing, reformers in New York City and cities, globally were thinking about how to adapt the housing, which often took a big fight, right? Landlords did not want to spend money to make changes like adding these windows. But the Baldizzis, right, they had this window. This would have seemed, maybe a little bit old to them, that this building was, already about 70 years old by the time they moved in. And there were a lot of other types of housing in the Lower East Side, in New York City. And the idea of a tenement was really becoming less popular in the eyes of city planners, of course, in the eyes of architects as well, who are starting to look towards modernism and different architectural styles, really in many ways to fix what people perceived as the problems of tenements and the issue of poverty for families living in tenements. And so in some ways, right, what we will, I'm excited to think about with the pairing of these 2 buildings is how is sort of modernism a response to what had been going on in tenement buildings in the 1920s and 30s. And so the building, the building was, empty for all those years, and now is just a museum. No one lives in the building today, but we work with the descendants of the family. And actually, just last week, I saw Josephine Baldizzi's daughter, Maria, and she came back to the museum to show her grandchildren the apartment where their, great-grandmother had lived. So, while we don't have anyone living in the space today, and no one has lived here since 1935, we really stay in touch with the descendants of the families who lived here and bring their stories into the story that we tell at the Tenma Museum. So I'm going to hand it back now to Rowan to introduce the next chapter of the program, and looking forward to the discussion after.
Thank you, Kat. That was such a great tour and such great use of those interactive 360 photos. So now I'll hand things over to Martin over at Open House Brno to show us Tessar's Villa.
Thank you, Rowan. Hi, I'm Martin, and this is Michael. We are from Open House Brno and Joseph Arnold Culture Center, and we are now in so-called Masaryk Quarter. This was a huge development area, which in the 1920s and 1930s represented what was Brno about. There was a huge textile industry, and all the textile magnates were building their huge and beautiful houses in this area. And with them also bankers, as a builder of this villa, the head of so-called Živnostenská banka, Augustin Tesar. But there were also other important people as physicians, teachers, and all these people has built their beautiful houses around. But also normal houses can be seen. If you would be here, we could just give you a very nice tour around. Tesar Villa was built in 1937. And it was sort of coincidence because Augustin Tesar got some astonishing reward and could afford such a house, which was a little bit more expensive than was average house in that time. It was for 300,000, while normal house could be for less than 100,000. But for example, Villa Tugendhat, which is about 2 kilometers from here, cost 5 million. And Villa Tugendhat is the most renowned building of the city, so it's about 20 times more expensive. And the family of Tesar still live here. We have seen a 5th generation of children running around, and they are lucky because they survived with this property even through the Second World War, through the communist time, and through all the changes in the politics. And they have seen coming and going German army, Russian army, and luckily this has left no marks on these premises. So I think that we have the video on the schedule, so if I could ask for screening the video.
Já vás tady vítám v Tesařové vile. Nacházíme se v Brně v Masarykově čtvrti na ulici Hroznová, přesná adresa je Hroznova 18. Moje jméno je Michaela Tesařová, jsem tedy další v pořadí v rodině z majitelů tohoto domu. Dům byl postaven v roce 1937 až 8. Byl navržen architektem Bohuslavem Fuchsem. Tato vila je, zdá se mi, nebo řekla bych, přelomová tím svým tvarem, kulatým, velmi netypickým i pro funkcionalismus. Myslím si, že Fuchs byl jedním z prvních, kdo toto použil minimálně na území tedy Brna nebo potažmo České republiky. Jinak původní interiéry jsou o patro níž, to znamená v prvním patře, kde vlastně celou tu dobu bydlí můj otec, který teda se zde narodil. Jehož dědeček vlastně ten dům postavil. A tam se zachovaly částečně původní interiéry, vestavěný nábytek v obýváku, krb, původní ložnice, ale tyto interiéry nenavrhoval už architekt Bohuslav Fuchs, ale architekt Rado. My tu tedy bydlíme těch asi 9-10 let, jsme 5členná rodina, bydlí se nám tu úžasně, protože to prostředí je samozřejmě velice příjemné, za domem je i zahrada. My jsme prováděli rekonstrukci v roce, zhruba před 10 lety, čili zhruba v roce 2010. Ta rekonstrukce byla poměrně zásadní. Dá se říct, že většina domu byla osekaná až na cihlu. kromě tedy bytu mého otce na prvním podlaží, protože on celou dobu vlastně tu bydlel i během rekonstrukce. My jsme tu v té době nebydleli, ale o to víc jsme mohli vlastně tu rekonstrukci provést jako důkladnou. Takže opravdu od sklepa, včetně teda sondy do omítky kvůli barevnosti, aby se zjistila, jaká přesně byla původní barevnost. Opravdu ta rekonstrukce byla velmi důkladná a také velmi nákladná. Údajně i pan architekt Fuchs měl nějaký takový nápad v hlavě, když tedy navrhoval tento dům. Nám se to strašně líbí. Opravdu myslím si, že to je s tím tvarem naprosto mimořádný a nevidí se to každopádně velmi často. Zjistíte, že půdorys se normálně má pravé uhly, je vlastně hranatý, ale ten efekt toho půlkruhu, vlastně dá se říct, protože to vlastně to půlkruhové je jenom z té jižní strany, tak ten vlastně je vytvářen těmi terasami a střechou samozřejmě. Tady se nacházíme na druhém podlaží, kde tedy bydlím já se svou rodinou. Obývací prostor, jak tedy můžete vidět, nemá ten kulatý tvar, který, jak ta vila zvenku působí, jako vlastně, že je celá dokulata, tak to vlastně je vytvářeno těmi terasami, jak jsem říkala. Čili ty stěny jsou vlastně všechny rovné, čili hranaté, pravé úhly, ale ten efekt je tvořen těmi terasami toho půlkruhu. Můžu říct k tomu to, že vlastně jsme se snažili zachovat všechno původní, v tom smyslu, že jsou zde původní okna, původní parkety, rámy dveří, dveře původní, samozřejmě půdorys je původní, žádné zásahy jsme do dispozice nedělali. Tady možná je zajímavé říct, tady je takový krásný otevřený prostor, je to vlastně původní nebo zimní zahrada. My ji vlastně nevyužíváme ve smyslu zimní zahrady, ale máme to takhle pořád otevřené, protože je tam i topení, takže vůbec tou zimní zahradou ani v zimě není ten byt ochlazován. Jinak, my jsme přišli k té vile jsme se dostali před těmi zhruba 10 lety, tak jsme vlastně zjistili, že ten byt je zaskládaný těžkým dřevěným nábytkem z 19. století, který si sem navezli ti původní majitelé, co si nechali vilu postavit, což se nám nelíbilo, protože to vlastně do funkcionalistické vily úplně nepatří, takže jsme to všechno postupně dali pryč a zařídili jsme to tak, jak si myslíme, že by to třeba mohlo vypadat trošku původně i částečně i v té době vzniku vily v těch 30. letech. Tady jsou vlastně dobová křesla, sice nejsou původní z tohoto domu, ale jsou stylová z těch 30. let. Jediným novým prvkem tady teda máme krb, ten zde nebyl, ale o patro níž na tomto místě krb byl. Takže tam vlastně byl stávající komín, takže jsme to jenom protáhli a nechali jsme tady udělat krb. To je teda jediný zásah, dá se říct, jako takový větší do vlastně toho, jak ten byt vypadá. Tamhle je potom ložnice, procházeli jsme vstupní halou nebo předsíní, tady potom se pokračuje dále přes takovou malou ofisku, tomu se říkalo ofiska, nebyla to ofiska ve smyslu kanceláře, ale spíš přípravna, kde si služka připravovala, tedy když servírovala, tak se tam připravovala ty pokrmy. A tam teda potom zatím je ta kuchyň. Výhled z terasy. Klidně je možné vidět vlastně ten půlkruh, který je vytvářený vlastně tou terasou. Nikoliv domem jako takovým, ale vlastně tou kulatou terasou, která je přidružená.
So hello again. So you may now see the villa from outside. I will just switch the view, and the neighborhood is full of 1930s, 1920s houses, but it has beautifully grown trees around, so now it's hard to see. But just next door is Villa Šťastný, which was of the owners of Neumark Šťastný factory, and this family was very wealthy. So this is a huge area just next door. And this villa now you see has the round shape of the terrace, which is fairly not typical for other houses. You may see that all around are cubic, and there are only two houses with a round shape and the other is Petrák Villa, which is also very nice. What we are very happy is the way that the building was reconstructed, because attention was paid not only to the colors, but also the windows and furnishings are quite and the reconstruction was done with a lot of care, preserving all the details as the handles and all the metalwork, which is fairly original and just reconstructed. Now I walk behind to show you that also the garden was very nice and spacious, and to see a villa from the northern side, because the orientation of the house is always very important. And here the terrazos are facing south, and north is with the technical rooms. And you may see there's a nice detail of the window, which has a circular shape. It's so-called reminiscent of a steamer, so looking like a nautical detail and nautical style decoration, which can be traced also on other functionalism buildings around. The architect here was named Bohuslav Fuchs, and this architect is very famous, not only in Brno, but also German Bauhaus respected him quite well, and he was known also in France, where he was publishing his works. So I would just mention that the house was meant for one family, but there were in total 3 flats. The upper floor had the flat for the father, mother, and the uh, uh, like floor below was designed for his 2 sons. One son was in the time of the building single, so he got so-called garzonier, or we call it Svobodarna, the flat which is designed for a single person, and the other part was belonging to second son. The his name is Jiří or George Tesar, and he's still living in this house. So he was second generation. The lady who was on the video, Misha Tesarova, is the third generation, and now they are living their children. So that's 4 generations in the last 100 years. And I would like just to bring your attention to this beautiful detail, because inside the house has right angles and everything is like in the normal house without any compromising to furniture or any problems. And technically there are 2 cubic merging together. So this is what I like very much on the building, and I think that my time is getting short, so I would give you the time for the questions and answers.
Great, thanks so much, Martin. And what a great opportunity to have a live tour of the space and to be able to see those beautiful details. So I think now we will begin our discussion segment. And again, if anyone in the audience has questions for our speakers, please feel free to pop them in the chat. But I'll start with a question today for Kat and Martin. So, part of the reason we brought these 2 homes together, despite their obvious differences and the fact that they are thousands of miles apart from each other, is because they coexisted in the same time period around the 1930s. They're nearly 100 years old, and one of them, still has the family currently inhabiting it, and the other one, the Tenement Museum, you are continuing to tell the story of the Baldisis. So as the neighborhoods and streets around your homes have changed, my question for you is, how have these homes, or how do these homes connect the histories of New York and Brno to the present? What can we learn about these cities by looking to our past and looking to these homes specifically? Kat, you might be on mute.
I was.
There you go.
Thanks,
Can hear you loud and clear.
Yes. So I'll start out. I mean, the tenement at 97 Orchard Street was actually the first tenement in the United States to be preserved as a national landmark. And I think actually when the museum started out, there was a lot of sort of question about, wow, there's going to be a museum about tenements. Who's going to want to visit that? And it sort of raises this interesting question about preserving the stories of working class people and buildings that were actually quite challenging to live in for the residents. So I think at the museum, we really see that being able to visit 97 Orchard Street helps us understand that although people don't live in New York City in spaces exactly like this today, that a lot of the same questions that changed 97 Orchard Street over time are questions that are still with us, right? How do we make safe housing for as many people as possible in New York City? What should a working class home have, even if families can't afford to pay for it? And we see 97 Orchard Street and the Lower East Side in some ways actually was almost a laboratory of city planners and reformers and legislators making changes to buildings in the Lower East Side, as there was growing concern around the 19th to 20th centuries about urban, especially residents in really dense urban neighborhoods, and what housing should look like to alleviate contagious disease, to remove work from housing spaces and sort of separate those two functions. A lot of families were working from home. And so, I think we see a lot of these questions are still with us now, especially around density. And, throughout New York City, there are, a lot of types of housing where we have some of the same issues. And especially during the pandemic, those issues have been exacerbated. And so, we look at the museum on tours, we look at those issues of housing, but also the issues of how just families are using and sharing space, right? Especially for immigrant and migrant or working class families. So I think we really try to use 97 Orchard Street as a space to start conversations and raise questions that are still very much with us in the present.
Great answer, Kat. Thank you. And Martin, over to you to reiterate their question. How does Tessar's Villa connect the history of Brno to the present? What can we learn about Brno today by looking to the past and at this living example of history?
Hello, everybody. I think I will give a break to Martin after his very, very beautiful and very intensive tour around. And if you don't mind, I will tell you something, or I will tell you my point of view on this question.
Sure, go ahead, Michael.
So I think it's very good that you have chosen these two quite contrasting examples, not only by the typology of these two buildings, of course, but also because of really different contemporary situations. A museum, in contrary to private house, which is still being inhabited by the same family actually after that 100 years. So we can learn also these different approaches to presenting these different types of architecture, because on there is one possibility that somebody really enthusiastic about something almost empty or unused can try to save it from the ground, or then there can be another approach which is still being proud of this heritage and trying to keep it at every cost, basically. Two days ago, I met here with Mr. Jiří Tesař, whom Martin mentioned before, the current head of the family, let's say, and he was telling me many interesting family stories, but he was always repeating that they were really proud of it, of all the details, which of course would be much more easier to replace with something modern, something newer. But they really wanted to keep it like it is. And even though it was, of course, more expensive, it needed a lot of work, and they tried very hard to keep it even during that very hard times. Of course, it's impossible, I think, to compare the life of the immigrants in the United States and then life of some bank director's family here in Czechoslovakia in Europe. But on the other hand, even this family went through quite difficult periods of history of 20th century. As Martin mentioned before, there was Second World War, then there was communist period, and they somehow survived. They even were able to keep the house in their property, which is something quite unique. Uh, of course, even the neighborhood changed very much. They are quite an exception because most of the neighboring villas were owned by Jewish families, which owned all these very successful factories around the city. So then naturally they had to leave before the war, or then more sadly they usually didn't survive the war. Uh, so then the whole community around changed very radically, and this kind of enrootment uh, can be seen around us because all the neighbors they are basically new, and they are somehow this such family. On the other hand, they are somehow rather keeping the memory of this whole place, of this whole district.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. And I think what you mentioned before about the Tessars Villa being commissioned by a bank director brings me to my next question, which is about how the class and socioeconomic status of the families living in these homes impacted the way that they use them. So 97 Orchard was occupied by a working class Italian immigrant family, who lived through the Great Depression, while Tessars Villa was commissioned by a bank director, and the family continues to live there. So I'd love to hear from both of you about how you think, class and economics and the kind of status of the families living in these apartments impacted how they used and lived in their homes, and where we can see examples of that in the design of the homes, or even in just the furnishings.
Sure. So, I think the Baldizzi family lives in 97 Orchard Street in a really unique time in the neighborhood and the city's history, where a lot of people are moving out of tenements if they can afford to do so. And where, because of really restrictive immigration laws, there aren't that many people moving in to the Lower East Side tenements, not nearly as many as there had been in past decades. So the Baldizzis, both because of the structure of the building and because of kind of the working class demographics of the people who live there, actually formed really, really close friendships with the other families who live in the building, especially with one of the other Italian families, the Bonafiglios, where still to this day, the families are really close. And they, lived on different floors of the apartment, but really we're almost sharing the homes of each other, right? That they're going over to each other's homes all the time. And are really close neighbors. And then also the Baldizzis became really good friends with an Eastern European Jewish family who lived across the air shaft. Maybe you remember in the bedroom, there was a window. That window actually looks out into an air shaft that was cut and constructed in the building because of the housing law around the turn of the 19th to 20th centuries. But then it creates a dynamic that's still very common in New York City apartment buildings, where you can look out one of your windows and see into your neighbor's apartment. And so Josephine Baldizzi, she was a 9-year-old Italian Catholic girl whose bedroom was sort of almost connected in a way to the bedroom of the Jewish parents who lived across the air shaft. And the mother of the Jewish family would actually have Josephine Baldizzi come over to her apartment on Saturdays to turn on the lights, because the Jewish family kept the Sabbath, the Jewish day of rest, on Saturday, and they couldn't touch the electricity. So Josephine Baldizzi is this 9-year-old Italian Catholic girl, goes over to this Jewish family's apartment. Eventually, the Jewish family, their grandson, who had moved back with his parents because of the Depression, he comes over to the Baldizzi family and remembers eating spaghetti. So it's really like the social and cultural connections that these families make, even though they have different religions, different languages. They're sort of sharing space with each other because of the nature of this tenement building and how closely people were living together. And that's true sort of across the neighborhood. And of course, there were tensions, right, and conflict that happened with living in such close quarters. But we really often look at those dynamics of just what happens when people are living, so close to people who might be different from them, and how that is happening more during these times of economic crisis, like the Great Depression.
Great, thank you, Kat. Michael, anything to comment on here about how the class and socioeconomic status of Tassar's family influenced the architecture or the way that they use the home?
Yes, of course. Once again, there are really big and very well visible differences. So yeah, one thing is that they were coming from definitely much upper class society. Then on the other hand, we know that uh, they had built this house as really huge investment, even for them as a family of bank director. As Martin mentioned before, again, he was awarded with really large amount of money from a local ministry because of his work. So he had this kind of really huge amount of money. And he then decided to really invest it into something, I think, which was supposed to be then used by his children, his heirs, by other generations. The builder, Augustin Tessage, he was even quite old in that time already when it was built. He died 10 years later only. It was built in 1930, it was finished in 1938, he died in 1948. So he had really built this house as like custom made house, or it was designed really specifically for this specific family and for their really current situation. As was mentioned, there was one huge apartment for him and his wife, and then two smaller apartments for his two sons. So it was built as kind of dream of this dream coming true for this family, and even from the architectural point of view, it is definitely on the peak of this modernist or functionalist architecture or villas architecture here in Brno. You can see that the overall shape is much more dynamic. It's much more rounded than how we usually imagine this strictly rational functionalist architecture, which is just about cubic shapes, no curves. So this is something very opposite. Then once again, on the other hand, it was just part of the contemporary evolution in the architecture. All these really rational and very simple buildings, these cubic shaped buildings, they were getting old fashioned already a little bit. And these architects, Gustav Fuchs was one of the most prominent architects here in Brno, they naturally wanted to move a little bit further. And this is it, this is the case.
Great, and there's actually a question in the chat, which I think has to do with part of your response, Michael. So we have a question from Luisa. So for Brno, how did the architecture of the tenement building era, so some of those tenement style apartment buildings in New York influence Fuchs' approach to functionalism in Brno?
Like, I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Maybe I can try. I think the tenements were still having little details. As Kat has shown, there were little curvy things around, and these details were typical for the end of 19th century. There was a very strong effect of secession, but Fuchs was from the family of architects who was trying to get rid of these details. Yeah, so the detail was the devil's work, and the detail should be omitted in the functionalism. So the this kind of curvy things are here missing, but as Michael just mentioned, everything is running in circles, not only trends in fashion, but also trends in architecture. And the round shape is slowly getting back into the fashion after 20 years of functionalism. So I see the round shape as the binding thing that was once very favorite. Then it was devilish, and then it came back by the back door.
Yeah, there's also definitely a change in the approach in using different materials. Yeah, as it was mentioned before, that really typical kind of functionalist architecture is really very simple, no ornaments, and very basic colors, almost only white, even though it's not really true, but that's our image, at least according to all that black and white photographs also. But in those days, in the late 1930s, then in 1940s, and after the war, of course, these architects were much more experimenting with other materials again, like with wood, with stone, uh, and with really more bright colors, as you can see on the background, this beautiful blue color combined with slightly pinkish color. That's it.
Great.
Yeah, and I think even in, you know, in the Lower East Side where 97 Orchard Street is, you see the impact of the change in architectural style and sort of what's dominating many architects' minds. And just looking at buildings throughout the neighborhood, you see architects who had grown up in tenements even then starting to see that kind of decoration as superfluous, a waste of their money when building a building. And so we often, when we do walking tours of the Lower East Side, will contrast our building at 97 Orchard Street with a building just a few blocks away that has no ornamentation, that's very, very simple on the exterior and really kind of optimizes light and air within the apartment spaces. And those were exactly, you know, some of those issues within tenements that then we see kind of driving how many architects are changing the way they're thinking about building apartment buildings.
Great. Thanks both for your answers. I think we have, so our time is coming up. We have time for maybe one more question. So I might invite both of you to respond quickly to this one from Elise. So what lessons from each of these homes should we carry forward in how we build homes today? If you want to offer a couple thoughts there.
That's such an interesting one. I think a lot about how you know, people who are making decisions about the Lower East Side and what buildings should look like were not consulting with the people who lived in these buildings, and we're kind of taking a more outsider perspective on what they thought the changes should be. And often, right, the changes that a resident would you know, say and the changes that reformers would say would be the same. But I think one important lesson is to, you know, when designing especially affordable or working class housing, is to work with people who might then live in that housing to determine what they would want and what they would need in those spaces. And also just to you know, learn the stories of people who live in the kinds of buildings that tend to be ignored or downplayed for their architectural significance, right? Looking at the social history of buildings, even if the architectural history is really, at least in our case, ordinary and seen all over the city, still looking at how any building that can be seen as sort of commonplace actually has really particular unique stories that help us understand the bigger history of a place.
Great answer. And Martin and Michael, quickly, what lessons can we carry forward in terms of how we build homes today from Tessar's Villa?
Yeah, of course. I think it's in fact all about the place where this house is built, because not only the the garden surrounding the whole house, which is placed actually in the very middle of the whole plot, but also the views from the house a little bit further. Just on the opposite side from us, there's a beautiful hill with some forest on it. So and you can see these large terraces. There is even a whole roof where you can get. So you are really surrounded by some interesting views from all angles, and then I think it is also all about the communication between the client and the architect. We have preserved quite rich correspondence between the family and Wrocław folks. So we know some of the details. We know, on the other hand, that the architect, he got quite a big freedom. So that's also great, this kind of respect. And then coming back to the current family which is living here, it's definitely about the respect to the heritage of their ancestors as well as of the architect again, because as I mentioned before, they really wanted to preserve every single detail, even though it is of course a little bit more difficult and expensive, but it's really worth it. You can see it here.
Perfect timing. So we are at the end of our session, and I want to thank both of our, or all of our speakers today. So Kat Lloyd from the Tenement Museum and Martin Peschel from Open House Brno, and Michael Kolar for joining us for today's session. Super interesting to learn about these two houses that coexisted at the same time, thousands of miles apart. And stay tuned for our next program and final program of the festival, City in a City, Co-op City. Thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you for
Thank you
having
so
us.
much, everyone.
Goodbye.
Welcome to Walter's Way. So as a young architect, Walter Siegel travelled to Mallorca, where he looked at indigenous housing. He then was hired as a tomb surveyor to go to Cairo and look at the pharaoh's tombs. And he was then invited to the British Museum, to the Egyptology department, and that's what brought him to London. In the 1970s, there was a housing crisis, and there was a very long list of people on the waiting list in Lewisham wanting houses. There were about 5 or 6 people at Lewisham Council who were interested in doing something quite progressive. One of them actually knew Walter Siegel and introduced Walter Siegel to Lewisham Council, and they started to discuss whether it would be possible to do a Walter Siegel self-build scheme that was funded by the council and that would allow ordinary people who were on the council waiting list to actually build their own homes and then live in them.
Okay, cut a long story short. 2.5 years of every evening, every weekend we practically camped out, and we had a 2- and 3-year-old at the same time, and working full-time. I was working on the market, selling fruit and veg. My wife was a primary school teacher. So it really was like intense. When people said, let's go to a party, I said, no party, you come here. And when you come, bring your hammer and bring some dirty clothes and bring some food. Come and work with us and we'll have a party on site. And that's what we did for 2.5 years. So we spent months or weeks, it could have been months, building frames on the horizontal, on the ground. And then when time to come to raise the frame, we call all our neighbours, people are doing the same thing, and our family, we're going to raise our frames. What we did, I sprinkled white rum on the foundations, because these are on piles. Just sprinkled the foundation with the rum, and just kind of do a little prayer. And then we raise our frames, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a whole bunch of people holding those frames, and while we tie them with temporary joists. And it was like you spent months down here, and all of a sudden, oh my God. And this is what was happening with the self-build.
A lot of the houses in the street have also been adapted and changed internally and externally. People have added on parts to their houses as their families and their needs grow, and that was one of the other fundamental principles of the Siegel process, that houses are flexible to adapt to you, and you don't have to adapt to a prescribed house.
What's the beauty of self-build? Not just the Walter Siegel thing, but it gives you that supreme confidence to do anything. I mean, I've moved from musician to market trader to a father and to a house builder, and now I'm a yoga teacher. There's a kind of a virus on this street, and it's a self-build virus, and you get it. And once you got it, you can't get rid of it. You know, constantly got tools. I have tools out all the time. And I
sit on the road, people have got stuff out.
yeah, you're just constantly doing something.
This is Peter Barber Architects in Enfield. The story of council housing is one of the most interesting threads of UK architectural history. Enfield's relationship to council housing provision stretches back all the way really to the Homes Fit for Heroes project following the First World War, where prefabricated houses were constructed for tenants. And they continued to build through the 1930s and in the post-war period, when large estates were constructed across London and indeed in Enfield. The right to buy scheme in the 1980s changed council housing forever, and it's one of the reasons that saw something of a decline towards the later part of the 20th century. But following the millennium, there has been a resurgence of council housing projects, with Enfield being quite progressive in that. So after 30 years, Enfield made a return to council housing with Desjardins Mews, a project done by Karakusevich Carson and Macrina Levington architects. On the back of the success of Desjardins Road, Enfield Council employed Peter Barber Architects to design a new scheme for them on Ordnance Road here. Set against Edwardian terraces and to the rear a large 1960s estate, Barber designed a sort of end-of-block scheme which included 15 affordable homes and 4 Mews houses. More than anything else, Barber designed Ordnance Road as a sort of celebration of street and what the terraced house model in the UK is really about. And some of the DNA of that earlier project, some of which the building faces, the Edwardian buildings opposite, is in the fabric of this building. The vast arches and recesses where people can linger and chat to each other is an evocation of how the street operates. So there are huge architectural forces at work in this fairly small scale building, and Barber held them all in check, partly by his use of this shared materiality, this buff brick which he uses in all the facades, and partly because of the shapes and forms of the terraces themselves. This is a large scale building, but you can read that it has smaller buildings within it. Enfield Council continue to work with Peter Barber Architects, and 13 new homes were provided across 3 separate sites that had previously housed garages. And the council are continuing to build their own housing stock right across the borough. Nationwide, there's a movement for local authorities to take back control some of their housing stock. And in places like Enfield, who have come back to that task after 30 years, they're proving that not only they can do it, but they can do it with some design flair as well.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale of the Housing and the People Festival, City in a City, Co-op City, where we'll be looking at this extraordinary housing development in the Bronx, the largest of its kind in the country, and which celebrated its 53rd anniversary this year. My name is Rowan Wu. I'm the program manager at Open House New York, where our organization is half as old as Co-op City. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, and I'm very excited to kick off our session today and introduce our speakers, Adam Tanaka and Bernie Silich. So we'll start with Adam's documentary, City in a City, and then launch into a discussion later with Adam and Bernie, and with time at the end for an audience Q&A. So if you have any questions for Adam or Bernie today, please sound off in the chat throughout the program, and we'll get to them at the end. So a little bit on Adam. He is an urban planner and educator, where his expertise is in large-scale urban redevelopment and revitalization. He wrote his PhD dissertation on large-scale middle-income housing in New York, where the documentary we'll see today was an outgrowth of that project. He's published articles on affordable housing and community development in City Lab, Slate, and the Journal of Urban History. And on top of that, Adam is also an adjunct assistant professor in urban planning at Columbia University and serves as the Chief Operating Officer for Therma Group US, which is a real estate startup focused on introducing large-scale European and East Asian style public bathing into the US marketplace. We're also joined by Bernie Silich, who is president of the Co-op City Board of Directors and who's been a resident of Co-op City since 1970. And Bernie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you just celebrated your 52nd anniversary at Co-op City in April.
Yes.
Wow, incredible. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Adam now to introduce his documentary.
Thank you very much, Rowan. And I'm so thrilled that Bernie was able to join us for this event as well. As you'll see soon, he is one of the stars of the documentary. So you'll get a Q&A with the leading actor in the film. I'm going to keep my comments here brief, as I think the film largely speaks for itself. But as Rowan mentioned, I first grew interested in Co-op City while conducting my dissertation research on the history of affordable housing in high-cost cities like New York. And I was really motivated to make the documentary as a vehicle to share the story of this community with a broader audience, because I felt it really was a story that needed to be shared more widely. And what fascinated me was that Co-op City didn't seem to fit into any of the prevailing narratives, or one might say stereotypes, about large-scale affordable housing in the US. You know, these were suburban high-rises. That's unusual. You know, they were owned and governed by their residents, tens of thousands of residents. That's unusual. And they were built by labor unions, also something not common in the US. And it seemed like a concept that, despite some kinks and some growing pains, largely seemed to have worked and sort of continues to work as intended. And I was also doing my research at the time that former Mayor Bill de Blasio was rolling out his affordable housing plan for New York. And I found myself wondering why large-scale projects like Co-op City, which represented such an enormous store of long-term affordable housing, why these sorts of projects weren't being referenced more as best practices for the present moment. I should also say that if the film piques your interest, a new book actually just came out earlier this year that offers the first full-length history of Co-op City. It's called Freedom Land, named after the theme park that was on the site where Co-op City was built, written by the historian Ari Sammartino, who herself grew up in Co-op City. And it's great, and provides a lot more detail and insight than my 20-minute short film can share. So with that, hope you enjoyed the documentary, and hope you stick around for the site visit and the discussion once the film is done. Thank you.
I often have to explain to people when they're driving by Co-op City what it is. And I just say it's the world's largest housing cooperative, and it's affordable and it's great. And I'm sorry you don't live here.
Nestled on the northernmost edge of New York City, Co-op City is the largest affordable housing development in the United States and the largest cooperative complex in the world. With 15,000 apartments and 55,000 residents, it is more than just a housing project. It is a city in a city.
Just name a service, we probably have it. Whether it's our own police force, senior programs, programs for youth, just about every denomination. Churches are here, there's stores. If you don't want to leave Co-op City, you don't have to.
I think what makes Co-op City unique is that we have a mixture of all kinds of cultures. We have teachers, we have nurses, doctors, blue-collar workers, municipal employees, federal employees. It's a very unique place because it's large, but then it's small at the same time.
Countless commuters drive past Co-op City every day. Many look at its stark buildings and remote location and assume it is public housing for the poor. In fact, it is a private cooperative for the middle class.
The main misconception of Co-op City is that it's the projects, because the buildings look similar except for a couple of red buildings that's sprinkled throughout. And I don't blame them, because that's what they know from other places within New York City. And if you don't know the structure or the foundation of what Co-op City is, then it's very easy to have that misconception.
Co-op City is a limited equity cooperative, owned and governed by its residents. Unlike other forms of private housing, however, cooperators gain no profit from the sale of their homes, guaranteeing long-term affordability.
In a rental, there's a landlord who collects some kind of profit. He doesn't invest in housing complex without a return on it. There's no profit here. Any income goes into our general fund, and if we have extra cash, it's there. It's ours. It belongs to all of us.
You don't own in the same sense, but you control. You decide who's going to move in next to you. You decide what the annual budget's going to be. You decide if you need a rent increase. And I think that's really important. It makes for a better building, it makes for a better block, it makes for a better city.
Housing cooperatives were created by labor unions in the early 20th century as an affordable alternative to the high cost and often poor quality of private rental housing.
This is the slum. Littered, airless, blocked.
At the time, many working-class New Yorkers lived in crowded tenements without running water or private bathrooms.
Working families, as they were gaining strength and income, and wages would increase, they were not eligible for public housing. They were above income, and yet they could not afford private housing. It's too expensive. So they needed some kind of a intermediate kind of a form, and so they developed this cooperative housing.
From the 1920s through the 1970s, labor unions built tens of thousands of cooperative apartments across New York City with the assistance of government programs. Some projects were built on cleared land in the city center. Others were built on empty land on the city's outskirts. Leading the charge was a nonprofit developer called the United Housing Foundation.
United Housing Foundation was a nonprofit that was founded by housing activists who were connected to labor unions here in New York City. The United Housing Foundation was the largest developer of cooperatives in New York City, probably the largest developer of cooperatives in the country, maybe in the world. United Housing Foundation developed over 40,000 limited equity co-ops here in New York City.
The initial organizers, Abraham Kazan and Sidney Hillman and Jesse Herman, they all came out of the socialist movement from Europe. One can compare it to Bernie Sanders, that kind of socialist. So these are the original thinkers and visionaries who wanted to build this kind of cooperative movement as something that would catch on in this nation and resolve some of the needs in our communities.
Politicians on both sides of the aisle, from Governor Nelson Rockefeller to President John F. Kennedy, hailed these projects as a solution to the age-old problem of affordable housing.
Because what they were saying was, what can a union now do to contribute to the welfare of its own members and to the welfare of the country? And this housing project demonstrates what labor, with good, effective, progressive leadership, and the city, and the state, and private groups, and the federal government, together in cooperation, can do for this city and this country.
The unions were confident that cooperative housing was the way of the future. But New York City was undergoing dramatic change. Hundreds of thousands of African Americans and Puerto Ricans moved to the city in the post-war years, fleeing discrimination and seeking economic opportunity. At the same time, white New Yorkers began to move to the suburbs, taking advantage of cheap mortgages unavailable to minority families. Many jobs and businesses moved with them, eroding union membership.
And so they joined the stream of family life in the suburbs, soon to become part of its familiar sights, soon to absorb its familiar sounds.
Anybody home?
In the face of a changing city, labor leaders and public officials devised a new affordable housing project that would blend city and suburb and welcome all applicants, regardless of race or ethnicity. In 1965, they broke ground on the largest cooperative the world had ever seen, Co-op City.
Hi there. Are you looking for a new and exciting life, or possibly just sick of your old one? Well, listen to what Co-op City has to offer folks like you. 19,488 toilets, 6,168 balconies, 60,000 people in 35 buildings, 970 washing machines, a 50-man full-time security force, 2 schools with 4 more on the way, 8 garages housing 10,000 cars, 3 shopping centers for your convenience. Now, how does it break down? We knew you'd ask. 75% Jewish, 20% minority groups, 5% other. Now, there are 10,000 names on the waiting list waiting to get in, so my advice is write or call today.
So the idea from the very beginning was to integrate the project and to prove to everybody else that you could do this. I mean, this was the 1960s. There was a lot of concern about black folks and white folks being able to live together. And they said, we're going to prove that you can do this. So we're going to make sure that at least 20% of the people who move in at the beginning are people of color.
You know, initially, the folks who moved here were mainly Jewish and white, of course. The buildings elected their representatives, and invariably, they elected only white folks. And I myself got up and said, look, we moved in not only with our luggage, but we moved in with our prejudices too. And we need to have some kind of system of representation to guarantee that those folks, minority, will be represented on this advisory council. And so the advisory council took a very progressive step. They set up a proportional representation, guaranteeing affirmative action really on the advisory council. That was unique. This is 1971. It was unique for this nation.
While Co-op City may have fostered an integrated community within its borders, critics claim that the project destabilized other Bronx neighborhoods by offering an escape route for the white middle class. In particular, Co-op City was blamed for the wave of abandonment that swept through the Grand Concourse, a formerly middle-class Jewish neighborhood in the South Bronx.
The line has been for decades now that Co-op City emptied the concourse, that everybody moved over there. And it's bullshit. It's not the way it happened. And it's unfortunate that Co-op City got tagged with this. Co-op City created 15,000 new residences. Clearly it works because people still live there. And it didn't destroy the concourse or any other part of the Bronx.
The bad press didn't end there. Critics also disparaged Co-op City's tower block design as an ugly environment that would breed alienation and crime. Co-op City residents disagreed.
We were very excited by the prospect of moving here. There was new housing. It was offered all kinds of amenities, open space. We could see miles from our apartment. We had always lived on the first or second floor. And then they offered the apartment 23rd floor. Says we can't move there. We get nosebleed. And so we reluctantly accepted the apartment. And now I wouldn't change it for the world.
It was the first place I was going to have a chance to live in that was brand spanking new. And we didn't have sidewalks at first. We didn't have lighting. And it was just fascinating to watch in slow motion this community come together.
A friend of mine who lives on the Upper East Side came and saw my apartment, and she was amazed because my living room could hold her living room and kitchen all together. That's just one room. I like the fact that I'm not on top of other people as if I was living in Manhattan. You're not going to really find a situation like this in other parts of New York City.
We're in my beautiful apartment in beautiful downtown Co-op City, as I like to say. So as you can see, this is the living room, and I'm a journalist and an author and an editor. So I have a lot of books in this apartment. I'm a DJ, and I have a lot of music, as you can see, and that's what I do here. I love the spaciousness. It's a very spacious apartment. It has a lot of nice light. I love the windows. I love the floors. It's just very nice. I like to think of this as it's almost like a company, here, because I have all my accoutrements.
The UHF aesthetic was, why waste money on the outside of the building? You don't live on the outside of your building. Let's put it in the finishes. Let's make sure that the rooms have lots of windows and light. Let's put all the money on the inside. People going by might think it's ugly or it's the project, but people who live there know what it looks like on the inside. I think when somebody actually goes into an apartment and they're in the building, it's like, wow, I didn't know it looked like this. I'd live here. And it's like, well, go get on the waiting list.
But while residents may have enjoyed their apartments, would they really feel like homeowners? With 15,000 shareholders, Co-op City was an unprecedented experiment in collective ownership. Even the project's developers worried that it would be hard to forge a sense of community in such a massive complex.
The Board of Directors will apply special focus on fostering an environment of cooperative living that supports a sense of community and that encourages shareholder participation. And that's the heartbeat of actually everything that we try to do.
They don't feel that they're ownership. They're owners. And that's one thing we're trying to instill in our shareholders.
The orientation. And when people are walking in, they need to feel like they belong. Like we need to be congratulating them for when they come in. Yes, make it like balloons, the whole thing. You know what I mean?
I see like co-op as a microcosm of the larger society, meaning that this whole this apathetic, feeling of not wanting to vote, like in our last national election, or not wanting to be a part. And we definitely need to do more to get them on board. Whatever that is, that's for us to put our heads together.
They should get a welcome basket. They should get coupons from businesses in the community. They should get a magnet that lists all the important numbers, put it on their fridge so that it's accessible. Those are the things that you usually get when you get a new welcome into the community. We should do that.
They should emphasize, every tree is your tree. Those benches are your benches. It's not river-based benches. It's not river-based trees, so somebody damages a tree, they're damaging your tree. They have to get some ownership. That's right.
In the end, Co-op City's sense of community was strengthened not from daily routine, but from dramatic conflict. Only a few years after opening, the project became engulfed in controversy. In 1975, residents staged a 13-month strike to protest rent increases caused by rising interest rates and inflation. It was the longest rent strike in American history, bankrupting Co-op City's labor builders and almost bankrupting New York State, which held the project's mortgage.
Co-op City was being built union, like everything else that was large at the time, so those costs were there as well. There were construction increases in cost because of the land, physical issues, and people started getting upset.
So we first applied for the apartment in 1967, late 67, 68. They had promised that the apartment would go for $23 a room per month. But by the time we moved in, the cost went up to $27 a room per month. Now, and then it kept on going up. We marched all around Co-op City led by a Boy Scouts troop and leaders, and came upstairs to a rally that was led off by Borough President Bob Abrams, and we galvanized the community.
A settlement was eventually reached in the late 1970s, but the damage was already done. The political and financial fallout from the rent strike left policymakers wary of supporting more projects like Co-op City in the future. Co-op City was the largest affordable co-op built in the United States. It was also one of the last.
I just know that the sense of what it was like for some of the folks who were on the board of United Housing Foundation and the folks who were directly involved in creating the development, and they felt really burned by the whole thing. You have to look at it from their perspective. It's folks that their entire working lives have been spent working on developments like this. So they're creating the largest project for working people in the country, certainly at the time. And the folks that are creating it for are, giving them the back of their hand.
The original plans were to expand Co-op City. Unfortunately, circumstances, both inflation and the rent strike, scuttled their vision of continuing this kind of a development.
Over the years, cooperatives went out of fashion, dismissed as dated and socialistic. As wages stagnated for many Americans, housing became more than shelter. It became seen as an asset, the only surefire way to build wealth and achieve the American dream. Many union co-ops have privatized in recent years, allowing residents to sell their units at market prices. But in 2012, a majority of Co-op City residents voted to preserve affordability for another 35 years, in exchange for a low-interest mortgage and tax incentives.
When people opt out or go private, whatever, they're basically saying, fuck you to everybody else who comes after them. You got to move in, you had an affordable purchase price, you got an affordable place to live, safe place to live, good place to live because of the monthly maintenance was very affordable. And then you're saying, oh, I'm gonna cash in. I was like, wait a minute, my $5,000 can turn into $250,000? Oh. Well, when I retire or I decide to move or whatever, for whatever reason, I'm going to take the money. I don't care what happens to the people after me. And I think that's immoral.
If the housing now was to be sold on the market, 99% of those families living here could not afford to move back. And the composition of the community was much different. So if you take a look at it, all the houses, Mitchell-Lama houses, is the most integrated communities in our nation. If you take a look at market rent co-ops, you see that they're segregated and they're mostly white. Mostly white.
Today, Co-op City is one of the largest middle-class communities of color in the nation. At $58,000 per household, Co-op City residents earn close to New York City's median income. But while New York City's median wage earner pays over 65% of their income in rent in the private market, Co-op City's residents pay less than 20% of their income towards their cooperative housing costs. For a two-bedroom apartment, incoming residents pay just $20,000, full purchase price.
There's a gaping hole for people who are, working in offices and, making, they may be making, $50,000 a year, $55,000 a year, but all their money is going toward the rent. The government is concentrating on lower income families, and real estate developers are concentrating on the higher income families. So where does the people in the middle go? If everybody that was in the middle left New York City, what would happen to New York City?
When I come home, it's funny, I'm usually getting off the express bus. I can hear my footsteps. I can hear the birds if, they're tweeting. Sometimes I'll see a raccoon or a skunk. I hear there's deer now. I might see Bambi soon, but it's very quiet. It's very quiet. And I have a sort of, I don't want to say love-hate relationship with that, but I just enjoy coming home to Co-op City. I really do. I really do.
So, Bernie, it's such a thrill to have you here today with us. I'd love to ask you a few more questions so we can just dive deeper into some of the issues and stories raised in the film. First of all, I wanted to ask you, tell us about your experience moving into Co-op City in the early days. What was it like to be a pioneer in forging this new community on the edge of New York?
It was an exhilarating experience. We moved into an apartment which was fresh, and you can smell the paint and plaster. And then we had this view, panoramic view of all the other buildings and the construction going on, and Long Island Sound, and the air was so fresh, and the apartments were roomy, light, bright. So it was, we had moved from a second floor apartment somewhere in the East Bronx. So this was just a change of dramatic change from where we lived, and my family, of course, appreciated that. Of course, we thought it was a little too high at first, but then we got accustomed to it. We loved it.
And what was that dynamic?
And of course,
like?
All around was construction.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and all around was construction going on. Buildings were rising up. We were one of the few that was actually occupied. There was, we now would call a greenway, but before it was just marshland and water and ponds, and we had very few places where we can actually walk, and there was sand all over and blow into the apartments. But we felt, as pioneers, we felt it didn't bother us. We were thrilled to be here and excited to meet with our new neighbors.
Fantastic. And some of you have probably seen some of the footage that's playing over that. Those are actually images from Bernie's balcony that are being streamed live. So my second question for you, Bernie, is, from the road, most people only see the big towers of Co-op City. Tell us a little bit more what it's like inside your apartment and what some of the amenities are within the community.
Well, it's like living in a city, but in a park. It's 80% of our land is open space. In fact, they insisted on building garages so that we wouldn't occupy a garage. Our cars wouldn't occupy any open space around them, and you can actually walk from one end to the co-op to the other without crossing any highway. And that was exciting especially it was convenient for our children who were going to school without even crossing any streets, and they would play in the street and in the yard outside on the greenway as they were beginning to the greenway was beginning to be developed, and they began to fill in the ponds and marshlands with sand, and then began to plant trees and grass, and and we saw those buildings rising up around us all over. And then, of course, there was a power plant, and the power plant provided us not only with heat and hot water, but it was designed to provide us with electricity. But unfortunately, because of the crisis in the economy, inflation, they had to cut back on many of the aspects of what we were trying to provide. Amenities, yes, we have 3 major centers where there's supermarkets and meeting rooms and schools. Temporary schools we provided for the children. So it was a wholesome community providing all of the needs that families would need. They also built something unique, and that was an educational park. It was the only one in this city where we had 5 schools sharing the grounds with playgrounds and auditoriums. So there was a high school, 2 elementary schools, and 2 middle schools. That was unique, and that was also part of the plan that the original founders presented to the city as their plan for the entire development.
And Bernie, tell us a little bit more about the interior layout of the unit. What are some of the best aspects of how the units are designed on the inside?
Well, it's interesting because we have so many closets. It's unique. And of course, we had parquet floors, central air condition, and very roomy, a lot of glass and a lot of windows, so airy and light. And interesting enough, all that was included in our carrying charge. The electricity was part of our carrying charge, including the air conditioning. So there was luxurious apartments. We thought it was luxurious apartments for working class people at affordable rents.
And Bernie, tell us about some of the other unit types, because I know you live in a tower, but there are also townhomes and other types of units available, right?
Yes, there was originally they were planned to provide three different design high-rise. We live in a tower, as you can see on the video. Then there's triple cores, and then there's chevrons. And then they added on the townhouses, which gives it a little bit more human dimension to the development. When you go downstairs, you feel like you're in a small town. And these townhouses had lower floor was one family, one bedroom, and the second floor was a duplex with a living room, kitchen, and then on top was three bedrooms. Most of these three-bedroom apartments, like ours, have 1.5 bathrooms. So they thought of all amenities that and comforts that we would need. And as I said before, we like a luxury apartments, and interesting enough, it's affordable.
Yep.
It's affordable. Why can't we in this country provide this type of apartments throughout at affordable carrying charge or rent?
Well, Bernie, I want to ask you a question about the affordability, but before I move on, I wanted to ask you a question that was posed from the audience, which relates to the management of the community. Can you tell us a little bit more about Co-op City's police force and how it complements, or, what's the relationship between the NYPD City Police Force and the Co-op City Police Force?
Well, first of all, we are a cooperative. So we're all of us, 15,000 families, we are co-owners. And we have a board of directors that's actually runs the place and operates and administrates the day-to-day operation. We hire managers to do that. And we hire various services, including, providing in-house services such as fixing plumbing and leaks and lights and so forth. But we also hired our own securities force. Right now, it's about 80 personnel, and they provide some sense of security and people feel they're comfortable. And in fact is we have the lowest crime rate rated by the NYPD, New York City Police Department. We have the lowest crime rate in the city. So people feel comfortable. And of course, it's an additional cost to the operation of the development. We feel that the city should reimburse us for some of the expenses because we are actually saving the city quite a bit of money in providing us with services from the New York City Department of Police.
Very interesting. Thank you. Okay, my
we
last...
also interesting.
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
well,
if
we
you,
also
if you
do
want to
something
finish your
unique
thought, please.
too. We collect you. Yes, in regard to what we provide services. In regard to, we used to have the New York City Sanitation Department pick up our bulk garbage at each building, but now we've relieved them of that. We collect the garbage and bring it to a central garbage facility. In essence, we spend about almost $2 to $3 million a year, and we're saving the city quite a bit of money. But it helps us in keeping the garbage away from these dumpsters, away from the buildings, so it improves the environment of our community.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. The scale of Co-op City means that many of the services you provide are actually similar to what municipal services would be. I mean, that's one of the fascinating elements of a project of this scale. So Bernie, my last question for you is about the affordability of the project. As was shown discussed in the documentary, several other affordable co-ops built at the same time as Co-op City have recently privatized and gone market rate. What do you think has enabled Co-op City to retain its affordability for so long?
Well, it's been an up and down struggle here to try to keep our community affordable. We've had all kinds of crises. We have corruptions, construction defects. We've had over, for example, we're just replacing 160 elevators that were the wrong elevators, that were wrong motors that were installed. So we're paying for these additional costs. But, however, because we are able to maintain the community, provide services from our carrying charge, we don't have a landlord or developer who pockets additional profits from our maintenance fees, and that is where the saving goes. Now, some co-ops thought that they could we have a limit on our equity. The equity that we put in is required that you get the equity back when you move out. But those privatized developments, they now open up the market for folks to get windfall profit by selling their apartments on the market. That is really making the apartments commodity for speculation, and we resisted that, and that's what we have. That's why we retain the kind of a level of affordability for folks who want to move in. Otherwise, if we would be selling these apartments on the market, those folks who moved in couldn't afford to move back. And there's one more element, and that is that there's restrictions on sale, and therefore there's a waiting list, transparent, open waiting list that is non-discriminatory. And that's why, interesting enough, and that is noted, that we're the most integrated community, I believe, largest integrated working class community in the nation, precisely because we have this kind of first of all, keep a cap on the equity, which means it makes it affordable for folks like working folks to afford to purchase an apartment here. And secondly, it's a waiting list that is very open, democratic, transparent, and non-discriminatory.
Thank you, Bernie. This has been a great conversation. Rowan, should we move on? I want to make sure we don't lose track of time, but thank you, Bernie, so much for letting us into your home.
Thank you so much, Bernie.
Give me the opportunity to share this with all of you.
Great. So I think here we will segue into a little bit of conversation between Adam and I about what Co-op City means for New York and for models of housing around the world. So I'll start with just a basic question. So Co-op City is so notable because of its scale, as well as the model of social housing that you just don't see anywhere else in the US. So can you tell us about some of the conditions, whether they're political, economic, or even environmental, that made the project possible at the time?
Absolutely. So one, minor clarification, while it's certainly true that there weren't projects of this scale or this ambition built elsewhere in the US, there are actually a smattering of affordable co-op projects like this in most older industrial cities in the US, mostly built with federal funds, relatively short-lived federal funds from the late 60s. So they're sort of micro co-op cities, and you can find projects like this in Boston, in DC, in Detroit, in San Francisco. But it is absolutely true that New York embraced this model on a far larger scale than anywhere else in the country. And there were a few, distinct reasons for that. I think one was the strength of the labor movement, specifically in New York. At the time that Co-op City was conceived, and I think this is shown really, in the documentary quite clearly, New York was still largely a blue-collar place, and unions were immensely powerful, both politically and economically, and that's one of the reasons they created and were able to stand up an entity like the United Housing Foundation, which built, tens of thousands of units of housing over a relatively short time span. Unions also forged a very strong alliance with sort of government, quote unquote, master builders like Robert Moses. And so they were able to secure government funds and cheap land to build these projects. And as I think was shown in the documentary, but relatively briefly, this did mean that, developers like the UHF enthusiastically participated in quite controversial programs like urban renewal, and often participated in displacing lower income communities of color to build what at the time were predominantly white middle class projects. Co-op City was a later project that was more integrated and that was built, on landfill rather than urban renewal, but it sort of was an outgrowth of the same approach. And I think the final thing was that, at the time there was more of an ideological and political appetite for this sort of limited profit housing model. Unlike today, this was an era when home ownership was not yet seen as, this best vehicle to enter the middle class. Home ownership was mostly just about having a roof over your head. And so I think at that time, the political establishment was a bit more open to exploring these, non-speculative models of housing provision. And obviously the association with labor unions, injected a more, progressive vision into the project as well.
Yeah, thanks. And it sounds like there was a really perfect storm of forces that came together to make Co-op City possible. So I'm going to turn over to some of the audience questions that we've got in the chat. There's a question about the expansion, and this might be a question for either Bernie or Adam. Where was the expansion supposed to take place, and what elements of the original plans were not able to be realized?
Well, I can very briefly speak to that and then turn it over to Bernie. The United Housing Foundation essentially was bankrupted by the construction of Co-op City, and they never built any other projects after this development. Largely, this was due to inflation at the time, as well as the sort of repercussions of the rent strike that were discussed in the film. But they had visions for numerous other large-scale projects, not just close to Co-op City, but elsewhere in the 5 boroughs of New York. And none of these were realized. Also, many of the government programs that had supported the development of projects like Co-op City were sort of curtailed and sort of shut down, especially as there was a shift towards more sort of private sector, public-private partnerships, and a shift towards rental development as opposed to this sort of large-scale co-op development. But Bernie, I don't know if you're still there. Can you speak to the expansion plans?
Is Bernie on mute?
I think Bernie's on mute, yeah. We have a bit of an echo, unfortunately.
Can you try speaking again, Bernie?
Oh, we got you for a split second.
Okay, I think, if Bernie can come back to us, great, but maybe we move on to the next question for now. So we got a question about related to the amenities. How are the shared spaces used? We saw a ball field. Are there also playgrounds, planting beds? I think there was also a question about whether residents can grow food.
Yep. I mean, I don't have the latest snapshot, but certainly, 4 or 5 years ago when I was doing this research, there were small community farms, there were playgrounds, There's a bunch of quite large-scale recreational facilities linked to the educational park that Bernie mentioned, and that is sort of briefly shown in the film. But mostly there's, a huge amount of sort of unprogrammed open space. Some might say potentially too much open space. I mean, it can feel a bit windswept at times, but that's also part of what makes this incredibly, it's a community with a very high population, makes it feel actually extremely peaceful. And the main experience you actually have when you visit a place like Co-op City, despite all the towers, is a sense of being in nature. Because there are trees everywhere, there's, birds chirping, there's the river right next door. So, it is a bit like living in a private park. And the fact that it's, relatively underutilized most of the time is probably part of what makes it very attractive. There are, community events that happen 3 or 4 times a year. There's a large summer festival that happens. So there are events that bring people out onto the Greenway, but by and large, it's relatively, I would say, quiet and peaceful. If Bernie's still there, he I'm sure has much more to offer on this point.
Have we lost? Yeah. Oh, Bernie, are you back? Yes, we can hear you. Anything about the open space you want to weigh in on?
Open space.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about the open space in the project?
Yeah, you asked, do you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No? No response.
We can hear you.
From here, Bernie.
You do? You asked about the question of why UHF failed. Yes, the strike was one of the issues, but there was something more. There's something more important than that that affected the UHF from pulling out, sponsoring additional housing. For example, they had a plan to build a Star City in Brooklyn, and what was happening that the income of families, working families, was not keeping up with the inflation rate, cost of building houses, and the government was not about to help in putting an extra few monies into it. In fact, as we went to the Housing Finance Agency, asked them to an additional $60 million in funding for to make up for the increased cost of labor and mortgage, and HFA refused to do so under the Republican control, and therefore that was one of the reasons why it precipitated the rent increase, because we were forced to take a 25% character increase on top of a 40% increase since we moved in 1970. So there's 75, we had a rent strike. So that is one of the reasons why UHF could not fulfill its core aim, and that is provide working housing affordable for working families. They couldn't meet the labor and mortgage, and funding was just skyrocketing, running away. And that is one of the main reasons why I believe that they have to give up. And it's unfortunate that we don't have some needs. Some kind of institution that will sponsor housing of that nature throughout the country.
Agreed. Well, I think that gives us, a great vision and inspiration to wrap up on here. We are reaching the end of our program, so I want to thank Adam Tanaka, Bernie Silage for joining us today for the finale of the Open House Worldwide Festival, and as well as our superstar Open House New York volunteer Leah Strickler for helping with the tech on Bernie's side, showing us that beautiful view of the balcony and visiting Bernie. Thank you to Open House Worldwide for inviting us, Open House New York, Adam and Bernie, and for hosting the festival. You can find more information in the chat for links about Co-op City. And as a reminder, there are more than 50 on-demand tours, talks, and podcasts about housing from open house cities around the world online that you can watch after this live stream ends. Quick note on credits, Housing and the People is produced by Open House Worldwide, which is a network of conferences in 50 cities, including New York, festivals and conversations about architecture, design, and cities around the world. The festival is co-curated by George Kafka and Elysian with the support of Assistant Curator Hafsa Adan and Coordinator Matea Vlaskolik. Tech direction is led by David Jablonski. Open House Worldwide's director is Phineas Harper, and the festival is made possible with research and curatorial support from Karakusevich, Carson, and Dazine is a media partner. That was a mouthful. Adam, do you have any parting thoughts for us or any last words about Co-op City before we wrap up?
I guess that, the last point I would make is building on what Bernie just said, that, it really was politically influential institutions that enabled this to happen, and institutions that were directly representative of the people being housed. In this case, it was, blue collar, middle income, wage earners, primarily working in, manufacturing, for government, actually in many cases, or sort of, white collar professionals. And so I think the question for today is, what are those institutions that might have a stake in housing, large scale, constituencies? It could be universities, could be hospitals, educational institutions. But I think that's where the struggle lies, is primarily political and institutional. And if you can figure out that part, then the money will flow afterwards.
Some great food for thought as we wrap up our housing festivals, thinking about the role of those institutions. So thank you so much, Adam, and Bernie again for joining us for today's session.